Buenos dias, everyone. Good morning, hi. This is just our cue. We'll be getting started in a few minutes, so I just wanted to acknowledge those that arrived in the room on time. The front table, thank you so much. So let's everyone give them a round of applause. They were here before 9 a.m., super excited. In a few minutes, we're waiting for a few friends who are wrapping up breakfast, and we should be getting started, so thank you so much for being here. And I'm excited to welcome you to the first inaugural HEAL Conference. We'll be getting started in about 3-4 minutes. All right, thank you. When I say buenos, you say días. Buenos? Días. Buenos? Días. And that is good morning in Espanol. You will notice very quickly that my background is a teacher. And it will come out in different ways today. My name is Maleka Neith Cornejo. That's when you take your ma to the lake. It's so beautiful. She says, ah, Maleka. Okay. So sometimes the brain does this really curious thing where it sees letters differently, and so I feel like if I just share the lake part, everyone will get Maleka. You can also call me M, which is my initials MC, and I'm currently today your MC and host for the first inaugural HEAL conference. So please give it up for yourselves for showing up this morning. We are here with some knowledge-packed sessions today and networking events in the exciting city of Tampa. Anyone from Tampa originally? We have some folks in the house. Thank you for welcoming us to your community. Anybody from the East Coast in the room? East Coast? All right, we got friends from the East Coast. How about the West Coast? Anyone from the West Coast? Hey, West Coast, I see you. I flew in from Vegas last night. Anyone from the Midwest? Who's from the Midwest? All right, Midwest, love it. And from the South, do we have anyone from the South? All right, this is exciting. Now, if we have teachers in the room, I'd love to hear you, but give me some snaps. So we got some teachers in the room. I want to hear some snapping. Do we have some health practitioners in the room? Let me hear some clapping. Oh, we're going to make noise today. We're going to get excited. So this is something we'll get used to throughout the session. Today we're in the midst of an award-winning professional C-suite executives. We have startup founders in the room, innovators from education and healthcare sectors, and I'm sure we also have some parents in the room. Any parents in the room? Anyone have children? How about grandchildren? I have a 10-year-old granddaughter. So I want to celebrate all the many hats that we all wear. I'm sure there's also friends in the room. Anyone a friend in this room? Anyone a pretty amazing change agent? Someone we need to learn about, learn from? Keep your hands up. I want to see those hands up. You know, and I think so many times we talk about what we do more than who we are. Okay? So today I really want to get to know you all individually. I want to connect with your hearts. I'm also a healer. It is the work that I've been gifted to do. For many of us that get to this line of work, we have to often go through a lot of darkness in our life in order to see the light and shift our patterns and especially our mindset. So I'm excited to be in this room with critical thinkers, innovators, creatives, and visionaries to celebrate all your contributions to the field of healthcare and education. From innovations to concerns, day-to-day things that we see in our field and in the industries. We're excited that you have taken this moment to be with us today through every development in education and the healthcare industry. And in these 3 days, by the end of it, I hope that we have more than solutions, but we have opportunities to collaborate meaningfully so that together we can truly make an impact, not just here in the United States, but in the world. So many of us might actually be from the world. Is there anyone not from the US in the building? I want to celebrate. Thank you. What countries are we representing? Would you like to share?
I'm from Poland, but I live in Colombia.
Wonderful. Thank you for being with us.
I'm from Scandinavia, Copenhagen Metropolitan.
Welcome. Thank you for being here this morning. Anyone else coming from another country? Well, my family lives in Chile. I have family in Venezuela, Puerto Rico, and my ancestry is Egyptian. So when people ask me where I'm from, I say the world, and I truly mean it. I'm so excited that you all are here. We are live in this session, having an opportunity for some of those who cannot join us in person will be joining us remotely. Before we begin our sessions, I would love to invite everyone to pull out your phone, if you have a cell phone, a mobile device. This is a great opportunity to also put it on silent. But I really wanted to invite you to kind of take note of this hashtag. It's HEAL Conferences, so hashtag that little fun pound sign, HEAL Conferences. Celebrate yourself on social media, on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, wherever your social media preference is, Instagram. Just please tag us, tag some of the speakers. This would be really exciting for any tweets or posts for the HEAL Conference. And we're going to get ready to invite our first speaker up in a few minutes. But before we do that, I want to get us a little excited about the day. Is that something we can do? All right, I want to share with you all, has anyone here in the room ever heard of Freedom Schools before? Okay, Freedom Schools currently operates in about 80 different cities across perhaps 26 to 30 states in this country. We've also had Freedom Schools abroad. Freedom Schools stems from Freedom Summer 1964 during the Civil Rights Movement. Freedom Summer Mississippi invited college students from the north to the south to truly offer meaningful, engaging educational opportunities for children who were being left behind in the Mississippi area particularly. And from that summer in 1994, Marian Edelman, she founded, after the Poor People's March, I don't want to get you all the history, but the Washington Research Project with Dr. King and Dr. Marian Edelman becomes the Children's Defense Fund. It is a national organization in defense of children, and in 1994, they started Freedom Schools back up again. So if you do not have a Freedom School in your city, in your state, I'm pretty sure there will be one in the main cities, but we need to get Freedom Schools everywhere. But Freedom Schools is what taught me to be the engaging teacher that I am, that I was. I will forever be connected to the classroom. I've done everything from pre-K to high school, and I also have been a professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, at Toro Nevada University, where I ran a Spanish culture, advanced language, and critical literacy program for in-service teachers. So I've done everything from preparation of pre-service, in-service teachers, and I know that there's a lot of work we need to do in the field of education, and I'm really excited to connect with all of you all. Yet Freedom Schools is one of the most exciting programs, and what we're doing right now is basically what we do in Freedom Schools, which is Harambe. Anyone heard of this word before, Harambe? Yeah? Would you like to share what you remember? Do you remember what it means?
Testing me.
Testing you.
So I believe it's a chant that you say for, I think, for Kwanzaa, but I don't remember exactly what it means when I have it.
Yeah. It's often done in the form of a chant, but it is the moment that we pull together as a community. So Harambe means, in Kiswahili, let's pull together, which is exactly what we're doing right now in this moment. So during Harambe, we get excited about our day, we get excited about reading, and we sing songs like, outside Freedom School, and I'm reading my book, and I read from front to back like I know I should. And then we do these cheers and chants where we get really excited about learning. And because when we do that, for those of us who are neuroscientists who have studied the brain, we know that we're rewiring what's happening here. And when we repeat it over time, that we tend to believe that, and we believe in the infinite possibilities of there's something inside of me so strong that I know I can make a difference. And so some of you are here today because you have been fulfilling the same mission of Freedom Schools without maybe even knowing it. You are making a difference in yourself, in your families, your communities, in your country, and your world with hope, education, and action. So I'm really excited to share a little bit of what I do in Freedom Schools. So to get this started, we're gonna do people in the front. So the front will be the first 4 tables that are here. Okay, so everyone, people in the front, welcome. So delighted for you to join us, right on time. So all the people in the front, raise your hand so we're clear who's in the front. All right, so the people in the front, let me hear you grunt. Okay, you got it? That's what you're all gonna do. When I say people in the front, you're gonna say, okay? Then the people in the middle are going to be the 3 middle tables. And the people in the middle, kind of wiggle your hands. You all are going to sizzle, all right? So when I say people in the middle, you're going to say sizzle, sizzle, okay? That's your sizzling, all right? And spirit fingers. And the people in the rear, our back 2 tables, you're going to hear us, we're going to hear you cheer. People in the rear, let me hear you cheer. And you're going to say, do it, do it, do it, do it. Got it? I'm going to help you out, okay? The whole room will help you out. And then instead of saying go Freedom Schools, so we're going to try it together. We're going to say go Freedom Schools. But instead of Freedom Schools, we're going to say go Heal Conferences. See if it make it work, okay? Go. This is with us. Go Heal Conference. Go Heal Conference. It sounds so much better with Freedom Schools, but we got it. Okay, so that was just a test, all right? Everyone ready to get started? People in the front, you ready? People in the middle, you ready? People in the back, you ready? I hear them cheering already, the back, okay. And the goal is really to see which section of the room can be the loudest, all right? Okay, so we're gonna let the whole airport know that we are in this building and that we're here to make a meaningful impact. So, people in the front, let me hear you grunt. People in the middle, let me hear you sizzle. People in the rear, let me hear you cheer. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. And they would say, go, Heal Conference, go, friends, go. We'll try it one more time. Heal Conference. People in the front, let me hear you grunt. People in the middle, let me hear you sizzle. People in the rear, let me hear you cheer. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Go, Health Conference, go. Bravo. Woo. Y'all were amazing. After lunch, we can do the peanut butter and jelly one, okay? And my goal is that you all take these little things that we do here that I'm going to share with you that I've learned over the past 20 years in education, put them in your toolkit, but also for the healthcare practitioners, because everyone needs that sense of connection. Everyone thrives on it, and the more we can do this, have fun, and get excited about our day, we will be on our way. Do y'all want one more cheer and chant? I mean, I could do this all morning. This is what I love to do. So we could say, I'll do this one with Genuinely Freedom School's version. So it says, tell me what you feel like doing, y'all. And then you all say, I feel like hanging with my tribe. Okay? Then I'm going to put some freedom in it. Okay? So tell me what you feel like doing, y'all. I feel like hanging with my tribe. Hold up, wait a minute, let me put some freedom in. And then everyone would stand up and dance. Ooh. I like you for the fact he knows it. And we do our dance. Okay, for this one, I'm going to invite everyone to stand up, stand up. This is a good time to stretch. Get ready. I know you've had a delicious, nutritious breakfast today. You've done your meditation. You've gotten yourself situated and ready for the day. So this one is a little bit of fun. So get some stretches in real quick. Make sure you're ready for your festive dance because I want to hear those stomps. I love my freedom schools. Okay? I'm doing it with these heels, so I know you can do it without. All right, here we go. Tell me what you feel like doing, y'all. Like hanging with my tribe. Hold up, wait a minute, let me put some freedom in it. Ooh, I love my freedom school. Say what? Ooh, I love my freedom school. Again, tell me what you feel like doing, y'all. I feel like hanging with my tribe. Hold up, wait a minute, let me put some freedom in it. Ooh, I love my freedom school. Say what? Ooh, I love my freedom school. Thank you so much, everyone. Take a seat. Take a load off your feet. Take a seat. Take a seat. Take a load off your feet. I'm also going to teach us very quickly the importance of celebration. We talk about celebration only often in awards, ceremonies, and recognitions that are formal. But today we're going to learn a little bit of a Freedom School celebratory moment and a good job song. This will be the last little Freedom School moment that I have before we begin with our keynote session. I think it's important. So when I say I have a recognition, I invite everyone in the room to say recognize. And we'll try it together. I have a recognition. Recognize. I said I have a recognition. Recognize. I would like to recognize everyone who is in this room before 9 a.m. on time, ready to go. I want to recognize you for your patience, for your consideration, for just your ability to be here. And I also want to recognize absolutely everyone else in the room. So I say, I have a recognition. I said, I have a recognition. I'd like to recognize everyone who made the trip to be here today so that we could be part of a collective community that celebrates and recognizes each other. Please give yourselves a hand of applause. Again, my name is Malaika Neath. I will be your MC for the day. I will also be conducting interviews for those keynote award winners. If you have an invitation for an interview at 10:45, you'll be staying here with me in the room. On page 11 of the booklet, if you all have a booklet, you can see the agenda for today. I just want to review very quickly before introducing our keynote speaker. So at 9:30, we'll have our first keynote address. This will be on page 11, okay? So it'll be basically the first page after this black page. You'll be able to see the agenda. We'll be starting with our keynote session, and then we'll have at 10 a.m. a panel discussion around digital disruption and can digital tools change our behavior. This is what we've been doing so far this morning. right? We've been shifting our disposition and our mindset to really be engaged and positive, but also really focus on community and building a space collectively together. At 10:45, we'll do our networking and coffee break. So our coffee break will be in the room next door. We'll have refreshments. It's a great opportunity to connect and mingle with some of the people that you have met throughout the day or heard speaking. And at 11:30, we'll have another panel discussion on artificial intelligence and medtech, post-pandemic implications, which I also really think is a very important topic when it relates to education. It's very curious to me that we're still doing the same things in education as before the pandemic and teaching the same school subjects as if the world was the same and that we're in need of innovation, we're in need of integration, we're in need of, and when I say integrating, I mean disciplines, right, that are in silo. We need to rethink schools. At 12:15, we'll do our awards and recognition ceremony right here in this room. It'll be a very exciting time where we get to practice our recognition and our good job song. Lunch break will be at 12:45. We'll have an hour lunch break again back in the room next door. To return here, please be back at 1:45 so if we can start with our keynote session and keep us in movement. 2:15, we have a fireside chat, self-care and caregiving and education, followed by another networking break for 2:45 to 3:45. And our keynote session, we have 2 keynote sessions in the afternoon, one at 3:45, followed by panel discussion, and our final keynote at 5 o'clock. Now at 5:30, there will be networking possibilities around in the lobby area, the bar, and over the poolside area. So that would be an opportunity. I would love to connect with you all as well, share some time. And with no further ado, I would like to get our introduction for our keynote speaker this morning. The first speaker of the day of day 1 of the HEAL conference, which is on the topic of mind-body systems, pain, inflammation, and healing. Our mental and emotional well-being significantly impact our physical health and vice versa. One important area of study in this realm is the relationship between the mind, body, systems, pain, and inflammation, and ultimately healing. To help us in this endeavor, we invite Dr. Ryan Castle, the Director of Research, the Chopra Foundation. Please welcome Dr. Ryan, our first speaker of the conference.
Thank you very much, Malika. Also thank all of you for being here. You may notice there's a slight difference in the agenda. I am not here to talk about optimizing learning tools, although that's great as well. But fortunately, I am also here to talk about rerouting signals. So just reroute the signals that your agenda is giving you and instead, unfortunately deal with whatever it is I'm going to lecture at you about. So my name is Ryan Castle. I run the IBIS Optum Research Organization as well as the Chopra Foundation Institute. And in both of those areas, I do my best to try to leverage my background in public health to try to approach things from a systems perspective. I really believe that the biggest problem that is facing public health right now, and especially in the field of wellness, is the fact that too many things are siloed. That systems are only emphasized within specific disciplines. That if you are looking at things from a cardiovascular perspective, they may map every single aspect of the circulatory system and every chronic condition that affects the heart, but they're not looking at psychiatric contributors to those problems and so on. And I feel that if we are able to combine these different systems, if we're able to approach things from a multidisciplinary perspective, then we can start to not only bring people back to a baseline of health, but actually optimize that health, improve from the status quo rather than maintaining it. The work that we do at the Chopra Foundation is based on that premise. The Chopra Foundation Institute is the research branch of the foundation. It was founded by Dr. Deepak Chopra and myself about 10 years ago. He's the founder and I am the director of the operations. We do our best to try to put out peer-reviewed research on mind-body interventions, on integrative medicine, and our goal is not simply to put out more papers of the same thing saying, oh, it turns out meditation's good for you. Yeah, we all know. Why is it good for you? What is the quantifiable metric that we can be able to cite? What are the meta-analyses and systematic reviews that are able to support this information? We try to make it so that when people need to be able to talk to a skeptic, when they need to be able to talk to a practitioner or a doctor and try to make the case of, well, yeah, but is it real? I mean, how do we know it's not just placebo effect? We should be able to have easily referenced research to say, this is how we know, this right here. And that's what we try to either build ourselves or collaborate with other organizations to put together, because the information is out there. And as I'm pretty sure everybody in this room knows, these things work. We've all seen it. We've all seen it in person. We've seen it in studies, most likely. We've seen it anecdotally. But the problem is putting it into a context where everybody can access it. We also are pursuing an advanced longevity program at the Chopra Foundation Institute, and that is a large-scale project that's bringing in partners across the world to try to find the best combination of therapeutics and mind-body interventions to maximize longevity. And that's not just lifespan, the number of years lived, but we're also talking about health span, because if you spend the last 30 years of your life suffering in agony and chronic illnesses, that's not really living. We need to be able to have people live healthy years, not just breathing years. So speaking of that chronic pain, the reason I was asked here this weekend is one of the papers that we recently came out with, which is based on looking at yoga as a pain management system. More specifically, yoga as an indication of mind-body interventions as a complex adaptive system. And I'll get into a little bit about that, about why that's an important innovation. But the real crux of it is we tried to figure out, we studied, we analyzed hundreds of different studies, tens of thousands of different data points to try to figure out what exactly happens in the body when you're having chronic pain, when you're having illnesses that exacerbate that through inflammation, and when you try to treat those things either through standard opioid painkillers or through mind-body interventions such as yoga. We used yoga as the baseline because it combines a mind-body meditative perspective with a physical movement perspective. So it's sort of the whole package, but when you break it down, pretty much every mind-body intervention has some component that factors into this. And what we found in this is that there are components of rerouting signals and neurotagging. We were able to do this by approaching things quantitatively and mapping out the data points, finding patterns, finding what are the networks of communication between all these different systems. And we found the first quantifiable, mathematically sustainable, complex adaptive system as a mind-body intervention. So, getting into the fun part, well, hopefully for any of you who are as nerdy as I am, signals and neurotagging. So, we don't actually have pain nerves. Like, it's not that when you get poked, your body is able to suddenly recognize, oh, that was pain. Absolutely. There's dedicated nerves that are just for pain. No, we have something called nociceptors. And those are able to interpret signals that come in. And those signals can be a gentle push or a jab. And your nociceptors have to send those signals and your brain has to tag them. Was that gentle? Was that uncomfortable? Was that painful? The problem is that system can become overwhelmed. And that's generally what happens with chronic inflammation. Chronic inflammation causes extensive over-signaling. So over and over again, those systems of signals are getting sent the alert, something's happening, something's happening, something's happening. And so over time, the body starts saying, okay, well, it was pain last time, so I'm just gonna say every time any signal comes through, it's pain. We're just gonna shortcut this. And that's where you get into a chronic pain loop. So that people who suffered injuries long after the physical injury might be healed, or at least negligibly damaged, they're still experiencing excruciating pain on a daily basis. And unfortunately, that's something that is very problematic, to treat in orthodox systems. The main way that we've had of dealing with it is simply throwing opioids or other pain blockers at it. And the problem with pain blockers is that that doesn't stop the loop. It doesn't cut off the inflammatory loop. It just makes it so that you don't feel for a period of time, you don't feel what those signals are communicating. But as soon as it wears off, that pain comes right back. So what we looked into was the capability of mind-body systems to be able to interact with that inflammatory chronic pain loop. And what we discovered was that it was able to reroute the signals themselves, not simply block us from receiving them, but it was able to interact with them and intercept them and reroute it. And it does that through a number of different mechanisms. Part of it is reducing the overall peripheral inflammatory response, and that effectively helps bring down the loop overall. So you're no longer experiencing as intense of a feedback system. Your body is not as inflamed. Cytokines are not flushing your system. You don't have as much swelling. You don't have as much nervous excitation. But we also found that it was able to reduce hyperarousal in the HPA axis. And one of the things that's really interesting on that is when we're able to start to influence the actual reactions of the body, rather than simply muffle them or block them, then we're able to start to change what signals are going where. What are the nociceptors responding? And especially with yoga, we found that intensive practice of yoga, and this specifically was that yoga that incorporated mind-body aspects, so meditative practices, kundalini, and so forth, it increased interoception. So that's when you're able to sense what's happening inside your body, rather than simply, oh, it's cold outside. It's hurting in my gut. My back hurts. I'm feeling warm inside. There's something wrong or there's something right. That's interoception. Most of us don't practice interoception. And unfortunately, that's the kind of the default in a lot of Western societies, is simply we only look on the outside world and we never look inside, either mentally or physically. Yoga forces us to do both at the same time. And we found that something really fascinating happens when you do both of those things at the same time. For one thing, the reduction of that arousal system means that the pain that you might feel in your back, let's say you have chronic back pain, and normally you'd be terrified to do something like this, because that's gonna, you know it's gonna hurt. So when you do it, it hurts. When you're practicing yoga, you might do that exact same position in a pose. However, you're doing so in a controlled setting. You're doing so mindfully and with intense interoception. You're mindful of your body, of its reactions, and you're performing a set of postures and poses that are slow, conditioned, and most importantly, mindful of mind and body. And when that happens, you take that position and it doesn't hurt, or it doesn't hurt nearly as bad as it used to. And that informs your nociceptors that, oh, maybe this doesn't actually hurt. It gets tagged either at a lower rate of pain, such as, a poke, or sometimes the pain signaling actually gets rewired completely and says, you know what? We had this wrong the whole time. Sorry about that, body. Your back isn't hurting right now. So we're going to reduce that signaling. So the next time that you move your back after the yoga, you might find that there is a significantly reduced pain response because your body has started to realize there might be something wrong with the signaling, and it's going to start to self-correct itself. One of the biggest reasons we aren't able to do this when we are outside of a mind-body practice is because we are too intensively focused on expectations. When you have cognitive disengagement, it allows us to be able to do practices and allow our interoception to recognize what is happening within ourselves without an expectation, because you're simply being in the moment rather than, oh, this is going to kill my back if I do this. I can't do this. When you simply perform the action mindfully, willfully, and carefully, you're able to remove expectation, you're able to reduce the hyperarousal of the system, you're able to re-tag those signals from the brain. Now, the way that we were able to do this and able to come up with this information, we didn't run clinical trials on this. There are hundreds of clinical trials that have already been performed on this. So instead, what we did is we gathered over 400 studies, incorporating over 1,600 different factors, and then we mapped this information out. So we pulled big data out of this, we plugged this through pattern recognition and network analysis, and then we did our best to isolate out metrics. Because once again, like I said, our focus at the Chopra Foundation Institute is not simply, well, yoga works. Yeah, we know. Why? How? Those are the questions that need answering. And that's the information that if we're ever going to be able to get policy changes put in place that are going to make the practice of mind-body interventions more acceptable to insurers, to hospitals, to medical professionals, we're going to need evidence and proof of efficacy. So that's what we attempted to put together here, was exactly what is the network of functions and systems that this intervention goes through. How does it work? Why does it work? Where does it work? And what we found in the process is one of the things that I'm most excited by. As a systems guy, I love exploring interdisciplinary systems. And sort of the cream of the crop is a complex adaptive system. Now, a lot of times we consider complex adaptive systems to be something like a human being, or sometimes people will reference, the economy. Anything can be a complex adaptive system, though, if it has the right components. It has to be reactive to factors outside and inside. It has to be responsive to its environment. It has to be able to adapt, and it has to have feedback loops, among other things. There are mathematical models for what constitutes a complex adaptive system. And what we found in the process of mapping out all of the components, like I said, those 1,600 different factors, all of the components of the body's pain response system, and then the components of the interactions between yoga and the body's nervous system, we found that yoga and mind-body therapies in general constitute a complex adaptive system in and of themselves. And this is the first time this has actually been proven in a mathematical model. It's been mapped out. If you notice the picture that we have up here, all three of those are representations of a complex adaptive system. The first picture on the top is the standard map of a complex adaptive system. Then the next one right here is the human pain response network. And as you can see, they are effectively identical. All of the necessary components are there. When we see mind-body interactions, that's the one right next to this over here, we see it also has all of the necessary components and additional factors. It actually has redundant systems within it, making it an intensely adaptive system. So the reason why this is relevant is because a complex adaptive system cannot be reduced. And that is one of the biggest problems in studies now, is the fact that we try a reductionist model. We try the standard reductionist model of, okay, well, if yoga really works, let's, what is the position that this asana takes? Okay, well, we're just going to put a person in a lab who has chronic back pain and have them bend over like they do in the asana. That's not the way that yoga works. It cannot be reduced down to a simple movement. It is a holistic system, truly. And that is one of the main components of a complex system. You have to take it in its whole. And that requires, for research, a multidisciplinary approach to mind-body medicine. And if anybody has ever spent some time looking at literature reviews or meta-analyses of mind-body therapies, you'll know that the number one response that keeps coming back is heterogeneous. There's the inconclusive. Too many studies are showing too many random results. Nothing seems to fit in the same category. They're not able to find the same thing twice. And part of the reason for that is so many of these studies are approaching mind-body work as a reductionist model. They're trying to isolate a single compound, a single cytokine, or inflammatory marker, or a single practice, and they're cutting out everything else, hoping to reduce it down to that point. This paper, incidentally, as we put it together, we were trying to find treatments for pain in doing so, we found an argument for redoing the research world's entire approach to how we investigate mind-body therapies. This paper has been very well received. We like to think because of the fact that we've discovered something new. We've been able to quantify something that people haven't really been able to quantify. We've been able to map out a system that people haven't been able to map before. This paper has been received in the 99th percentile Voltmetric. It's among the top 4% most read papers ever put out on Frontiers. We've had almost 14,000 views and millions of views, or I'm sorry, 14,000 reads, millions of views. I know what you're thinking, like, whoa, okay, Ryan, you can stop bragging, that's fine. But the question to that is, okay, that's nice, who cares? Why does that matter, the fact that this paper was well received? Why is that even part of this presentation? Why didn't I just keep talking about neurotagging, which obviously is the only thing people want to hear about? And the question is, people do care. Academics care because this is indicating systems innovation. It offers non-opioid pain management options, which the country and the world are in dire need of. It showed that we can reroute signals rather than simply suppress them, and it showed effective mind-body options. The public has responded to this as a grassroots movement, has responded to it because this is something addressing chronic pain, which they care about. It's safe, affordable, and is coming from a recognized entity in the Chopra Foundation. Now, the public perspective, I think, is important to pretty much everybody here. Anybody who's trying to interact with the public, trying to key into what they're working on, knows that chronic non-communicable disease is on the rise. It's increasing year after year at a steady rate, and this is due to a lot of different factors. It's due to an aging population, but it's also due to an increasing poor health of our population. And this is a huge problem that the Orthodox medical community doesn't really have a way of dealing with. The public, though, is very invested in finding a way to deal with it. When we look at, when we track Google searches across the past 10 years, we start seeing a consistent increase in people searching for information on meditation, on how to increase their lifespan, and especially yoga. You're going to see a big dip right there. That was during the pandemic when, for some strange reason, people weren't enthusiastic about crowding into yoga studios. But right after that, right after the pandemic ended, numbers shot through the roof. It not only rebounded to where it was before, it went higher. People understood afterwards, I missed that. There was something benefiting me. Or I'm hearing a lot of pain, I'm having a lot of pain, and I want to find some sort of way of dealing with that. And the way we know that a lot of people are concerned about the pain is because that's the number one thing that was searched. Pain. Chronic pain. How do I deal with pain? Is this pain normal? Overwhelmingly, year after year, more and more people are saying, I'm in pain, and trying to find ways of dealing with it. At the same time, searches for things related to side effects. What is this drug side effect? What are opioid side effects? What are the consequences if I take opioids for longer than my doctor prescribed? All of those have continued to increase over the past few years, especially after the pandemic. Or during the pandemic, people were very interested in side effects, but afterward as well, if you'll notice, that increased at the same rate as interest in yoga. So all of that leads back to what the Chopra Foundation Institute is working on. We're trying to approach all of these different issues, trying to address the chronic illnesses, chronic pain, and the pervasive problem with human behavior in a lot of our society in different ways. One of which is trying to attempt reforms in the vagal system. So that's a lot of different things from deep breathing practices to auricular stimulation, meditation, yoga. All of these things tend to activate the vagus nerve, and that has been shown to have a profound capability to reduce inflammation, to improve overall health, even affect gut health. So one of the other ways that we're approaching it is trying to discuss aspects of consciousness. exploring how do we view the world around us. The way that we perceive reality actually has a dramatic impact on how we perceive ourselves and our interactions with the people around us. We're working on releasing a paper right now on the power of non-dual conscious perspectives and mental health. That effectively, when you stop thinking of the world as us, them, then you start finding dramatic increases in mental health. And these are aspects of consciousness. And speaking of brain health and consciousness and reality, psychedelics are one of the major areas that are increasing both in public attention and also the field of research. We're finding incredible capabilities for psychedelics in terms of neuroinflammation, in terms of neurogenesis and plasticity. There's incredible potential in this field to really change the way that we process not only trauma, but pain and inflammation as a whole. Now, all of these features within the Chopra Foundation have one thing in common. They're focusing on longevity. As I mentioned before, we're not just talking about life years and how long are people going to live. We want to get a couple of extra years breathing on a respirator. We're talking about increasing the amount of time that people have on this earth to live with quality, to be able to be around the people that they love, to be able to have a meaningful existence. Because right now, people are living longer, but they're sick for longer. They're getting sick younger and living in pain longer. And that's not a winning equation. There's something wrong in the model that we have right now. And that's what we're hoping to help address. The way that we do that, as you saw through some of these things, is we approach things from a big data analytics perspective. We use AI pattern recognition and building interfaces and dashboards to try to help streamline the process and make it accessible to everyone from policymakers to practitioners to be able to use this information and do something meaningful with it. Again, it is fantastic when people are able to share testimonials and anecdotes about this. These are the things that have helped me and my friends and my family. When you try to take that to a congressional committee, that's not going to go anywhere. When you try to take that to a hospital board, that's not going to get any policies changed. We need hard data. And unfortunately, in the mind-body world, usually we have qualitative data. And we're trying to help bridge that divide to help make it easier and more accessible for people to actually do something with this information. If you're interested in more from the Chopra Foundation, this is a QR code to their contact page on their website. Please check that out. You can just scan it with your phones. We are constantly in need of volunteers, collaborators, donations, any sort of help. The Chopra Foundation Institute is a 501c3 nonprofit, so we're trying to make very large changes with a fairly small organization. So if you want to reach out and see if there's any sort of collaboration or work that you would like to do with us, we'd love to hear from you. Just please reference in the email where you're hearing about us from. Let them know it's from the HEAL conference, because I don't get CC'd on those emails. So if you don't tell them who they are, they're never going to forward it over to me. If you're interested in more from me directly, first of all, thanks. Second of all, I would love to do more personally, because while the Chopra Foundation is an incredible organization and they do really good work, there are certain areas where a 501c3 is limited. And one of the big areas that my personal research company, IBIS Optum Research, has been trying to explore is scalability. And unfortunately, when you are dependent on donations, it is very difficult to create a mind-body system or a behavioral change system that is directly scalable, because you don't have the feedback loop of money. And so that's what we're trying to explore on my side with our for-profit company, is looking into the same sort of factors from a much smaller level. So starting from a grassroots perspective, trying to look at how do we encourage behavioral changes, because we all know what we need to do. It's, if somebody says, well, how do we fix the obesity epidemic? No one's going to be like, what's this thing I hear about exercise? I don't know how to pronounce it. No, we all know. The problem is doing it. And the problem with that is chunking It's gamifying, it's finding ways to make it dynamic, make it interesting, include it into the systems that we already have built into our society everywhere, which are keyed into dopamine hits and reinforcement. And that's what we're trying to develop, is putting together systems that reinforce behaviors that are going to extend our health span, and doing it in a way that is going to be easy, it's going to be accessible, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be scalable. And in so doing, this is, you know, a great system. This is one of the things that people are searching for the most, as I referenced, in this country. People really want something that does that. And if we're able to build something that will do that for people, then we have the opportunity to save millions of years of healthy life for people all over the country and all over the world. And with the group of people I'm looking at right now, I already know that everybody in this room is working hard to do exactly that in all of your own ways. So I'm really honored to be here with all of you. If any of you want to contact me, this is my direct info. And thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
All right, that was a wonderful, wonderful session. The qualitative research in me was definitely nerding with you the whole time. That's an interesting part of my life. I've been a PhD student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas for some years now, in the same final destination spot for years. And there's a reason for that pause, and I think we'll get there throughout the session, but just know that when life calls you, right, when your purpose calls you, regardless of what you have spent time doing, leading to that moment, sometimes the whole journey is about surrendering and letting everything go to really step into your calling. And so anyone who's doing that in their room, I can resonate and relate to you all. I would like to teach us very quickly the Good Job song while our panelists are joining us on stage. So our panelists who will be coming for the digital disruption session, if you all can start to make your way to the stage, you're welcome to come and sit. All right, this Good Job song, it's really easy. I think everyone is great at spelling. All right, so we're gonna try this together. We're just gonna spell the words good job, and then we're gonna clap 2 times between each spelling. So I'll model it first. We're gonna say good job, good job. Now clap 2 times with me. Good job, good job. Now we're gonna spell it, and between each letter, we'll have a clap. G-O-O-D-J-O-B, good job, good job. Y'all got it? Okay, I'll go even slower, okay? Because the goal is by the end of today, we'll be able to do like the rhythm that the young people like, all right? So, good job, good job. Good job, good job. G-O-O-D-J-O-B, good job, good job. You know you did a great job. That was amazing. All right, we're going to be inviting our panelists. I would like to invite our session moderator, Dr. Natanya Wachel. What is that pronouncing? Okay. Now, listen, we want to build community, so correct us if we need to work on our pronunciation. Also, our esteemed speakers today, we have Aaron Warwick in the building, Tori Davis, and Peter Dubrell. Aaron Warwick is a co-founder and CEO of Reju. Then we have Dr. Natanya, who is the founder of New Solutions Network and co-founder of Evermore. Tori Davis, wave to us, is the CEO and president of Davis IOP Consulting, LLC. And Peter Dubrell, give us a nice fist up, something. All right. Founder and CEO of PDI's educator and professional speaker. Today, they will be discussing collectively digital disruption. Can digital tools change behavior? With the development of digital tools, the healthcare industry has witnessed a paradigm shift in how individuals interact with healthcare services. The speakers will show their insights, their research findings, and real-world experiences in this panel discussion, which we're really excited to hear from. We will have an opportunity for questions at the end, so just cue us in and we'll let you know.
Okay,
we'll get to Mike.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. Thank you, Malika. Hello, everyone.
In case I'm
Am I good? Okay. Sorry, because I have my own mic here. Well, welcome. As one of the organizers of the event, I just want to extend a personal welcome to all of you and thank you for coming to this momentous inaugural occasion. And as the acronym suggests, for HEAL, we're here to heal not only as individuals, right, but we're here to help talk about how we heal whole systems, right, whole communities and things like that. And one of the areas of popular conversation, right? Is we're going to talk a lot today about tech in all different ways and AI. And so this panel here is a very, very exciting group of folks to me, very different backgrounds coming together to talk about disruption. And anytime something is new and disrupts the ways of working, there's often a bit of an adjustment period and a shift in terms of mindset and technology that needs to match. So just for a moment, I'll also say I'm the founder of New Solutions Network and a digital tool called Evermore, which is a mental wellness app for Gen Z. And we're trying to kind of flip the script on how diagnostics in mental health works and leverage game theory, as Ryan was showing at the end of his, to get young people to be able to communicate in a way that lifts others up rather than tears them down in sort of the traditional social media as we know today. So with that, I would like to welcome and introduce my panel here, starting with Aaron. If you could say a couple words about yourself.
Sure, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Warwick. I'm a Philadelphia native, control system engineer and mental health advocate. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reju. Reju is a mental health and wellness platform that serves as a personal guide to mental, physical, and emotional success. We provide point-to-point therapy connections, really bridging the gap between our end users and licensed practitioners. We're encouraging people to live their best lives by equipping them with bite-sized pieces of wisdom, guidance, and inspiration, while utilizing AI and preventative care to provide a personalized wellness experience to amplify outcomes for individuals. So Reju is something anyone can utilize. You can download it on your phone, and it could be implemented in any ecosystem. We work in higher education, workforce development, sports and fitness, senior care, and looking to position ourselves in other industries as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Tori, if you want to go next.
Okay. I'm Tori Davis. I'm from Augusta, Georgia area. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with that space, but that's where the Masters is held. So I'm sure y'all know about that. But I've been in the space of human resources and industrial organizational psychology for about 15 years. And I have a huge focus on wellness. So I'm also a corporate certified wellness specialist. I hold that certification for that. So I can create wellness programs for all companies all over the world. I enjoy doing it. It's a fun and wonderful experience. And I love to focus on strategy. So a lot of things that you'll hear me talk about today with digital disruption will actually come from a strategy standpoint of how organizations, the educational institution, healthcare can try to work on implementing digital technology with as little disruption as possible.
Awesome, thank you. And Peter, sorry, last but not least.
Good morning. I'm Peter DeBrule. I'm from El Paso, Texas. I've been a high school educator for 27 years, and
Yeah.
thank
That
you.
is a
Coach, I was a varsity assistant football coach for a little more than 10 of those years, and a head baseball coach for 15 years. I teach in whenever the school needs English literature at every level, but I've taught professional communications, communication applications, speech, public speaking, all forms of communications for 27 years. In 2013, I stopped coaching and started creating an app called PDI's Practice, Prepare, Discipline, Dedication to the work ethic of preparing a speech like you're going to see today. And the purpose of it was to work with the students that are not naturally great speakers. And that's more than 90% of us in here. So I have a class of 40. My class average is 35 to 45. I might have one or two students that are great speakers. The rest are scared, nervous, and fearful to get up here and speak correctly, to speak confidently. And PDIs is a free app for my students, for anyone. It's been downloaded in 7 different countries. It's only been out almost 3 years. It's in its infancy, but primarily it's for my students so that I'm with them in their bedroom saying, eyes up, you're reading. It's interactive, and it's a game that they can use at home and practice and have somebody there to tell them, hey, you're reading too much. No, that's a little bit about me. What I'll be did talk about digital disruption. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, we're going to start with some softballs. We're going to start with some definitions, right, about what is digital disruption and your perspective. And I'll just start really quickly by saying I came from working, not 37 years, but a couple decades in the pharmaceutical space and saw an increase from using digital as a way of mass communications, right? Email, e-blast, text messages, things like that, into digital therapeutics and diagnostics that are now even FDA recommended and approved. So now you go to the clinician and you can actually get a recommendation for an app for your depression or your alcohol use disorder or something like that. So there's many, many tools and such that have kind of hit a lot of these benchmarks that perhaps 10 years ago we thought would never happen. So we have a lot of great examples in different ways, whether they're in-home and out of home. But I was wondering if we could start with you, Tori, and talk about how would you define digital disruption landscape right now?
All right, so for me, I have that IO psychology background. So when I hear the word disruption, and I think automatically of something potentially negative. When we hear that word, we're thinking of something that's going to disrupt our lives or make a drastic change in everything that's going on. So I like to actually define it more as a digital shift. When we talk about shifting, we're talking about maybe a change in our mindset, not something that's upsetting our mindset or upsetting things around us. So number one, I like to define it as a digital shift. Number two, Ryan, you kind of touched on it earlier about how to get to the boardrooms and actually make them bite on what you're saying. And a lot of times, if we're going to look at a digital disruption, we have to look at how we pitch to organizations, right? So we want to look at, are we actually aligning with their mission and their vision? And how do we infuse and explain our technology so that it does? We want to talk about our technology in the space of how does it align with their corporate structure? So, Malika, you mentioned earlier about we're still doing the same type of work the same way after the pandemic. After we've implemented all these digital tools, the work hasn't changed. Okay, we turned around and tried to make the work fit into the digital tool, okay, and instead of saying, okay, we have this digital tool, now how do we rethink how we do our work? So from a system standpoint, we also want to make sure that we're communicating to organizations how our apps, how our digital tools can function with their current systems and change how they do work and maybe implement new types of systems that can propel wellness in organizations. But lastly, Pete's going to talk about this when we're talking about digital citizenship. That is a huge issue right now from a social perspective and an organizational perspective. So I want to pass that topic to Pete to really talk about digital citizenship and how we can be more aware of how we're utilizing this technology.
Okay. I'm going to first sort of define, from an educator standpoint, my idea of digital disruption, because Tori's exactly right when he's talking about the negative connotation, sort of like criticism. When we hear the word criticism, we automatically think of it being negative, and it's our job, our responsibility to recognize if it's constructive or destructive. Digital disruption is any type of innovation, technological innovation, that creates change, like Tori said, in some sort of system or even behavior. That's my idea, is how it changes us to act. I'll give you a great example. And I thought about this a long time because I was thinking, how am I going to connect with the people sitting in the audience? And for me, I thought of my paycheck. I'm sort of old. And I remember when I used to get a paycheck printed all the time, and I could see my money, every single dollar, where it was going. What tax is this? And why am I paying enough into my retirement? I saw that on a weekly, on a bi-weekly, or a monthly. When we got digital deposits, We lost that. And we don't even look at our paychecks. You know what we look at? We look at how much money is in my account. That's it. And I just have a young child in college who just got a job. And I had to sit down with him and teach him and tell him, look, this is your responsibility. And that gets us into digital citizenship. It's our responsibility as adults, as educators, as parents, that we have to teach the responsibility of being on social media. For us as an educator, we go over about a week of digital citizenship. You know, it's funny because I just came from Orlando. I did. I'm from Texas. I've never been to Orlando, so we had to do the Kennedy Space Center thing, and watch the rockets. And we had to leave, Thursday. They actually had a launch, I think last night or this morning. We missed that, and we went to Universal, and in the morning they had a commercial, and it was a young kid. You didn't see the kid, and it said, "Mom and Dad, please respect." I don't know if they play that here in Tampa, but it said, "Please respect my online integrity." And it had parents posting pictures of their kids and how AI is allowing people to change identity and security. And these are things that, for me as an educator, I have to teach these young adults: respect, bullying, individual responsibility, choice of language, things like that, because they're leaving a digital footprint. And pretty soon, universities, scholarships, jobs are going to be asking them, what is your social media account? I'm not going to share that with you. Well, then you don't need to work here. And it's leading into that direction. We've already seen athletes on Twitter losing their scholarships. So for us, we have to really, when we look at digital disruption, it's a good thing, and it's also a bad thing. And it's our responsibility to educate. And I'll lean it over to Aaron to talk about behaviors.
Sure, absolutely. Both great points. As a startup co-founder, I'm going to take a bit of a different position. So I believe digital disruption is when changes occur in the industry, right? And these changes affect value proposition of existing goods and services and business models to kind of create new innovative solutions. When it comes to me, I like to think of it as, and this may be me being naive, I am a bit young, but I wasn't that young to not receive a paper check. But
So you're in the club.
I'm in the club. But I like to call it digital adoption, right? We hear AI, we hear predictive analytics, machine learning, and it scares a lot of people. And I love what you said is, we're fitting ourselves into the technology, but how do we fit the technology into our lives? So I like to think of how do we utilize technology to really advance current standards, push the industry forward, challenge old methods, old ideals, and really create new ones that we can continue to build off of. So I'm gonna be very quick, but that's just my thought of digital disruption.
That's awesome. Actually, you can start off again, Aaron, because next we're going to talk about how certain applications can impact organizational spend. So we think of sort of high-ticket items like surgical interventions, but also now with the advent of connected devices and people getting more care and telehealth out of their home. Obviously, COVID exacerbated that adoption rate considerably. And thinking about sort of what are some of these shifts in this shift from sort of more personalized and even intergenerational, right? We used to see utilization maps of folks, let's say, with all due respect here, I'll say 55 plus or 65 plus in the boomer or silent generation, not necessarily being high adopters. But in COVID, that really flipped the switch, right? And so it's grown exponentially. So we have folks at all levels managing their care from home and or, long-term care facilities, things like that, teaching hospitals, organizations, and the like. So lots of organizations, whether they be corporate, involved in wellness, digital tools of their own, and or within the industry, there's been a lot of shift, and would like your perspective on some of that.
Sure, absolutely. I think it's been a very interesting shift. So I'm going to speak from my point of view. So, Riju, we have worked closely in higher education and workforce development. And one thing we've learned within our experience is that many students, 37% of students, according to the National Institute of Mental Health, have reported academic stress, has some impact in their academic performance, low grades, depression, and even dropouts. Counselors are overwhelmed in these academic settings. For every one counselor, there's a ratio for one counselor for every 1,000 to 2,000 students, right? So counselors are overwhelmed, students are stressed out, and that ultimately impacts the academic trajectory of the organization. So when you get digital tools like yours or like Riju, is to say, hey, how can we come in this particular situation and help already advance the resources that you have? If you take it a step further in workforce development, I'm sure we all demonstrated work stress. I know I have. And having a mental health app, people think, oh, you're supposed to always be happy, but work is work, right? 43% of individuals who are work stressed are less engaged and, ultimately can lead to turnover, can lead to dropout, can lead to poor performance at work. The U.S. Job industry are losing almost $300 billion in losses due to absenteeism, due to impaired operations, due to lack of performance at work. So having these digital tools to really amplify that, I think can be very useful in particular situations.
Excellent. Tori, did you want to expound upon that a little bit?
Certainly. So looking at the impact to digital tools, the impact on organizations with digital tools and the trends that are out there, 66% of employees at roughly any organization feel the employer has a responsibility for their health care. Just let that sink in. That's a lot, 66%. So when we talk about the impact of digital tools, communication becomes very critical in how those digital tools are actually utilized and if people actually participate in those, in utilizing those tools. How many of you have seen the show Big Brother? Come on, don't be shy, raise your hands. All right, I've seen it, okay? And so what you encounter a lot with digital tools from an organizational standpoint is that Big Brother's watching. So is my data going to be safe, or are they going to turn around and use what I put into this tool against me? So first, developing a robust communication strategy, explaining HIPAA laws, explaining that you cannot, that as an organization, we cannot use your information against you. We get information in aggregate. I do that a lot with organizations that I work with. And my participation rate generally is around 66, 70% with digital tools because they understand that we're not here to collect any data that we're going to use against you. But then also that means as an organization, you have to walk the walk, right? You can't turn around and do that. And then you have to produce different solution sets based on that data that are actually going to help the employees of your organization be able to live a better and healthier life. I also like to talk about motivation. So for you educators out there, if you're a college professor, I teach at the University of Purdue, so I love a little bit of theory. So I like to include some theory in the practitionership. So I use self-determination theory. How many of you heard of that? All right, so Ryan and Desi. Okay. So self-determination theory deals with autonomy at the highest level, autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And I've used those three pillars when talking about digital disruption and utilizing digital tools to minimize disruption. Autonomy means that you have choice. Okay, you have the ability to make a decision. So if you're offering a program or digital tool that only provides a one-size-fits-all solution, you're already failing. Okay, so you have to provide some type of choice and decision for your participants to make. Competence, do they actually understand what the app or tool is used for, how to use it, how to access it? I mean, that's a whole conversation in itself of having access to certain things. So competence is a key area. And then relatedness. How many of us been in high school? I don't want to go to the mall but my friends are going to the mall. So what do?
You go to the mall.
You go to the mall, right? So that's what relatedness is. So if my coworkers are doing it, then I'm more likely going to do it too, especially if it impacts the same type of things that are going on in my life. So having those three areas communicated and focusing on that when you're talking about implementing a digital tool, the impact to the organization, and then looking at what trends you can gather from the data, using autonomy, competence, and relatedness kind of as your foundational pillars can really help drive the utilization of your digital tool. I also like to talk about it from with the autonomy, competence, and relatedness, that drives behavior, right? And we were talking about earlier, how do we get behavior to actually take root? Well, for me, and there's many different aspects out there, motivation is number one. If you're not motivated to do something, why is your behavior going to change? And then if you feel like you have choice, if you feel like you're the only one that's out there doing a certain thing, you might feel discouraged. So utilizing those three pillars with your digital tools and then incorporating that and infusing that into your culture of your organization, you'll be able to drive a higher yield of utilization for any of your digital applications.
Thank you so much. So I think with that, there was a couple really interesting points I want to pull out for a moment, and then I'll kick it over to you, Peter, and they have to do with some things you said at the beginning in terms of trust, right? So we talked about a lot of the levers that are, in health behavioral psychology and health psychology around what does it take to come to a behavior, adopt it, and make it your own as a new pattern of your new way of being, right? And so motivation is obviously a big part of it, but also you spoke about that initial trust and that trust in AI or trust in tech and that barrier or that chasm that sometimes has to be crossed. So another thing for organizations obviously is to set up, and we did speak about this, what is going to happen to my data? Who's going to see it? What can I do? Because ultimately most of these behavioral change programs require some introspection, some, let's say, recalibration of our sense of what the story that we tell ourselves about who we are and what we can do and what we can be. And so, I think one of the things I love about working with younger folks is that they are open to that. They are open to shifting, I am this, I am that, and how they define themselves with a more open-ended possibility development lens. And I think that's the thing that you have to sort of marry when you get up to the line of introducing a new tool, is balancing those barriers before they start so that people can let their guard down a little bit. And then, like I said, the older you get, sort of the more hand-holding perhaps you need to go to make sure that they feel that you will be a steward of that vulnerability that they're kind of putting in your digital anonymous hands, right? So with that, I was wondering, Peter, if you wanted to add a little bit about how you would deal with people being open to sharing their personal information to get to that level of, the raw reset ultimately that happens when you have to do a behavior change.
One of the things after COVID happened was that our school district implemented a lot of social emotional learning activities in the beginning of school. So the first 10, in teachers' language, it's bell ringer, chant, things like that. Now, in the past 2 years, it's been social emotional learning exercises, 10 minutes right in the beginning. And sometimes it is about, for me being a communications teacher, it's a short sharing. How do you feel today? What's something you're looking forward to this weekend? Where you're getting them to share their emotions. I mean, culturally, in a lot of cultures, we don't do that. And, getting into a new time, we are trying to break those barriers. Just like being digitally disruptive, we're trying to be socially disruptive as well to share those types of things. And we do, our school district's doing different, providing us professional development to do that with students. I mean, in the past, that was a counselor's job. Our job was not supposed to do that. So, for older teachers, I can see it. It's difficult, especially because they're not used to that change. And they're used to just material, curriculum. And now we're being thrown into the realm of being open to social, emotional education. So that's interesting and disruptive in our educational field.
Absolutely. So looking at the time, I wanted to see if we had any questions about anything, either that we spoke about, or if you wanted to ask a question of anyone on the panel. This would be a good time for that. Oh, thanks.
I was just curious.
Oh, you're going to get a microphone. We do this right. No, kidding.
I was just curious. What do you think is one of the big changes that is going to be coming around as the increasing digitization of our society that we haven't really anticipated yet? Like, what do you think is going to be one of the big changes we all have to grapple with that isn't yet obvious?
I have an answer to that. I mean, like a personal answer, if you want to think about it. I think one of them is that, actually we were talking about this last night, I think, that generationally, people looked to their clinician as the top of their health decision making, right? So I don't feel well, this is wrong with me, this is falling off, whatever the situation is, right? You go to your doctor and your doctor tells you A, B, C, and I'll do DEF blood test, and then you take, QRS medicine and go home. Maybe you had a spouse or a child who would look up things on WebMD, right, and look up your symptoms and decide if they agreed or not with the doctor and said, I saw another thing, but pretty much it was the clinician guiding the patient, and that was the end of it. I think now we've, as generations have gone by, we've sort of opened up. We have, Dr. Google helping us all look at everything that we're taking, thinking about taking, alternative theories, pharma medicines, all kinds of stuff, epigenetics, looking at everything from every system, every which way. And that's kind of another pool of influence, right, and sourcing. And now we're getting to a place where AI is becoming oftentimes the referrer, right? So it's not even a human or human in the loop. And I think that's that knife's edge that we're walking down, right? How much care, because we do feel that we need the tech to help supplement. When you have 4,000 cases per counselor, it's just, you're not going to get folks that help. So it's not to disintermediate the clinicians or providers, it's to supplement and support. We have actually FDA remote monitoring now, so clinicians can get paid for letting their patients use an app. But there is a level removed of that sort of human connection. And I think that's an area where, we have to proceed with caution. That's why we have a lot of summits and groups about AI ethics and all of that, and integrity, and how do we, not only data privacy and being careful stewards there, but also in terms of decision making, a recommendation. Who does it come from, and what were those variables that came to that decision if a human didn't give it? So I think that's an area that I see is going to, come more and more into discussion and into hospital systems when they determine, let's say, what kind of testing they're going to order for you when you show up in the ER. It's already happening today, and I think it'll probably continue quite a bit.
I can add to that very briefly. Two things. One, so I sit down with my grandmother. I taught her how to use Netflix. She's on Amazon every day, and she's about 75 years old. She's learned to adopt technology over the years, so I think in the future we will start to see seniors kind of drive more into that digital space and adopting that and being more comfortable with that, because I've saw that firsthand. So I do think that will be one change. As an engineer, I have to think from a technical standpoint. As we talk about the IoT of things, and you mentioned integrating different systems, that's great, but when you do so, that can create single points of vulnerability and failures. So it's also getting ahead and say, hey, as we continue to integrate these different systems and bring them together, how do we identify points of failure? If something happens, it may collapse entire systems and impact a larger group of people. We've seen when Cash App was down, many people utilizing that, had no access to money, right? So I think of things like that as well moving forward.
So from a consultancy and wellness standpoint, I look at the insurance companies. how many of us really like our insurance company? How many of us really want to call our insurance company, right?
Apologies to any of you who represent one today.
But it's true. It's true. We get a little scared when we have to call the insurance company.
Or
We do.
dread, right?
Yeah, or dread. We don't know what answer we're going to get. We don't know if we're going to get pushback. And the insurance company is just following protocols to protect themselves as well. Okay, but now you have insurance companies being more socially responsible. And I think that's going to be a huge trend. And they're offering healthcare apps, telehealth, teledoc. They're offering it through their platforms themselves. So that's a trend that I'm really starting to see in the working environment. And then comes with that is trust. Trusting that insurance company is going to be giving you the right apps and prescribing the right things to you, not out of self-interest, but of interest of you as an individual. So that's a huge trend that I see, and I see a lot of resistance to that in the workforce. Like, I don't want to talk to this insurance company because I don't know what they might do, when really they're just providing a service. So I see that coming down the pipeline heavily.
From an educator standpoint, I think with AI coming out and future technological disruption is just going to push old folks like myself and the boomers to utilize and have to use. I mean, there's probably still some of you, maybe not, but some of you there that are like, I'm not going to put that on my phone. I don't want to put my credit card on the phone. Or, talk about digital disruption. I went to Universal Studios and paid for my tickets online, got my order online, sat at the table, didn't even talk to someone because they brought my food online. I mean, I didn't have to deal with anybody. It was crazy. And, get my dad to do that. The map of the park was online. My dad would have wanted the map in his hand because he wanted to see the whole park, not just scrolling through it. And maybe that's a learning thing. Some of us are design type learners. Some of us are kinesthetic learners. And we have to see that. But I think as time goes on, the disruption is going to be the adults having to do it. And, that's a big disruption technologically, is because our youth are the ones having to teach the adults to utilize it. I mean, especially social media.
And Pete, to piggyback off that, organization that I consult with, they're actually seeing heavy pushback because prescriptions coming in the mail. We went to 100% mail order prescriptions for anything that is going to be used for like chronic use. So it's going to be a reoccurring prescription. Anything that's acute for sickness, then you can go to the pharmacy. But you would have thought we were telling them to sell their souls. It was crazy, the pushback that we got. And it's like, you don't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. You're standing there, there's 4 people back there, but nobody's servicing you, right? So you don't have to wait in the line at the pharmacy. You don't have to use the gas to go there. You can stay home, order your prescription, get them in the mail. So in some cases, you can get your 9-day prescription and pay over 30. So you have a lot of benefits to it, but it was like pulling teeth, just trying to say, hey, we're going to allow you to get your prescriptions at home, and all you got to do is go to this app, click a few buttons, you're good to go. They were like, no. So.
Ryan, one last thing, I'm sorry. The great thing about this is there's never going to be snow days anymore. Think about it. It's like snow day, online day. Boom,
We have another question in the front.
Hello. Without getting too detailed, I have 3 children who are neurodivergent, definitely genetic. But I also have concerns as a parent and also someone in healthcare and a background in behaviorism of the trauma and the dopamine implications of technology with my 3 neurodivergent children. I heavily monitor it, having had behaviorism and psychology background prior to having children. But I am greatly concerned at the repercussions of where our world has gone from a tribal and family-centered mechanism to a I'm bullying someone in Peru concept. And I think that we create tools that are wonderful, right? Everything is a tool. We can use it for positive or negative. But I'm concerned about the digital, and I'm going to use the word disruption because it does have a negative connotation of our Gen Zs, and especially the increase of neurodivergent children using these mechanisms and what they will be leading in 30, 40, 50 years. Your ideas on that?
I think that's, first, thank you for sharing that. Me personally, so it's interesting because, you know, when the whole pandemic happened, it was a pretty terrible time for all of us. And, you know, I'm thinking after that has passed, the world is going to come together and sing Kumbaya. But it seemed like it's been much worse, right, as far as human interaction, having compassion for one another. So I do understand that. From a digital technology standpoint, I think social media companies and technology companies should have some type of accountability when it comes to how do we present data and content to individuals, right? Youth who use the applications such as social media are 2.7 times more likely to experience depression, anxiety, right? But I think it's also an accountability on us to say, hey, you know, are we monitoring what they're watching, right? Because social media shows you your interests. It amplifies that. I love snowboard videos. If you go on my Instagram, that's all you'll see. And gym workouts. But it's also saying, hey, how do we hold ourselves accountable to make sure they're watching the necessary things, either through parental controls, through legislation that forces larger companies to kind of really control and monitor more positive content. But that's just my personal opinion on that.
I can add maybe one small piece too. I think, and this is not to discount neurodivergent or non-neurotypical folks, but across the spectrum of all the brains that have been studied in terms of the adoption of technology, we basically all have the Pavlovian, reward, hit and reward, right? That's why online games are stupid as they are, so popular, right? And why we use often game theory in other kinds of application, maybe even secretly embedded in it, to sort of incentivize and motivate and bring you back to engage. That said, most of the data around youth mental health and tech isn't necessarily so specific about what application, game, or what have you that they're using. And Aaron's nodding his head. It's really just about the balance of how much of that time is being replaced by the things that you said. Engaging with other human beings in some way where there is an actual, organic conversation. And that could still be over technology, but to have that, how much, and I know there's a lot of hippies in the room, so you'll be cool with this, how much time you spend in nature, how much time you spend doing something perhaps with your hands of your own design, or making music, or what it is, but essentially it's really about that balance, because we can't fight the tech. So we have to learn to live with it and make sure we have those signals within, whether it's your scheduling, whether it's in your school organization to still allow kids to have recess, for example, even if it's for 15 minutes. And maybe even into upper grades, maybe they don't have to play kickball in high school, but maybe it can be more just about getting a few minutes to take a breath. And I know that even breath work is coming into the schools and things like that. So for me, it's more about finding and making systems that have accounted for a balance of this tech is here to stay. So we have to find how we wrap around it to be whole people.
Yeah. Also time management. When you were speaking, that just kind of hit me. And I'm very big on time management. So helping youth understand how to manage their time, I think, is a lost art and a lost skill.
Lost skill, yeah.
Yes. Okay, because they will spend, especially if they're neurodivergent, right? They won't understand the amount of time that they may have spent on a device, and they may spend 3 or 4 hours and say, I've only been on it 40 minutes. So helping youth understand how to track their time. You can use technology to track your time by just simply setting a timer, okay? So that's one way and one aspect that I would look at as far as helping youth use technology, but yet understand that there are other things out there. There's nature, there's interacting with people, there are theme parks, right? It's nice to play a game, but go ride your roller coaster. How fun is that? So, put the technology down and understand how to manage your time.
I think, do we have time for one more question? Okay, I think we have one more.
Good morning. I'm Ed Suarez, Dr. Suarez. I have a doctorate in law and a doctorate in business. I just want to make a few comments. 'Cause I represent corporations, and I own 7 companies. First of all, I think it's cute that we think that information is secure. I think that's a cute comment.
It's adorable.
It's adorable. When I hear people say, no, our data is secure, I sit there and I cringe because I see the other side of it that's not secure. And it's not secure with big and small companies. A lot of times people don't even realize the breaches occur. So I think that to sit there and say that, to enhance people with systems are secure, with all due respect, I think that's a fallacy. Number one. Number two, we have multiple generations that are now on the computer to the point that we can't even communicate with one another. I'm not going to tell you how many times I've sat in a restaurant with my wife, who I've been married to, we've been with her since 15 years old, and we have 35 years of marriage and 3 kids. I'll see a young couple at a restaurant, and they're both on their phones. And I will literally stand up. I will sit at their table. My wife says one of these days they're going to get shot, but that's okay. I will sit down at their table. I'll tell them, I want you to understand what's happening here. I don't know if you're brothers or sisters. I don't know if you're cousins or just friends. But if this is a date, I've been watching for 20 minutes, both of you on your phone. I tell the gentleman, that's a beautiful young lady in front of you. I think your phone should be down. You should be talking to that person. And then I said, there, say, young lady, this seems like a pretty outstanding guy right now. That's probably why you're on the date. Maybe you should put your phone and get to know one another because you're not communicating. They're literally on their phone. That is not a date. You can do that from your own homes. So we're losing that. And to sit there and say, let's monitor the time that we're on our phones and on our computers is very difficult when the parents are spending just as much time because we're not even communicating with our own kids. We don't even know our own kids. Our kids are dealing with people all over the world. We don't even know what they're doing because it's all on the phone or all on a computer. So I find that, disturbing. And then let's go down the medical route. I think this is Aaron, this is your issue. In 2021, I came down with COVID. Was positive on the 5th. I was in the ICU on the 9th, almost died on the 20th, and was in the ICU for 3 months. I've lost 30% of my lungs. I have pulmonary fibrosis, and I won't add the other crap that's happened because of it. So when I sit here and talk about medical information and communicating over the web, I want you to know that I'm part of a lung disease unit at Tampa General, right? Because in the future, I'll probably be a lung transplant candidate, okay? So I'm part of this unit, and they have this thing called MyChart, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about MyChart. I come from a family of 13 physicians, including my daughter, who's an MD here in Tampa. So to sit there and to think that by communicating in MyChart, we're going to have good medical care, I think you're in la-la land. What's happening is MyChart provides so much information to these physicians from so many different clinical perspectives, including drug testing and drug analysis and other diagnoses. They are so overwhelmed that sometimes I'm the one telling them, well, did you see this? What does that mean? And then they have to go look for it because there's so much information hitting them and because we're not having dialogue. Because, by the way, we get 15 minutes in schedule with our physicians because if you look at their medical schedules, they have a patient coming in every 15 minutes.
And they have to do their SOAP notes,
So
and there's more
explain to me how
administrative burden.
how this is all going to help. I don't give a damn how many tools you give me. The reality is until we have a personal interaction between us and that individual, between us and our children, between us and our spouses, right? We're losing that. We don't know how to communicate anymore. So my whole deal is I am not, okay, I may look older, but I'm probably in the mid-level with all the rest of you here for the most part. I understand technology. But at some point in time, we got to take that technology and just shut it down. Let's get back to the basics. Let's get back to this basic tackling and basic guards, right? Basic work. And let's just talk.
No, that's a great point. Thank
We've
you.
lost all of that ability.
Absolutely. We were actually talking about that yesterday when we were talking about how to convince people to take positive changes, right? And some of them are as simple as we're talking about indicators like that are sort of outside traditional clinical endpoints, right? So things like, did you say hello to a stranger today? You know, did you meet anyone and have a conversation with the person? You know, like basically trying to encourage and promote simple behaviors where there is some true human connection.
Explain this to me. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, oh no, I mean, I'm not saying yay.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
If I could springboard off that, 5 years ago in the state of Texas, professional communications was a required course. You had to take it to graduate from high school. And we teach social communication as well as different types of professional communication, presentation, interviewing, things like that. But we do teach conversational skills. 5 years ago, they changed that. Only if you are college prepared, going to college. Before that, I would say during the Bush era, No Child Left Behind, everybody was on a college route. So everyone had to take that class. Nowadays, I don't know how it is in any other states don't even require you to take a speech class, professional communication class, communication applications. So you have a lot of young adults getting into college, never taking speech until they're in college. My kids, one just graduated from college, 2 of them are in college. They're like, wow, Dad, I can't believe how many people are so afraid to give a speech in front of the class. And that's because they probably didn't take one in middle school or in high school. And you're right, the parents aren't conversing with them as much either.
Peter, let me tell you something. Growing up, let me tell you how I learned communications, problem solving, decision making, and conflict management.
Dinner time.
No. We'd have 10 kids in the neighborhood playing sports in the backyard.
Yes,
And then we'd get into a fight.
Yes, sir.
And one of our mothers would open the door and say, figure it out or you're all going home.
Yep.
Oh, that's what I do every weekend, yeah.
Nowadays, that occurs, the parents are calling lawyers just to decide how the kids are going to play.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, there's some old school people left, I think. But with that, I'm sorry, I got the signal that I have to wrap us up. So I thank you all, and
I would like to make a small comment.
Sure.
Just a very small one. I'm Dr. Persson, and I'm the one from Scandinavia. So I had a long flight of 18 hours, and I listen carefully here. And I get a lot of questions because I'm assistant professor, transition to industry, been working in the corporate, some of them American corporate companies, and my hidden dream was to start my own company. And long story short, it was through a breakdown and et cetera, et cetera. No time for that. Short comment. I wouldn't be here today without the digital world. And I wouldn't be able to run my business. So it's very easy to get focused on the negative. Everything, and when I listen, I think about my parents. I'm so blessed because my parents are 90 plus. And it's not easy for them to survive in the digital world and using all the tools, but they stay positive. Because my dad said I survived the Second World War, so I'm quite sure I will survive the iPhone as well. Because he said when he listened to that, you know, where he was living, he could see the fires when the German bombs Berlin. And his grandpa said, kid, it's going to work out. It's going to be fine. The world has always been changing. And I think this is something that's important for me to mention. I'd just like to say it because I'm here in the United States and I answer so many questions about these digital tools. We will survive them. We will find a way. I wouldn't be here. And that would be sad.
Thank you so much.
One of the greatest quotes.
Wonderful.
One of the
Thank
greatest
you.
quotes that I read was, "Innovation is there to help us move forward. It's our job to figure it out."
All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Tori. Thank you, Dr. Natanya. Thank you, Peter, for your insight. And thank you for the tremendous comments and conversations. It's not our intention to cut it short. We want to invite a continued conversation next door where you have an opportunity to get some coffee, to take a mental health break, to go to the restroom, be your human self. We'll see you back here at 11:30, okay? welcome, welcome. Hi,
Hi,
I'm so
thank
glad
you.
you made it safely. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos. Hello. Let's see how we feeling. Give us some thumbs up. Give us some silent claps. How we feeling? All right, we feeling good? That's exciting. We know folks are still trickling in, but we want to honor our presenters. I'm so excited to introduce our panelists. And this morning, I also want to take a moment just to celebrate the information, knowledge, and wisdom that has already been shared today. So if at any point when you are listening, you feel that something really resonates with you, I want to invite us to consider giving a little, right? We do this in open mics. I'm also an open mic poet and host, and we do that as a way of enhancing the connection. It gives more energy to the speaker. It's resonance. It's everything that we've been talking about, that deep human connection and experience. And so if at any point anything resonates, just go ahead and let us know. We can all vibe with that energy. It's great to have you all back, and we have some really exciting conversations ahead of us. In this panel, I just want to celebrate also that Dr. Joanne Elizabeth Westcott just arrived literally on her flight, so she just was taking a few minutes to be present, but those moments that we can adjust, right, an agenda for a few minutes to have a humanizing moment and experience, that's what the HEAL conference is really about as well. And so while we have like these time frames, we just want to thank you all for being flexible, for coming into the room on time, but also honoring that sometimes we make adjustments to honor our human self. So thank you so much for that. This session is called Artificial Intelligence in MedTech Post-Pandemic Implications. The advent of artificial intelligence provides many possibilities within the medtech field that address the challenges of the healthcare industry after the pandemic. This session attempts to answer the questions, what role does AI play in accelerating the development of medtech? Please welcome the session's moderator, Dr. Joanne Elizabeth Westcott, and our renowned speakers, Mark Gannett and Dr. Akanksha Pandit. All right, please give them a round of applause.
Hey y'all, thanks for joining us. We're thrilled to have Dr. Joanne here, and honestly, Akansha and I were afraid she was going to make it. Oh, I apologize for using my mic. So I just wanted to, wow, that is loud. Thank all of y'all again, but as I was saying, Dr. Akansha and Dr. Joanne, so they're the smart ones, but we all have a very interwoven background. Like Dr. Akansha and I are both neuroscientists, and Dr. Joanne, like the two of us, is extremely interested in using technological disruption to expedite clinical outcomes and to mitigate cost functions, which frankly is one of the largest barriers and something that we're very interested in kind of fleshing out how AI and medtech is really about how giving clinicians back their time allows them to personalize this experience of patients and ultimately is going to push us forward to the next chapter of medicine. But I'll let Dr. Akansha talk a little bit more about what she's doing because it's dope.
Hi, everyone. This is Dr. Akanksha. I am from India. I have done my master's in neurological physical therapy from University of Pittsburgh in US in 2022. And I am an aspiring physician neuroscientist. My main goal, I am very research oriented, and my major area of interest is neuroregeneration and neuroregenerative medicine. So kind of trying to focus on Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and hopefully to come up with a diagnostic tool and a treatment very soon. Also, ever since I was in my undergrad, I was a part of multiple research projects, especially after the pandemic. It was more like I was more inclined towards knowing why and what is happening exactly, because this virus had a lot of neurological complications associated with it as well. So I published 2 papers. One of it was, I was trying to kind of find what is the correlation between COVID-19 virus and the Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is basically a chronic neuropathy which cripples the patients, and it actually leads to paralysis. So that was one literature review wherein I kind of looked up at the literature, at the existing literature, and to my surprise, there was very, very little literature that was existing with respect to this particular virus, because this virus was so new that everyone was kind of trying to find out what are the potential outcomes, or what is going to be the potential predictor. and how are we going to deal with it? And I think AI has been a game changer, especially after pandemic, because it kind of forced us to reinvent ourselves. We were forced to look at the alternative methods and alternative pathways, especially in healthcare, because we did come up with this digital model of healthcare, which was super helpful. And the best part is we still continue to use it as a very important tool even today, after the pandemic. I'm going to talk more about the glove, which we have come up with, but before that, I'm going to let Dr. Joanne talk.
Just to try to mirror off a little bit of what my colleague has shared with you. We come out of a 3-year of trauma. We've come out of a 3-year of mental anguish, as well as pushing us ahead of ourselves with AI. I saw it for myself after 10 months in the field. I am a registered nurse in my career background. I have a doctorate in strategic leadership with concentration in healthcare. And I saw from the inside how AI was significantly used, how it was beneficial, how it can give data in such a real time that would be beneficial for us. I saw where when families could not come in, and we had to rely on technology. We had to rely on typical FaceTime. We had to rely on some type of device to be able to communicate. And then as fast as we were getting people in that were dying, literally before they could almost be diagnosed per se, we needed to get data at a speed of lightning. We need to get concrete, accurate data. And with AI, this development can serve for severe cases. It can predict early on who is at high risk for COVID-19 diseases as well as other diseases. And we also can be able to use the AI technology to even give us the data of equipment. When we need those equipments that come in, and especially in certain regions, we can have that readily at hand to be able to expedite what we need, such as our PPEs and our vents, as well as using AI to develop other unique tools that we can use in this time of our need. And with that being said, you can take it from there.
I'm so glad that Dr. Joanne talked about equipment, because it's something that we all were talking about immediately. Is one of the major bottlenecks in medtech is you don't have good enough information. You know, GIGO is a data science term, garbage in, garbage out. And my background is neuroeconomics at Emory, where I was studying the mesolytic dopamine system, which is actually what she also studies, but in very different ways. And I was looking at suicide and ketamine, so a lot of mental illness in the early psychedelic research, and then pivoted kind of into doing cannabis economics when I was getting my MBA and doing neurogenomics. But now, and the reason I bring all this up, is now I do a lot of advisory work for diagnostic companies, biopharmas, and medtechs. And so even though my background's aggressively biopharma, I'm a neurogenomicist, which is pretty much the two halves you have in biopharma, drugs and genes. I find that most of the people I work with are actually medtech companies. Because again, we just don't have the capacity to get these multi-omic and syntheses, Genomics are fantastic, but they're way better when you put on metabolomics and proteomics and epigenetics and layer them all in. And frankly, I'm a big fan of ICER, which is incremental cost effectiveness ratios, because I'm a pharmacoeconomist, and with AI, not only can we predict who's at high risk, which is going toward clinical decision support tools, something that I've spent basically my entire career working on, which is what she's talking about, which is just like, hey doc, here are some questions you should ask, and based on the answers, we think X, Y, and Z. But also, you not only give them more time, you, like you were saying, open up entire new avenues for data understanding. Yes. And data points that they are sort of meaningless to humans, even brilliant researchers who spend 20, 30, 40 years, women like these two, it's still easier because you need a team of experts to fully bring it all together. And so a lot of what I do is fundraising and commercialization strategies and mostly in women's health, focused on like endometriosis, an area where there was only $16 million in NIH funding last year. And so, for comparison, diabetes affects half as many people and is 2,287 times funded better. And it's like, well, how do you compete against that? How do you get the capital to get a liquid biopsy diagnostic, which might cost $1 to $4 billion, when you can't get somebody to put up $16 million a year? Well, you use AI and hope that at least that number goes down a little bit. And not only are you able to get new cures, but as she was saying, and as she'll talk about, you can take what already exists and get the optimal form of it. So actually, Akansha has what I think is one of the coolest inventions, because one of my good friends has the exact kind of nerve damage that Akansha's thing works with. And that's why I'll let her talk more about it and how it's one of the best use cases for a digital therapeutic in a post-COVID world.
Sure. So talking about this new technology and incorporation of AI in the treatment protocols, I think it's important to kind of make use of the existing technology wisely, making the optimal use of the technology to make a difference in the patient's lives. Looking at the post-COVID period, everything was, as I said, everything shifted to this digital healthcare portal, and we were kind of forced to treat the patients remotely because hospitals were flooded with patients. Only patients who were very critical needed to be prioritized. So we did come up with, and one of the most common complications of COVID was stroke. So we did come up with a solution incorporating AI to kind of make sure that people did get that treatment that they deserved even after they were discharged from the hospitals. So this is a smart glove kind of a rehabilitation tool. It has the AI sensors that kind of detect even the slightest of hand movements. It comes with 21 different games. So the way it works is that these patients play these games. And while they are playing these video games, they are kind of, like we are targeting the specific hand movements which are needed. For example, the movements focusing on flexion, extension, or supination, pronation. All these various moments which are needed are focused using this particular software. Also, another important thing about it is the way it works is because we have incorporated two things. One of the principles is talking about the reward system. So as Mark was just kind of playing with the hanky, we know that when given the right kind of a feedback, your brain kind of knows what is it that it needs to do and what is it that it doesn't need to do. So every time you kind of miss the hanky, your brain kind of knows that this is something which is probably not helping me. So the best way, next time when I'm going to try and focus and kind of work on my fine motor movement in such a way that I get a grasp of this hanky. Every time my brain kind of does this, it is getting a positive feedback. And once I get a positive feedback, my brain is going to try and repeat the same movement because now it's rewarded with dopamine. Dopamine is something which we have very in common. Mark's research also revolves a lot around dopamine. So as I said, that because of incorporation of this reward system, the patient is kind of motivated, which is most important thing. And how cool is it to get treated while you're playing a video game? Also, something that makes this glove stand out is that it has 3 channels of biofeedback. First is the visual feedback, second is the auditory feedback, and third is the tactile feedback. And as you guys know, that stroke kind of could affect all 3 of them depending on the location and the extent of damage that has happened. Another important thing, which is very related to the dopamine principle that I just mentioned, is neuroplasticity. So the more you kind of try to do a specific task, the better you get at it. So it's more of like when we were kids, we were told that practice until you're perfect at it. So the practicing aspect is what is the principle of neuroplasticity. It's more of something, if you want to get better at something, you have to make sure that you do it repeatedly. And this is the same principle which has been also incorporated in this particular AI solution, which doesn't, it definitely makes the treatment session more fun, but at the same time, we are trying to incorporate all the basic neuro principles and make sure that the patient is being efficiently treated. There's also a great advantage to the clinics as well because it is definitely covered by the insurance companies. It has this biofeedback CPT codes, which are covered by the insurance companies. So even clinicians are at a great advantage, and the hospitals as well. I'm going to let Mark take over because he can explain this aspect better.
She's deferring to the pharmacoeconomist because my whole job is about outcome cost. So as she pointed out, the glove actually expedites the time to treat by 2.5, which time to treat is the biggest enemy of any clinician. As Joanne was saying, people died every day of COVID. My background in suicide, every time you haven't cured someone, they have suicidal ideation, you're risking losing them. My friend with the stroke hand, it's been 6 years now. If he had gotten the glove right after, he didn't have a stroke, but he had nerve damage right afterward, he'd probably have way better outcomes. But we can't figure out how to optimally use the resources because there's an extremely high cost to figuring out what's the optimal usage. And that's where an AI comes in. As Joanne was saying, and as a conscious thing does, it's basically like an imperfect coach. I was a lacrosse goalie for 10 years. So for me, throwing something up and down and catching it is generally pretty easy because I'm not even getting shot at the point, and it's a lot slower than a ball. But I had a coach who every time I had a slight motion wrong would be like, that's wrong. That is what her glove does. That is also what clinical decision support tools do. But instead of doing it for motion outcomes, they do it for patient outcomes. So if you're diagnosing someone or trying to diagnose someone, we are able to train these large models to look at volumes of data. And basically, you get all your experts to upload their brains. It's just like you have the best coach in the world, because it literally is, looking over the clinician's shoulder and going, hey, based on this data, maybe we should look differently. Now, I have a particular importance in that in women's health, where often women are gaslighted and just not listened to. And so one of the biggest things is the ability to have clarity from all perspectives. Because at the end of the day, there's still a lot of subjectivity, especially in like mental health, where I kind of cut my teeth. But with neurogenomics, we're starting to pare that down. Well, what is neurogenomics? It's just huge data sets that we're using very powerful computers to look at. And that's why if you're in neuroscience, you're super wed to all of these medtech innovations or any of these big data science fields. But these big data science fields are where we're going to get the biggest innovations. Like when I entered Emory in 2013, fMRIs were finally becoming cheap enough to get that data. And basically, it is so much better than everything else that they're like, wow, we had a neurological explosion from 2013 to like, we're still kind of experiencing it. Because for the last 10 years, we finally can, in real time, see what someone's thinking. Where is their brain lighting up? And then you can take better computer models and go, okay, so like electroconvulsive therapy, we just actually found 3 weeks ago a better way to do it using fMRI because we used machine learning to go, oh, we've been off by a micrometer, and that actually affects outcomes by 30%. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We are just starting, but ultimately the bottleneck is money, and it's the diagnostics to get us this data sets to throw the AIs over, which I think Joanne has a lot of thoughts on because she's got a lot of experience.
With that being said, just think about with genomics, if in real time we can get the diagnosis of the patient right there, we can get the medications that the patient will need. So it's going to serve a huge, huge amount of resources for us. But also with that, we have to balance the scales because of HIPAA compliance. So where are we at right now? How much HIPAA compliance do we have? In the real world today, when it comes to data, I mean, you can stroll on your phone and you can search for something, and before you know it, it's giving you the information back of different avenues of what you're looking for. So going forward, I don't know how much HIPAA compliance we will have, to be honest, but the most important is we need to have the data to be able to better serve the patients and to crunch the time to be able to save lives, and to be able to be more efficient and have the accuracy of the resources that is there. So we are in that time right now. We are in the real time for the future. And hopefully we can embrace this and we can find a cost-effective way around it, but there should be no amount of money that's more value over a human life. And with that being said, we will have to put away a lot of our biasness about, oh, everything is coming into being into the digital world. Well, my friends, we are in the digital world. We are in that time now, and it's no going back. It is no going back. Everything is fast now. We need to have the information now. We need to be able to do this now. And the experience that we've all been subjected to with the COVID-19 has put us into a position where we're in warp speed. Okay, we need to find solutions. We need not to be caught in this, again, where we don't have the resources, we don't have the technology. And I mean, and the technology is there. It's sitting right there, right in our faces. We just need to go ahead and access it and use it and just put it to use. My colleague, when she talked about her glove, we need to go ahead and get the data studies on that. We need to find out how efficient it's going to be. And it sounds like to me it would be really efficient for someone that has had a stroke, that has not had the limitations of using their arms or their hands. I mean, you don't know until you don't have it. But when you can have something as unique as this that can readily go ahead and get things pumping and going and not lose time. The traditional method of the stroke and the exercises that we had with physical therapy, I'm not kicking against the grain, but now it's time to move it up, is to warp speed it up. And using this glove, I implore upon you to take interest in this. This is a move of the future. And with that being said, I'm going to let her close out, because this is an invention that needs to get out, that needs to be shared, that can be used, and it's nothing like having a proven tool. And so I'm sure my colleagues, my clinicians, they will be ecstatic to get their hands on this.
So there have been almost 10 RCTs that have been conducted, and surprisingly, as compared to the traditional physical therapy rehab, this has proven to be 2.5 times efficient and faster. It did address the spasticity, which is very commonly seen in stroke patients. So we were able to kind of reduce the spasticity. We were able to improve the fine motor movements and the fine motor skills in these patients. We were also able to have a positive impact on their mental health because of the video games and the dopamine system that I just kind of mentioned. This mechanism also kind of helped them to get a better psychosocial well-being. So this study has been published, and we are excited to kind of start more RCTs here in the US and kind of see how, and especially also target the other patient population, not just stick to stroke, but we would be excited to see how wonderfully this is going to work in even other conditions like neuropathies or multiple sclerosis, patients with Parkinson's disease, wherein motor function is one big challenge. So I would be happy to kind of get in touch with hospitals or clinicians who would be interested in starting these clinical trials. And we would love a feedback from you guys, because we can always incorporate the inputs and come up with something which is even probably more efficient.
Wonderful, wonderful. With that being said, I have already shared a lot of this information with some of the well-known hospitals that we have here in the U.S., with some of the clinicians that I've had privilege to work with over the years. And when you're able to share that information, I can put you in touch with them. We can get the information to them. And these are the teaching hospitals. These are our trauma hospitals. And they would be elated to be able to have their hands on the device. And if anyone wants to collaborate with her afterwards to try to find out a little bit more information to share in your area, please do that. And with that being said, close us out.
I'm always thrilled to hear about innovations on a personal level, because as Dr. Joanne said, there's no amount of money that's over a human life. And so realistically, when we are incapable of efficiently doing research, we're not just burning money, we're letting people die. You know, it's really that extreme. Like, I remember in business school when my friends were like, oh, whatever, don't take it too seriously. We're not doctors, our work doesn't matter. And I'm like, okay, but pharmacoeconomics does matter. Research matters. AI interventions matter. And being on the cutting edge is no longer just a privilege, it's almost a mandate to fully give people the best in-class care. Yet we can't do that if we are biased to limit to only what our own minds do, right? Even the most brilliant minds in the world need help. Because it's to understand something like what Dr. Akansha or Dr. Joanne did takes decades, you know? For me to do pharmacoeconomics, I really needed 3 separate degrees that have something to do with each other, but cover the gamut. And I still call my pharmacist friend every time I'm doing basic analysis, like, hey, bud, what's the LexiComp on this? You know? And so with an AI, you don't have to have a network of experts. You already have them uploading their brain. And so I really see like the bottleneck right now as being investors have yet to get it. See, they're so used to the last 10, 15 years where we didn't have these multi-omnics or these next-gen screens but really we had them. That wasn't the problem. It was that we didn't have the ability to process all the data because they're like, well, this is way too much data for any one person. It will take me a week to look through one patient. I'm out. And that's why clinical decision support tools, that's one of the reasons I work in them, but also why I think that her glove to Joanne's COVID, I believe someday they're all going to be part of clinical decision support, which is just going to be ubiquitous. Like right now, we have Siri, right? How is that not the first step? As somebody was talking about the last take, the physician has been supplanted as the top person in the medical ethos hierarchy. And if you consider this, then you have to also remember that 93% of basic science is VC backed. So these people who are mostly old white men are the ones who are trying to make calls on this, but a lot of them also don't really have a biopharma background. And so when you talk about where we are in a post-COVID world, digital therapeutics have finally come to the fore. And yet there's so much reticence because people are like, what are digital therapeutics? Why do they matter? Even though they have the best cost-effective outcomes almost universally. A great example is in postpartum for women, there are a bunch of apps that have them do exercise that recover, and they save I think it's $68,000 a woman. And it goes up, and that's just at 3 people an app because physical therapy is expensive. Having to go in is expensive. Or as Dr. Akancha was saying, when people don't feel great physically, it really affects their mental health. At least we know in endometriosis and postpartum, the correlation is something like a 40% diminishment in mood based upon physical symptom severity, so up to 46%. But generally speaking, the more symptoms you had, the more depressed these women were. It's no different than anything else. And it's partially because cortisol obviously leads to depression itself, like the inflammation hormone, but also there's a reason the best antidepressant is working out outside. There's so many aspects to being able to have autonomy. It's something called embodied cognition, which is the theory that our sense of self is our ability to manipulate the world around us. And when it gets harder to do that, we start to lose part of what makes us human, that at least our brain views it. Embodied cognition says my idea of the brain stops where my hand touches this bottle. With Akancha's research, the embodied cognitivists will actually begin to see their own hand and the glove as one. It's just, just like you play lacrosse enough, anything else, your stick feels like part of you. You put a stick in my hand to this day and I'll catch a ball. It's just second nature. But that's fantastic, but it's also okay, it took me 10 years to get there. What if we had an AI that could expedite that? And so there are all these different dimensions, but what kind of ties them all together is this idea that the more time we can give clinicians back, the more time they can spend personalizing their treatment, talking to people about what they really feel. And with clinical decision support tools, they have the capacity to know exactly what to ask in whatever way that may be, and then to execute on it by sending them it, having an AI say, okay, most of your patients are good except for that one. That one needs more help. And you're like, cool, we're gonna spend more time with you. And because of that, I really think that this is the final frontier in terms of what we're about to do with genomic editing, right? Because gene therapy is amazing, but it's really hard to know your targets. With multi-omic roll-ups, with epigenetic manipulation, we are on the cusp of being able to democratize and essentially decentralize trials in a way that everyone, everywhere, will hopefully soon have access to cheap diagnostics, because a lot of times it's cheaper to treat someone for a disease than to let them suffer. And we are almost to the point where that's going to be true for not just a few things, but almost everything. And the only gap left is that which AI will help us end.
You're so correct with that, because just imagine as patients when you're lying there and you're waiting for a test. The test, oh, you're going to go for a test this morning, and it's prolonged because whatever's happening with the machine is down. Oh, waiting on the doc to come in, and they come in to speculate that you may have XYZ, wherein if we had this AI technology, this tool, he would be so confident, or she, to be able to precisely say, you have this, and we have the medications to do this and that. I mean, it's just phenomenal just to be able to have things move much faster, because time for certain disease processes is of essence. We don't have a lot of time to wait for the results to come back in, and then we have to go back and retest it because it's inaccurate. There's an issue with the samples. So the wave of the future, I'm just so happy that I can be a part of this, that I can see lives come out of the bed, that can come back to some type of normal life, to be able to benefit from this AI. For genomic, to be able to say, oh, with the symptoms you have, it's not COVID.
It's not COVID.
It's not COVID. And I would be so elated to hear that it's not COVID, you know. But just not to make light on COVID, I was sharing with my colleagues, and then we'll close out. I did 10 months into the pandemic, and with those 10 months into the pandemic, I walked past gurneys in the hallway because the morgue was too small to hold the number of people there. And it was just mind-blowing, again, mind-blowing, just to hear the wails and cries, not from families, but from the colleagues, and because we took an oath to save lives, and we could not fathom the number of lives that we were losing at that time. And we was just pulling our hairs out, trying to figure out what is going on, what can we do? And myself, I had promoted, as they say, working in the office, working in case management. And so it was all hands on deck. And so we had to go out and get back bedside nursing and get back to the grind and get in the trenches. And that's where the real fight was at. And I mean, to see some of our well-known clinicians break down, and as well as my fellow colleagues in nursing, it was tremendous to see that. And my mental is intact somewhat, to the point that I want to see something better for the future, that we don't have to wait days and days and people on the vent. So I think we may have some questions now. Yes.
I love everything that you all are talking. How are you getting insurance to work? I do it. I go, hey, y'all, like Indo's a great example. It's $1,650 on average, $1,650 a month on average for women's direct and indirect costs. And their direct expenditure to the payers is something like, oh God, $38,000 a year or something. You're like, hey, y'all, if you diagnose women with Indo, you can get them treatment protocols that cost like $4,500 a year. So you save like 30 grand. Do you like that number? And if you say no, I'm just call your investor and I go, hey, you know, the people you're investing in like aren't really fiscally responsible. Maybe you should talk to them about that. And the investors go, what is this? I don't like that. Insurance companies are hard to move, but a lot of when you hire a pharmacoeconomist, my entire job is to help people do the right thing by saying, look, the whole world's better off if you treat people and listen to them. Just do it. You know?
Okay. Awesome.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
Good morning. Great panel. So my question is, so my background is in software engineering and control systems engineering. I worked in automation and AI for about 10 years, and I lead a health tech company. So we started deploying a very basic MVP of AI. My question is, you mentioned investors don't get it, and I agree with you. How can we continue to destigmatize AI and ML so the people that are in positions to drive resources and funds to research and projects can continue to do so?
Unfortunately, you base, at least in my experience, there's two kinds of investors, and maybe a quarter of them are MDs or PhDs, and they're just savagely good at science. They get it. You talk to them. They're going to grill you on your PubMed. You better drop PubMed all day long. The second you deviate from PubMed, they're like, you're citing Frost and Sullivan? I don't care. They're easier to talk to because they get it. You send them your scientist and probably a pharmacoeconomist, honestly. There's a reason I do a lot of investor relations, because they want someone who's going to speak both money and outcomes. And if they're just money, you just focus on money. You know, when I do women's health, investors don't want to invest in women's health. Women get less than 1.8% of VC funding. Women's health is paltry funding. So I'm like, hey, y'all, I have a life science deal for you, and here's the multiple on invested capital. Do you like this number? They're like, oh, yeah, it's great. What kind of life science company is? Bro, do you care about life science? You hate science. I do science so you don't have to. And then we come up with complicated models that de-risk the asset by showing that, hey, here's your willingness to pay. Here's what your total addressable market looks like. Here's what your patient burden looks like. Here's what your payer burden looks like right now. You synthesize it and you give it to them in their language. Because like, it's a joke Amy Schumer makes, right? Like, oh, why is no one funding endometriosis? Oh, because it affects women. That's not gonna change. Investors are baked in. It's mostly old white dudes. There's a, it's really, no, it's like 87% old white dudes, 60% of them went to Stanford, Harvard, or UPenn. And so like, you are not talking about diversity. It's not, you have to go to them and speak their language and go, do you like money? Of course you do. You're at a private equity firm. All you care about is money.
And if you put a good proposal together, we're dealing with our big guns, our government. Put together a good proposal and have data in the proposal.
Yeah.
And if you have data in the proposal, the government will entertain that. But when you approach them with wanting to make changes,
They don't care.
you have to have something in black and white that's proven, and the numbers need to be there. So just having conversation with them is not going to get it. We need to have a good proposal so we can approach.
Qualitative and quantitative ROI.
You need that.
Yeah.
That's the proven, that's it.
It's poet and quant. It's both emotional and like the science. Yeah, exactly. And you can get some investors care, but it's a lot rarer. Like family offices care more than VCs. VCs are just like, what? I don't even know what VCs invest in. PEs actually invest in outcomes. So part of it is you look for asset classes where people are driven by results and you go, you don't care about anything but your returns. You're not going to be biased. Like VCs will be like, oh, it's a woman of color. We're just not going to give her as much money. We're just going to discount her valuation. We're just going to do this. Oh, a woman invest in that woman literally lowers your valuation to have another woman invest in it. Whereas if somebody like me invests in the same thing, it won't get changed. But so, you do both. And you try and find the people who care and you appeal to them when they have a soul, but a lot of them don't. So you just give them what they want, which is the numbers, because ultimately, and the other thing is it's their job.
Exactly.
It's their job to make money. So even if they want to help you, like I'm not a fund manager, but I work with a lot of them. They live and die by their returns. So it's like, at the end of the day, some of them want to help and they can't. Make it easy for them. Give them everything they need to be like, this is the decision I want to make. It's going to help everyone. My backer is going to be happy, and we're going to make money.
Just like, for example, with the glove, we're going to use the data. We're going to use a strong proposal with statistics that's there to be able to make this work. So we have to prove ourselves. And so we'll prove ourselves with this glove.
Yeah, so basically to kind of prove, you just need more and more RCTs is what, at the end of the day, it's more of like publishing the research, publishing the data, and kind of just trying to prove that, this is beneficial for patients. And so that's the end, like that would be the end goal, to kind of collaborate and get into the healthcare system and try and start as many trials as we can.
Remember, you want to de-risk the asset, because what do trials mean? What does data mean? It means that they think they're not going to lose their shirt investing in you. Exactly. And if biotech, so generally SaaS, right, software means way better returns, it's way less risky, and you exit faster. So you have to give them very strong incentives to go against money, because they're making probably a little less per year than if they invested. But you make way more of a difference, so you just have to come up with every lens possible, synthesize as best you can, and then try and read the room and be like, what do they care about? What kind of investor? My favorite thing is to be like, do you like science to start? They're like, no. I'm like, good. Because then you can just talk about money. Or if they're like, oh, I love science. You're like, great, I have so much science for you. Like, make it easy for them to make the world a better place. That's all we're trying to do.
Let's give them a good job. Do we remember that? Good job. We learned this earlier. All right, let's try it together. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job, good job. Remix, muy bien. You ready for muy bien? It's the same thing, but we just spell in Spanish. Okay, I'm kidding. We're going to spell it in English for this first one, okay? Muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien. M-U-Y-B-I-E-N. Muy bien, muy bien. Thank you so much, Mark, Dr. Joanne, and Akansha. Such a pleasure for your insight. Meaningful conversation that I hope continues throughout the day and the weekend. Thank you so much. That was truly an illuminating session. I'm really grateful for the conversations that are taking place both within and among and around the rooms. I want to just take a moment very quickly to celebrate our team and everyone who is a part of making this event happen. So I took a few notes and then we will get into our award ceremony recognition. So as we did before, I have a recognition. Recognize. I said I have a recognition. I would like to recognize the organizing team of the health conferences. I'm just going to shout out a few names. Nelson, Mega, Diraj, Alexis with registration, Itaviani. I'd also like to thank the Marriott Hotel staff who have been instrumental in just helping us with setup and little things. Amid, as well as the Big House Solutions media partner in the back. So we have Greg and Sean and a couple more friends who are making sure that any participants who could not be here with us in person are actually going to be able to be live streamed. They're watching everything with us. And so just expanding our sense of community using the digital tools that we're talking about in real time. I'd also like to mention our sponsors and vendors, LightMD, First Lead U, Express Ranking, Evolve Re, and thank you for the opportunity to get to know you outside in the hallways. So please give it up for our sponsors, vendors, and partners. I have a recognition. Dije, tengo un reconocimiento. Oh, yes, tenemos bilingüe en la casa. Okay. I would like to recognize that we are getting ready to start our awards ceremony. And this is going to continue out throughout the weekend. So if you are being recognized today, we're really excited. I'm going to invite Dr. Natanya, who is going to be helping to present some of the awards. She'll be handing the awards. Each award winner will have about 2 minutes to say thank you, share any words that you would like. And if you hear me kind of mumble the word healed to your next to you, that's the cue to wrap it up. And that's just so we can honor. I'll say it with a smile, I promise. It is so that I can ensure that I honor our 12:45 start time for lunch and give you all the full hour that you all deserve and merit, okay? So I want to bring up Dr. Natanya. Please give it up for Dr. Natanya, who's going to be helping. And we have Itaviani, who's going to be helping with the awards, as well as our team. So you can come up on stage all the way, yeah. Our photographer. Oh, I also want to mention our photographer, Carrick, who's in the house. So he will be ensuring that everyone has the most fantastic headshots, photo shots, action shots, you name it, just let us know and strike that pose, okay? So we'll do that today. Awards, yeah. I got it. Mm-hmm. All right. Our first award winner for this morning is Peter Dubrell. Please, round of applause for Peter Dubrell. He's going to give you the awards are coming. As the award is coming, we'll go ahead and give you the opportunity to speak. You can use the mic. I think the mic works, yeah.
I'll try to tell a professional communications teacher, make it short. I'll make it as short as I can. When I first received the HEAL email, it was the acronym that it stood for that caught my eye the most. Health, education, and learning. Health and education, two institutions that really ingrain in the embodiment of learning itself and progressing continuously to keep learning and passing that message, which for me is probably the most important thing, touching everybody for me in my classroom and beyond. So when I launched PDIs, that was what I was trying to do, is help every student become a confident, great speaker. I ask you guys to be innovators, to be game changers, to be life forces in health and in education. And I leave you with this. This really happened for real. I was at P.F. Chang's and I got my fortune. And it says, tomorrow you will learn a lesson that you will one day teach. I've already learned that lesson. and I'm hoping to learn a lot more throughout the weekend. Thank you, guys. I can't wait to do it.
Congratulations, Peter. All right, our next award winner is Belangi Perez Torres. Please give it up for Belangi. Belangi is joining us from Aspen Dental. She's the Director of Hygiene Strategy and Operations.
Thank you, everyone. I feel like I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll keep it short. I'll make it much better. Okay. I'm really honored and humbled that I'm being recognized today amongst esteemed colleagues here and leaders in the healthcare education and learning space. And I'm excited to be here because it sounds like all of us are on a mission to bring better care to more people. And it's been a privilege for me to hear and pick a lot of your brains. And I'm also very grateful for the Aspen Dental team, who by the way, have been mostly females, who've been depositing their leadership skills in me to be here where I am today. So,
Thank you so much. Our next awardee is Ryan Buck. Ryan Buck is the co-owner, MBA, CSA of Care Patrol of Northeast Ohio, Erie, and the Southern Tier, New York. Give it up for Ryan. And joining us also is Eric.
So, I never want to follow Mark for anything. You're awesome, man. You have a lot of drive. That's amazing. So, I really want to thank everybody as well. That morning session was awesome, phenomenal. It's probably one of the best sessions I've sat in a long time. Normally, you're looking at your phone. You're like, when's lunch? And I know lunch is pretty soon, so I'm going to stop here in a second. But that was phenomenal. So we couldn't be here without our team. That's who I really want to recognize back in Cleveland and Pennsylvania and New York. Our team is the best, and that's who we really want to thank for being here, because if we didn't have them, there's no way we could step away for a couple of days. So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate this award, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Congratulations. Our next award winner is Jeff McKeever. Jeff McKeever is a so-called branch manager of Light MD. Please give it up for Jeff.
So hopefully I'm not the last one before lunch, but just want to give you thank you for the recognition and this award. It's an honor to be here with you all this weekend, and I would really encourage you all to get to know my team, myself, and our CEO is here with us. We do red light therapy, also known as photobiomodulation, and we love to empower you to be able to heal yourselves using the power of light. So please come join us at the Light Lounge that we're going to have out here just outside of lunch. And it is awesome to be here with you all, and we look forward to meeting you all in person. Come and join us at the Light Lounge. Thank you so much.
And it worked. It really worked.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Our next award winner is Tori Davis. Tori Davis is the president and CEO of Davis IOP Consulting, LLC. Please give it up for Tori.
Well, I just want to thank Hill for taking the time to recognize some of the work that I have done. I did receive the invite unexpectedly. I was like, wait, what, me? Really? So I was really glad to receive that. And I want to thank, my support over here, Jody. She's believed in everything that I've tried to put forth with organizations and companies. And without her, I probably wouldn't be standing here today. So I want to thank you.
Congratulations again. Our next award winner for this session is Mark. Help me out, Mark. Mark Plitzweit. Thank you, Plitzweit. Mark is the president and CEO of EdKey Incorporated Sequoia Schools. Please give it up again for Mark.
Well, thank you for having me here at this conference. EdKey Inc. is a group of charter schools in the state of Arizona. We operate exclusively in Arizona. We have 28 schools and programs, each one of them with their individual mission and vision. We have schools for the deaf and hard of hearing. We have schools for emotionally disabled students. We also have one of the best basketball teams in the entire nation playing underneath one of our roofs. So we are very eclectic when it comes to what education models should be, and I look forward to hearing everything that you all are sharing this weekend, so thank you.
We have 3 more awardees for those that are wondering, all right? Next award winner is Serena E. Sachs. She is the Global Chief Technology and Transformation Officer for Education of Microsoft. Please give it up for Serena.
Thank you very much for the award and the recognition. I appreciate it. The work that I do is transforming education with technology and now with AI to help every student reach their potential globally, providing equity and access for education. And then I also want to thank my husband for all his support in the work I do, which is global and around the world and around the clock. So he's always there to support me. And together we are writing a book that will be published within a few months. And so if you link in with me, you'll get the announcement. The book is about empowering current and emerging leaders to help them achieve their own definition of success and overcome personal and professional challenges, which we all have. We got here not because it was easy, but because we persevered. And that's what the book is about. So thanks very much.
Congratulations again. Our next award winner is Dr. Manuel Rodriguez. He is Executive Director of Strategic Growth, Puzzle Box Academy. Please give it up for Dr. Manuel.
Photos because of the head and the light and everything. So thank you for this award. I really enjoyed the morning. I represent a private institution here in Florida. We operate 3 facilities for children, early intervention, young 3-year-olds, all the way to high school. And I'd be remiss to say I need to recognize a few of our kids, because on top of the education component, we also provide behavioral therapy for these kids. And I'm very happy to say I'm going to recognize them live here. There's 5 kids that they're getting an award today for achieving their milestones and their goals from their therapeutic process as well as their academic goals. So as much as I appreciate this honor, I wanted to recognize them as well in front of my colleagues here. So thank you very much.
You feel free to name them. You can name them.
Because of HIPAA, I can't name them.
Oh, okay. Unless they had pseudonyms.
They know who they are.
Congratulations again. That's always important to me as an educator, that we celebrate the most experts in everything that we're talking about, and those are children. Children know what they need. Children know how they learn best. And if we just take moments to listen to them and celebrate them genuinely, we will have a world of healed adults instead of broken ones that we need to heal. All right, our final award winner, Robin Rushing, PhD and MBA, is the CEO of HG Blackmon Consultants, LLC. And Robin will be joining us virtually, possibly. She is not here in person, but she is at home, so we can give her a big round of applause so she can feel that love and energy from a distance. I want to take a moment also to just recognize everyone in the room. So we know how this goes. I have a recognition. I said I have a recognition. I would like to recognize the energy I feel in this space right now. And it's the energy that is coming from your heart centers connecting to other centers. So if you're familiar with chakras, there's a whole lot of really cool energetic exchange that I see happening because I see people's auras. And what I see right now is absolutely beautiful. So I want to take a moment to recognize you. So give yourselves a big round of applause for being present, however you want to do it. I also want to recognize that we finished early. So, because I got us to finish early, I'm so excited that everyone's going to be back in this room at 12:40 p.m. so that we can have an on-time start time because I will have some fun things to do. Now, before we leave, I'm going to get you really excited for lunch. Y'all ready? I don't know if you're ready because I don't hear the excitement. Want to break us for lunch? Okay. So here's the final chant we'll leave with, and this will be our celebration as a collective. So repeat after me. This is call and response in the African tradition, which is my background, my ancestry as well. We do call and response. So when I say it, you repeat after me. I say we got it going on at the HEAL conference. I say we got it going on at the HEAL conference. So we're going to have a lot of fun as we follow the rules. We're going to break the rules. Okay, that was just a test run, okay? You ready? So it's going to go like that. I say we got it going on at the HEAL conference. We're going to have a lot of fun as we break the rules. Oh, where they at, y'all? Oh, where they at, y'all? I said we got it, we got it, we got it. I said we got it, we got it, we got it. We got bright minds, you say, in the house. We got leaders, you say, in the house. We got change agents in the house. We got parents in the house. And the house is packed. Say what? And the house is packed. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Thank you so much for humoring me. See you all in an hour. 12:40. I mean, yes. 1:40. Yeah. Trying to talk about it. 1:40. say buenas, you say tardes. Buenas. Buenas. Let's try it again. If you hear the sound of my voice, clap once. If you hear the sound of my voice, snap 2 times. If you hear the sound of my voice, stomp your feet 3 times. All righty, all right. We have a quick award winner that had yet to be recognized. We want to be able to honor, we know that people's schedules can change throughout the weekend, and our award winner is going to have to leave today, will not be able to join us for the rest of the weekend, so we want to be able to honor her before she takes off. So if I can have my team ready with the award. Okay. I would like to invite to the stage, give me 1 second, I want to, help me pronounce, Dia? Yeah, okay. Dia Cannon is receiving an award. If we can give her a round of applause as she comes up to the stage. Oh, here.
Hi, I'm Dia.
Go ahead, Dia.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a rising high school senior this fall, and
Yes.
yeah, and in my freshman year, I had the idea to start a free math tutoring organization for elementary and middle school students in like underserved, underprivileged areas. Math to me is like an incredibly beautiful subject. There's so much passion, there's so many patterns and things that can be, developed. And yeah, so I think I love it so much because I was taught with like a critical thinking, pattern-based, a fun way to do math, and I wanted to bring that to kids in places where they couldn't. So yeah, my program has been running for like 2.5 years now, and it's very nice to be recognized. So thank you so much.
And tell us the name.
Yeah, it's called Infinity Math. It's a play on words.
Say it one more time.
It's called Infinity Math.
Infinity. Infinity.
Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you all.
Congratulations again. Yeah, we have a question. Ask her.
Were you on Shark Tank with this?
No.
Because there was a young lady that did a math thing on Shark Tank. And I thought that might have been
No, it wasn't. But
Ask her.
you know.
You're ready for Shark Tank?
I'll take it.
Yeah, she was in high school, so there you go.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes, she is. So we'll be making sure that her contact info. Yes.
Yeah.
Love it. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. This is the reason we do the work we do. So thank you so much. And now I have the honor and pleasure of introducing our next keynote speaker. We will be making slight adjustments to time. I appreciate the flexibility. We got a lot going on, but we want to honor everyone. And we have coming to the stage to talk to us about self-care in caregiving and education. Dr. Manuel Rodriguez will be coming to share what he has learned throughout his life, talking to an exceptional educational experience. How do we do this? He's going to give us the clues today. So please give it up for Dr. Manny Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. All right, good afternoon. So I'm the guy after lunch. And also, following an award recipient like that, that's pretty intimidating. Anybody that can go on a stage and say, the fun and beautiful part of math deserves an award and an investor. I work for Puzzle Box Academy, but part-time I'm her manager, so come talk to me and we'll get you funded. I'm going to have everybody stand up for a moment. We're going to do something just to get some energy around. See, I thought you liked that. Muy bueno, right? Muy bueno. One of the things I've already enjoyed about this conference is the mantra of we make a difference, right? Everybody in this room. So haven't had a chance to meet everybody in this room yet. Hopefully I get a chance before I leave. But everybody here seems to be making some type of difference in the world and striving for that. Well, years ago when I started as a young 20-year-old kid at Florida State University, I had a professor and a mentor who is still my mentor and professor all these years ago, Dr. John Bailey. And he used to have us young learners in undergrad stand up in class. You can imagine how awkward that was for us. Stand up in class and say, "You're here for a reason." And everybody's going to raise their right hand. So go ahead, do that with me. And repeat after me. I can make a difference. I kid you not, that is a true story. He made us do that in every class. And we did it. We were in class 3 times a week. And then 25 years later, here I am at this conference talking about we can make a difference. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Okay, you can all sit down. That was just to get a little energy. That's right. That's right. And I'm going to tell him where I was. I'm going to call him tomorrow and say, guess where I was? Guess what I did? And it's on YouTube, so he can see it for himself. Well, my name is Dr. Manny Rodriguez. You all can just call me Manny. We're colleagues. And I get the esteemed pleasure to share with you what for me is a 25-year journey, what is also for the founder and CEO of the company I work for, Puzzlebox Academy, is a life journey. So I'll kind of share with you a little bit about that. The title of this presentation is When Education and Applied Behavior Analysis Integrate, an Exceptional Educational Experience. Let me give you a quick backdrop. So Puzzlebox Academy, what we do, is we are a private institution of learning for a neurodiverse population of children. So what does that mean? We have neurotypical developing children. We have children that have ADD, ADHD. We have children that have autism. We have learning disabilities. We even have one kid that has visual impairments. And so we're a private institution for them to learn and to grow for their life journey. In addition to that, we also have an early intervention center, what we call school readiness. So those are ages 3 to 6. And again, they have all the letters behind them as well, all the diagnoses you can think of. And then for those exceptional people that ages 10 to 17 that truly, truly struggle in academia, meaning they go to public schools and they're just not going to make it. You know who they are. If you've ever been around children, you know they're just struggling. We've created what we call a transitional academy. So our goal for them, life skills, independent living skills, and job skills. We want them to be truly independent, functioning adults in society. That's what we do. That's who we are. Now that's Puzzlebox Academy. We have a sister company called Kaleidoscope Interventions. Kaleidoscope Interventions is founded on applied behavior analysis. It's a group of professionals that provide behavior analysis therapy to children on the spectrum, children with developmental disabilities, children with learning disabilities. And together, they truly act in partnership. So Kaleidoscope Intervention clients, and we bill funded through insurance, our clients are the same students of Puzzlebox Academy. So together, we've over the years have worked in synergy to help these kids in their life journey. Now fast forward to present day after COVID, right? After COVID, when the kids got sent home, our schools closed down. Some of our kids were struggling at home, right? You can imagine these kids have very specific learning needs, and then they were told to stay home. So we were working with our families night and day to figure out how are we going to help them, and we had a kind of an epiphany. We have this awesome technology called applied behavior analysis. We're doing some exceptional things. I'm going to show you some highlights of what we're doing. And then we have this uniqueness of saying, well, wait a minute, what else can we do? We got this kind of beautiful thing called time, because we don't have to teach right now. What can we do even better? So fast forward, we've become kind of what I think is the sole education provider where we've taken ABA, applied behavior analysis, and we've integrated it into the classroom. Now, why we did that was kind of forced a little bit. Insurance companies lately have been making it more restrictive in terms of what kind of therapy we can provide. So I'll give you a couple of quick examples. We got kids that are pretty young, even to the age of 10 years old, that still don't know how to tie their shoes, still don't do those daily living skills like brush their teeth. Well, insurance says you can't provide that type of therapy. That's a life skill. We don't authorize that. Wow, right? That's crazy. So we said, okay, we got you. We hear you. We'll still be in compliance. We're just going to take that skill and we're going to teach it in the classroom. Another quick example is fine motor skills. I see a bunch of you with your pens and your writings, or those that are more digital doing this thing, right? Some of our kids can't do that. They struggle. And it's not just on the occupational therapy side. They just don't do it. They don't have that cognitive ability. So we tell insurance we want to work on their fine motor skills. Not allowed to do that either. So we said, okay, we hear you. We're going to stay in compliance. We'll just take it into the classroom. So our teachers are working with the academic side, and our teacher assistants are behavior analysts. Our registered behavior technicians, they know the science, they know the ins and outs of how we do things, and they're going to put it in the classroom. It's pretty cool. That's how we integrate it. So I'm going to share with you a couple of highlights. Now, I mentioned applied behavior analysis. How many of you, raise your hand, have ever heard of applied behavior analysis before? Okay, there's a lot of yeses, but some no's. So I was hoping that might be the case. I just want to do a quick little introduction, call this the elevator speech of 100-year-old science, okay? So applied behavior analysis, let's just break it down. The applied part is that everything we do in our science is focused on what we call socially significant behavior to the individual's life. So I have colleagues in behavior analysis that work with addicts. I have colleagues that work with individuals that are incarcerated. I have colleagues, of course, that work with children with autism. I spent about 20 years of my career working with executives and working with managers to help support their teams in being more productive employees. How many of you have ever worked in a place where the employees, there's some problem behaviors in the employee ranks? That's what I did for 20 years. That's okay. So applied, so we focus on those socially significant behaviors to help support good quality of life for that individual, okay, no matter who they are. The behavior side, behavior is anything we say and do. I love coming to conferences like this because I get to geek out a little bit because I get to learn about neuroscience. I get to learn about artificial intelligence. It's all the stuff that I don't get to do on a day-to-day basis. So now I get to learn and sit there and just absorb as much as possible. Because what I do on a day-to-day basis is I focus on observable behavior, and that's what I track, that's what I measure. And I love learning about the stuff I can't see, because that's the stuff you guys do. That's cool. So, but behavior is anything we say and do. Walking, talking, chewing, you name it, right? On the behavior side of with these kids, for example, we talk about their verbal skills, speaking, language, right? We also work with problem behaviors, hitting, kicking, biting, punching, throwing. It goes on and on and on, right? So that's the behavior side. The analysis side of applied behavior analysis is we do assessments, we evaluate, and what we're assessing and evaluating is what we call the function of behavior and its association with the environment. So the function of behavior, if any of you don't have to have kids, if you don't have kids, think about your fellow employees. How many of you would know somebody, whether it's a kid or an adult, that's attention seeking? Everybody, right? So, attention seeking is a function of behavior. They're doing what they're doing to seek attention. How about, do you know somebody that does things to escape or avoid something? Escape avoidance behavior, right? Oh yeah, very prominent. So there you go, escape avoidance, another function. Now, a little more specialized, and specifically in the world of autism, is sensory. Automatic reinforcement is another function. It's where they're doing something that gets automatic reinforcement. They don't need it. It's not for attention, not for escape. It's just automatic. It's sensory. So we have kids that do what's called self-stimulation, right? They flap their hands, they jump up, they run, whatever it is, right? Some of us have self-stimulating behaviors. How many of you are pen clickers? Anybody pen clicking here? Oh, we got one. Good, brave soul right there. Thank you. So that is a form of self-stimulation. And nobody's giving him attention for self-clicking, right? Thank you for joining me there. So function, the function and the environment, that's what we focus on. That's our analytical side. So that is my elevator pitch of what is ABA. So ABA and autism, when I first started in this field, it wasn't as prevalent. So early 2000s, take a little background in history, early 2000s, it was about 1 in about 150 children were diagnosed with autism. Today, we're at 1 in 36. 1 in 36. Now, early 2000s, 2010, that's when we started seeing applied behavior analysis applied to the world of autism, whether it was children or adults, what have you, to really, based on the science and based on the data, it really became kind of that go-to therapy to really help these individuals. Now, we focus on all sorts of things: communication, language, social skills, self-care, play and leisure, motor skills, learning, and academic. And that's what we do. By the way, I love putting slides up where I get to see the kids I work with every day. Those are the kids I get to work with every day. And they're doing some great things, right? These kids, they have a journey, they're on a journey, they're on a life path, and we're just here along for the ride to help them out. ABA in education has been even further back. So how many of you heard of a guy named Dr. B.F. Skinner? B.F. Skinner? All right, some of you. B.F. Skinner is kind of the founder of behaviorism or behavior analysis. And one of the things that B.F. Skinner was known for, specifically when he was teaching at Harvard and a couple other places, is he found that he could take the science of human behavior and apply it to learning and education, specifically with getting kids to actually track their own data, track their own progress, give themselves feedback as opposed to relying on the teacher. Okay. Now, for those of you that are educators, just to be warned, I'm not saying teachers don't have a place. I never said that. I'm not going to say that. Teachers have a role. They have a very specific role for that kid. But we can also arm the kids to give themselves some teaching and learning. I'm very excited to tell you that after several years, we have kindergartens all the way to 12th grade tracking their own progress, tracking their own data, measuring every single thing they're doing in terms of learning to what we call fluency. Quick definition of fluency is the ability to do anything consistently, accurately, and without hesitation. That's super powerful. Any kid, imagine a kid learning the alphabet, learning numbers, learning math, right? You want to be fluent. Now, fluency, we're not looking for the A's and the B's. We're looking for mastery of that skill, whether it's tying their shoe or learning advanced statistics. So that's what we're all about. And so what we've done with ABA is we've taken that science of behavior analysis and we've applied it to their education track. So they track their own data. They collect they get feedback for themselves. The teacher is also tracking data, giving feedback to the student. And that's how we've integrated. And we do it for the elementary school. We do it for the junior high and high schools. And this is our transitional academy. These are the kids, they're not earning a high school diploma. They're just learning those basic life skills. Pretty awesome. All right. So here's what we strive for. So kind of our mantra, what we talk to our parents about, what we're doing, and this is kind of where the science meets the human side of this journey for all these families and kids, is that we're not after them becoming an honor roll student or an AB student. If they are, fantastic, right? But if they get good grades and they're learning and they're cultivating friendships and we make learning fun, and we do what we call incremental success along their journey, that's a big win for all of us. A couple of these kids in these photos are kids that when they were in public school, they were told they're not going to make it. They were getting D's and C's. They were not making any friends. A couple of these kids in these photos were bullied in regular school. And then we opened our doors to them, and their families say it's a night and day difference. They got friendships. They're getting good grades, and they're actually coming home and talking about what they learned. That's it. That's what we're all about. And that's how we integrated our science with all this. So I like bragging about what we're doing. I've only been with the company for a year, but I was consulting to them about 6 years ago. in terms of that management behavior and right, those employee stuff. And then I got an opportunity to start with them last January. And so what I've seen grow over the years has been pretty amazing. I'm going to show you some of the results of the work that we're doing. But I wanted you to hear from the other staff members that make up the schools and the Kaleidoscope interventions. And then I think we have one parent talking. These look like infomercials, commercials. I'm not selling anything to you guys. I'm simply just sharing the story, that's all. So this is our Rockledge campus, which is our early intervention, our little kiddos, 3 to 6 years old. Academy was founded on the belief that every child deserves an environment to help them learn and grow as individuals.
Rockledge is a school for children with learning differences. We range from preschool to TK1. We let kids be kids. We learn through play. There is no homework. Kids are encouraged to be themselves.
My daughter is not the same little girl she once was. She's much more happy, confident.
By the way, I didn't purposefully wear the same shirt. Just a fun coincidence, but I do have the same hairstyle on purpose. So this is our Palm Bay campus. This is our elementary school. So this ranges anywhere between 5 and 6 years old to start, and then it goes all the way to 7th grade, 8th grade. However, just so you know, you're going to see some kids there that look a little older, and that's because no matter what grade, whatever age they are where they are. So we have 13-year-olds, for example, in 6th grade. That's because that's where they are. So we accept them for where they are and we help them get along the way.
That's Palm Bay. Applied behavioral analysis is infused every day into our classrooms to help our students positively get reinforced. With our clinical staff, we're able to support those students that might need that additional support in the classroom to give the greatest gains that they can give. Our strong classroom management allows our students to know what to expect every day.
Every child's curriculum is individualized, and they find a place that they can call home. We are a huge family.
All right, last but not least, and we just opened the doors to our junior high school about a couple years ago. And part of that was for demand. A little backstory really quick. So our CEO and founder started this journey with her own son. Her son was diagnosed with autism at the age of, I think, 3 or 4. And she was faced with that reality, as any parent would be, which is, what do I do now, right? At that time, so that was 16, 17 years ago, ABA, autism, the world of autism was still in its infancy in terms of knowledge and resources. So she did her own research as a mother and found applied behavior analysis. However, she was in West Virginia, and over there, their resources were not abundant. So she found some pioneers and practitioners right here in Florida. And so she packed up her son, packed up her husband, and said, we're going to Florida. Moved to Florida, quit her job in the finance world. She was working for Aetna Insurance, and became a stay-at-home mom to dedicate her whole life to her son. Fast forward, her son became school age, and she hit one roadblock after another roadblock after another roadblock with regards to educational support. And so, being the entrepreneur and business lady that she is, she decided, you know what, I've had enough. I'm gonna create a different environment for my son and every other kid that faces the same problem. That was now 10 years ago. So we've served over 1,500 families, but along the journey, her son, his name is Loki got older, and she's like, oh my God, he's about to age from elementary school. Where does he go now? So she took him to public school, and he struggled. He struggled in public school. She said, there's a better solution to this. So we started learning from the best, started adapting the best, and so we decided to create Legacy High School, which is our junior high and high school. And Loki is the first graduate of Legacy High School, and he's about to finish with his AA in psychology from Liberty University. So, let me go back. Let me introduce you to Legacy Junior and Senior High School. Nope, let me do that again.
Legacy High School is a middle school and a high school. We serve kids in grades 6 through 12.
We cater to a specific part of the autism spectrum. It's for our kids that are college bound, that are trade school bound, that are looking for a career.
We also offer a variety of different elective courses, such as life skills and cooking. Students thrive learning these new skills, and we're preparing them to be independent adults.
So our junior high and high school, for example, is doing things that, well, I hate to say it, but some of our public schools don't do it anymore. So we have a cooking class, and we teach them how to cook. We have a sewing class, which let me tell you, they are not excited about sewing. But they do it, and they learn it, and then they go home, and you can see them sewing. We've taught them how to change a tire. We're teaching them how to change oil in a car. I mean, for those of us that may have been doing those things when we were in school, those things are not around as much as they used to be, all right? So we are teaching these kids those skills, on top of the fact that they are going online and they are getting their education. So the way that we do that, just for anybody that's interested, is the high school and junior high, their academic program is an affiliation with Acellus Academy, which is an online program. We then supplement that with live teachers to help them along their journey. So our teachers may not be the teacher of the course, but our teachers learn the material and help them get through the material, right? So we call them tutors is what we call them, just to help them along the way. Then we supplement their online academics with live instruction. Pretty cool, right? All right, so I thought I'd share with you some data. So I started reading a lot of the bios here. I did my homework of who's here and who's speaking. And a lot of you are scientists, so I assumed you like some data. So applied behavior analysis, we consider ourselves scientists, and I love my data too. So this is pretty amazing what we're doing. So this is one evaluation of our students' academics, just one of about 3 or 4 that we do. And we do these annually, and then throughout the year, we do it in between. So once a quarter, we do mini evaluations. So this is 2021 to 2023. The blue is overall average across 70 of our students. The orange is K through 3rd, and the gray is 4th through 8th. And what you're seeing, those numbers are grade levels. So what we are finding in our data is we are able, through our treatment combined with our academics, is we're able to take that technology and provide these students an enriching environment where they can jump a grade to almost 2 grades within 1 academic year. And most of our kids are coming to us already below grade level. That's pretty awesome. So I have 5 minutes left. Look at me being on time. So my name is Dr. Manny Rodriguez. There's my email address. I wish I would have done that QR code. That was brilliant. So I'm going to steal that for next time. But please email me if you have any questions. I'm going to be here until after the coffee break, after the second coffee break. And then I'm going to journey home so I can be with my family and for the weekend, because my 5 kids say you better be home by 8 o'clock or there will be consequences for your behavior. My kids are mini behavior analysts in the making. So, but thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I hope to meet more of you or all of you before I leave. Thank you.
That's fantastic. All right, we're gonna give Manny a different song, if that's all right with everyone. All right, so this one, Manny, this one's for you, okay? Anyone here a fan of Michael Jackson? Okay, so this little tune, this chant will feel a little familiar, okay? I'll do my best singing. Good job. I'm telling you, you did a really good job. You did a very good job. Try it with me. Good job. I'm telling you, you did a really good job. You did a really good job. You did a really good job. All right, thank you. Wow, there's just so much good energy in here. I'm sitting here trying to get it off of me because I'm gonna need to dance or do something. I really feed off of love. right? Love is what fuels me. And there's so much love in this room. Love for the work that we do, love for the contributions, and love for the possibilities of what can happen after we leave and connect and collaborate with each other. So really exciting times. Now, and I just have to say one more thing. Manny, wherever you are in the room, thank you. Thank you for doing the work that sometimes can feel uncomfortable as a teacher, right? Because we have to acknowledge that there's still more learning for us. And being the sister of a brother who was born in the early 80s with cerebral palsy, right? It shifted my whole family. It shifted us because we all had to go and learn and figure out what was going on and how we could support our new family member. And I was 3 when he was born. That was the last time that I received my parents' love and attention, just for myself. From that point forward, I became my brother's caretaker. And so many of us may have stories like this, right, that have been the catalyst for the journeys that we've decided to take in the field of healthcare and education. There's usually a very personal motivation. And so his journey was before ADA even existed. And my mother became a paraprofessional just to advocate for my brother. And so I just want to recognize the parents in the room that are doing this work, the teachers, the healthcare providers, because it is really important that we have these uncomfortable and courageous conversations so that we can truly serve all children. You can clap, it's okay. Yeah, that's good. I just had to get that off my heart real quick. Next up, we have a fireside chat, really exciting conversation. We can invite our guests to come up as I'm introducing. We have Milika Ristic and Nazli Ersin, and correct me if names I need to be corrected, Millie. Millie is the founder and CEO of Myler Coaching, is that how you say? Myler Coaching, thank you for the correction. Myler Coaching, and Nazli is the CEO and founder of Le Rêve. I tried. It's been a while since I've done my French. Please give them a round of applause. And this session is titled Self-Care and Caregiving and Education. We're both live? All right. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here in front of all of you today. And especially to share this stage with Nazli, my friend. We actually met 2 days ago on the Zoom call, and then we clicked right away, and just the energy is amazing. This is when you do self-care, and when you're self-aware, you really recognize that type of the energies and people in the room. And again, that human love that we all have within. So, Naz.
Hello.
Hi. Can you please introduce yourself? I think you can do it better than me.
Oh, sure. I will try. There's lots of light here, but I think I'm okay. So, hello, everyone. My name is Nazla, but most people call me Naz. And before I want to just introduce myself, what I do, I just want to just share that I've been looking for my life purpose, since 2019. And I think before 2019, I had no idea what I was doing. And since 2019, I always started to do my business, and there was just something was missing. And what was missing, it was just my soul, myself. And it was just so interesting how much that you actually have an education and you think that you do all these things, but you just cannot find yourself. And I think that was just the missing in the soul. The truth is, although our head and heart are 18 inches apart, most of us are spending our life really looking at the connection, genuine connection about what our head claims for us to believe versus what our heart believes in. And just Ryan, to your point, is that living quality life, right? It really comes from your soul. So what I do, I actually help individuals, organizations, and especially youth to see through their heart. And when I do this organization, like we had the panel, I spent 15 plus years, in HR, and with everything that we talk about HR and organizations, like the culture in the heart. And for the youth, yes, I have found academy, Le Rêve Academy. Le Rêve means the dreams in English, and it's the ultimate dream laboratory for all brilliant young minds out there around the world. And one of the reasons I wanted to do, because I want them to actually bring their sense of purpose beyond financial expectation. And my dream overall in this world, I want to open an orphanage, like later on in Turkey. I'm originally Turkish, but I'm coming from New York. So it all goes back to love, because I think that's the most important ingredients that we need in everything we do. So thank you, Millie.
Yeah, that is so true. Love is really important. So again, I am Mili. Actually, originally, I come from Serbia, and my original name is Milica Ristić. That's how I pronounce it, but everybody knows me here as Mili. I'm founder of Miller Coaching, and Miller means my first name, 3 letters of my name, and or means light in Hebrew. So I'm not Jewish, but I love the culture and all that, and means I bring light to my clients. What I do is I work with business owners, and I work with their teams as well to really quantum leap, but on the way, I'm a mindset coach. So I do lots of work on the mindset, and I help them change their behaviors. I help them change their beliefs about themselves, their limiting beliefs that we all have, and programmed through the way how we are raised to really get to the levels where they want to go, and also to become complete. Because I know so many business owners and very successful people, and also my clients, when they come to me, they say, I'm very satisfied, but I'm not fulfilled. I'm not happy, I'm empty inside. So that's not life, really, that we want to live. And how I got here is through just my life journey. As I said, I'm coming from a small country and very dysfunctional family. My father was alcoholic, my mother disowned me. And I moved to US young in my 20s, not speaking English. And when I discovered myself after working in a corporate world in New York City, when I discovered who I really am as human being and how I created with my mind everything where I was at that point, and how your mind is powerful, and your thoughts are powerful, your words are powerful, you're creating either if you know it or not know it. And how you can, so you update the software on your phone regularly, like every other week, but then do you upgrade your softwares, which is your mind? And how often you do it? World is changing quickly, and in which speed you are changing, in which speed you're changing your thoughts and your beliefs, and all around it. So yeah, that's who I am, and that's what I do. So I wanted to ask you, Naz, regarding our topic, self-care in education and healthcare industry, because we were talking about it. It's very important. This is where we start, right? That's actually our educators, our kids, and also healthcare industry. It's very important that we can make a big difference in the world and heal the world, basically. So what first come to mind when you think about self-care?
Thank you for asking. I was thinking about this question, and the first thing came to my mind in my teenager years, like when I was 16, 17, came to US, like you did, and without knowing English. I mean, I thought for a while that everybody's name was a dude. So I kept calling them dude. I was like, that must be easy. But then they just want me to talk more, and I was like, I don't know what you're saying. And so, I mean, there isn't anything self-care, like in that case. I wanted to study psychology, and I failed my psychology class. I mean, right there, right? You fail psychology class. Are you going to take care of yourself? And you're like 16, 17, and just moving from, I was born by the Mediterranean Sea. So for me, just leaving my country, coming to Lawrence, Kansas, in the middle of US, it was just the kind of like everything went dark, right? All the dreams and the friends and everything. So it was just really needed another identity, right? Almost like creating another identity. So as we are thinking about self-care in education and healthcare, it just reminds me of those years and how much self-care wasn't there. So because I wasn't able to, find myself. So I think self-care for me, the first thing came to my mind is that self-care is everything about your self-love, right? And we are underestimating self-love, we are just overusing it. But I think when I'm thinking about the education, when I'm also thinking about the healthcare, I see it from a 4 dimension. I try to do it at least for, one is physically. Like imagine if you do workout or eat healthy, but you're not really like loving yourself. There's no self-love. There's no life purpose. Like I tried it before 2019, or like even 2020. I closed my eyes. I'm like, I'm gonna meditate, and I'm like, I don't think it's working. So it's not working, physically. So then psychologically, right, you're preparing yourself, and then emotionally and spiritually. So that just, like brings all like a whole body. And I think if we are thinking about education, if we are really looking into self-care in education and caregiving, we should really take care of ourselves first, like what we want, and then education on top of it. I think it's going to be icing on the cake.
As I feel and think, self-care is really first step for everything. And for me, when I think about self-care, is actually becoming aware. Becoming aware who you really are. You're not just these bodies. Like, we are all the same. Who you really are, where your thoughts are coming from, where your feelings are coming from, how to manage these feelings and your actions. And for educators, like imagine if your half glass is full, how are you gonna give your the best self to your students, to your kids, to your family, right, to everybody that is you're surrounded with? You cannot. So first you want to look within and really learn how to regulate that. Being aware of, I always, we do have 2 minds, somebody will say 3 minds, but one is your conscious mind, it's your logical mind, intellectual mind, that we talk a lot about science this morning, and then we have subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind is much bigger than your conscious mind, because everything that you've been taught, all your years and existence, it's there, and your behavior, actually it's automatic because comes from the way how you're raised and programmed, basically. So if you're not aware of your beliefs, and if you're not aware of your behaviors, like I remember being in a high school, or that was mid school. Yeah, educator, a teacher can really change the course of someone else's life. And there are different types of teachers. You can see it, even as a kid, you can see the energy. There was one teacher, she teach our language, Serbian language, and she was so aggressive every single class. She was very negative. She was, even though she would come and pull behind your ear, the hair, and then you go to another class, let's say biology, and this is such a beautiful, flowing and amazing energy teacher, right? And then there are many students who love the biology and they finish studying that, and right, so everything depends on these educators and again, where you're coming from. So awareness, it's very important, and it's really, really important, which 97% of people live only on 5 senses in this physical world, but we have much more. It's not only what you can see, hear, taste, smell, and touch. It's also your like energy. You live in a physical body. You have intellect, but how you align these 3. So when I think about self-care, is really like, as you said, Naz, it's not only about, okay, I'm taking care of my physical body and going to the gym and all that, but how about your emotional care and your mental care? What do you do about that? How do you train your mind? Like, mind is also a muscle. How you think every day, and for instance, the words are your affirmations, and that's very, when you're an aware person, you really know and to recognize and how you're going to communicate. Peter, you were talking about communication. How you're going to communicate that with your kids and also students and partners and everybody. So you don't know what you don't know, and that's unconsciousness. That's why you don't want to be ignorant about it. You can be ignorant about many things, but not really your mind and owning that, how to use it.
It's so interesting. You remind me of my math teacher that I really hated. But you were talking about, teachers. She made me believe that I'm very bad in math. until I moved to New York after Kansas. I actually just found my way to New York, and I actually studied finance. You have no idea how much I cry, when I realize that I actually can understand math. So teachers just has phenomenal influences, and so that remind me of that.
I'll tell you one story about, everybody knows about Thomas Edison. And I don't know if you know his story. I can say it here quickly. So Thomas Edison, his teacher, told to his mom that he's very stupid and he cannot finish the school. That's how stupid he was. So she wrote a letter and gave it to his mom. But she didn't communicate with the kid, of course, with Thomas. And then his mom, she hid this letter, and when they kicked him off from the school, like elementary school, and I mean, kid was devastated. And his mom said, "You know what? You're that smart, kid. You're so smart that you cannot go to this school." So she put assumption to his child that he's very smart, and he's a genius. He became a genius, right? Scientist. So these words, even in your families, in the schools, they are very important because kids' minds are so wide open, and whatever you say it, it stays there, and this is trauma, and that's how we build, develop beliefs, and what you can do further in your life. It's very, very important.
Yes, I agree with you. And when you mention about the limiting beliefs, it also goes with that, right? So, I finished 3 universities just because, in my culture, I had to prove that I need to be successful. So it's not a self-care. It's just really like making your parents happy. I was listening, keynote speaking today, and I was in actually Dubai listening another keynote speaking. I can tell Ryan, and I forgot your name, sorry. I could tell from the way that you guys were doing, it's just you're living your life purpose. You don't need to look at anything on the screen or anything. So, and we need the self-care for educator, for young adults to understand that and feel themselves first. Before actually they care about the math or science. But really, why you think that self-care is very important in education especially, and also healthcare, caregiving?
It is very important, as we just mentioned all of these examples. You want to have your cup full. You want to be happy. I do know lots of people and clients who were, I would say, living in the dark. What does that mean? It means that a particular client, she was not being able to look in the mirror because she didn't like or love herself. And now, how many of you can stand in front of the mirror, and educators and like all of you, and say, "Oh, I love you so much"? How you can love and give love to someone, in your classroom or in your family? I will connect always this with the families as well. How you can give love if you don't love yourself? And so when you're aware, you know where your frustrations are coming from. You know where your anger is coming from, or resentment, right? Did I say it right? Coming from. So you are able then to change that and shift that, and not blame the kids, and not project your anger on kids and fears on on your students. It's really, really important. And again, I had my friends from Norway recently, actually this week with me, and she has a baby, 2-year-old girl. And do you know how that repeating, it's important? Like when teacher, let's say, comes to class and says, "Oh, you don't know anything," or like, always criticize something. Like, really, the words matters. So kids are always doing not what you tell them, but what you do. They follow you, what you're doing. And I realized this couple of days, especially spending with this little kid and with my friend, and she's coach, also very aware, whatever her mom was doing, she wanted to do the same. So really, you want to know yourself that well to pay attention on that. And also, I don't speak Norwegian at all, and the girl was repeating one word for 4 days, and I learned it. So by repetition, I learned that word, which means more. So again, I would really ask all of you here in the room to really think about yourself and like how often you say some words that you're not aware of them. You know, there are many clients of mine that come to in my program, and I recognize right away. I recognize patterns. Like, oh, I'm so stupid. But she says it like automatically. She doesn't even think about it. Like, no, don't say that. You're not stupid. Or some words like this. Self-care. It's really, really important, especially, as I said, again, in education. And what do you think about caregiving and healthcare industry?
Yes, but I just realized that we talk about love so much, but we also love AI. I don't want you to we just like thinking about love, that is the AI is going to be able to replace love, but just realize that we keep talking about self-love and love and love. But I think for a caregiving industry, so before I actually launched my business, I was working in a startup, from an HR perspective, and also then I moved to business side. So I did work with a lot of caregivers that are actually helping their families. So it's a business, home care business, and it's actually very, very, the business grow very much during the pandemic. So in order for 19 years old to take care of, like a parents, she needs self-care. So the caregiving is just by itself, you're giving a care if you care about yourself. So just having a lot of stories, in healthcare, these conditions of getting 15 different medicine a day for loved ones, it's not something that it's not something that all of us can actually just embrace it in a way that that caregiver does. So it's very important to self-care into those 4 dimensions that I mentioned. It's not just you are really giving the medicine to your loved ones, you're actually taking care of them for lifelong quality living. I really love that. It's not about how long we live, it's just how we live and how we talk and how we live. So I think from that perspective, it's quite important, especially in the industry that I was in. You're taking care of your loved ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't talk
I know,
but I just
talk a lot about your hero time.
I love talking.
So, Naz, what do you think? How we can improve this? We talk about a lot why and what how this matters in these industries. But what do you think? How can we improve this in both fields, self-care?
I mean, that's a great question because most of the conferences that I go to, we always talk about, we identify the problem, but we never talk how we're going to do it, like any tangible. So that's why we talked actually 2 days ago. It was a very connecting mind, which is very important. And I'm gonna say it from both sides, from a teacher side and from a young adult or, a student. And I'm also gonna say from a mother perspective, I have 10 years old. And from a mental health, I think he's helping me. He told me, Mom, don't worry about your business. If you spend time with me, your business is gonna be booming. I was like, that's the cheapest and the fastest mental health coach that I can actually imagine in my life. And and then we went to Boston. I spent time with him. I listened to him. So from a mother perspective, and then, he comes and he says, Mom, I don't want to be a mathematician, but my teacher says that I need to be very good at math. And since I launched my business, I do astrology, and with the 15 plus years of coaching techniques, I know what he's good at. I know that he's going to go to arts. I know that he's actually driven by creative mind. So it's important that for me to know as a mother, but also the teachers to know. So what we were just talking, with you, through our purpose, we connected like within this second, like with Millie. And we talk about our purpose is like, how can we actually create a workshop where we can go to universities or, like schools, and anywhere is actually accepting us, our love, to create some workshop with teachers for the self-awareness, self-care, self-confidence, and the same thing from a student perspective, how we can make sure that they're not really driven this disruptive technology and AI. I need to actually open my company, but I need to be an entrepreneur, and it has to be in technology. No, it can be in makeup. It could be, you can be a DJ. That's okay. So that's what we are going to be doing as a tangible next step, and we met 2 days ago. So it is possible. I think it is possible.
It is very possible, and really we are powerful attractors, I would say. Very powerful. So for me, as you mentioned, we do have a big dream and passion to really bring this material about mindset and self-care and self-love into schools, to teachers and also students. I wish that I had this, that I knew this when I was much younger, so I would know how to, not to get angry and not to scream, or when I'm angry, to kind of maneuver these emotions and see them from different perspective, and also why decision is important. Why is important to make decisions and goals, and how your mind works, and who you really are as human being, and all that. So improvement in schools, it should. I feel like it should start there. Self-care with schools, and also in caregiving industry too.
Yes, so we're going to take an action together to actually take that step. And it's in thoughts, but it's a good beginning that we're going to start doing that for teachers and students. Because most of the students that I interact, they're not really looking at who they are, they're looking at who they should be. And that's a big difference. Yeah, we were actually talking about, if this happened when I was 19, well, I wasn't speaking this well, but I was still, learning. My life would have just, changed. I wouldn't really finish 3 universities, right?
Yeah.
So how do you think that these improvements, will benefit, education?
Very much so, as kids will, I love what Manny was saying, that his school helps kids to take decisions on their own. Kids will feel much more self-confident and more as a human. They don't have to live life of their parents, and I know so many parents, if they didn't finish or they didn't go to the musical school, they want their kids to play piano, or they want their kids to play tennis, to be a tennis player. So they're pushing their kids, basically creating life for them. So this is what will be a benefit. Kids will have their own, when they are aware, when they know who they are and how they can create their lives and their dreams, and really living the way they want to live. They're not going to live someone else's lives, which is their parents' lives, or environment or society, what society tells them, and all that. I think that we all deserve this. As when COVID hit, we had time to think. All world stopped, and we are such on a hamster wheel every single day in a do mode. You really, when you do self-care every single day, you stop every day and you have me time. What I want to create today, right? So these are big benefits for the kids as well. I wish I knew this material before. Yeah.
So also, maybe now or later, or a week later, when you have your left hand on your heart, just try to see if it's beating. Obviously it's beating, but start to hear it. It took me a while to actually hear my heart beating, and that's exactly where that self-care connects with the mind too. So I don't know, it worked for me. Yes.
Yeah. Again, we are so much wrapped up into this physical world. But you know what? I just spoke with Naz the other day. Recently, I met, I don't know, maybe some of you know this position that it's called end-of-life doula. Do you know? You know, right? They sit next to decedents who will die and help their families go through this process, right? So she told me that 98% of people die with regrets. Regrets, they didn't do this, they didn't do that, they didn't, and that's it's a huge percentage, so I would really love you to, at least 15 minutes a day, stop and think about yourself and your life and what you want to do. And you're all here on purpose, and you really love this room. But how we can take this material, whatever we speak this today and this weekend, to the world. Yeah.
And if you know any educational institutions are interested in something that we haven't built yet, but we will, let us know.
It's in the process.
It's in the process, but you know, it's going to be out there. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. That was tremendously insightful, and I have a scene possibility that we'll be working together very soon. I want to thank you all for the 2 extra minutes that I'm going to take up here really quickly to just let us know how the afternoon will go. And I did want to just uplift the speakers from this afternoon who were just very, very profound in the connections that I made to my personal life story, but also the connections that I felt others made in the room as well, and just building community. Very quickly, I was born the last year of my father's PhD in Santa Barbara, California. Our family story is very unique. Yet he died the last year of mine. It's part of the reason I share the story that I'm on pause. That happened 3 days before Christmas. So he actually transitioned on the winter solstice. It was summer because I was in South America in Chile. And exactly what you just said, Millie, I became a death doula in that process. So I saw my father's transition about 6 months before. I had it in a dream. And this is just some of the gifts that a lot of our students have. I can see it, I can recognize it in the children, I can recognize it in those of us in the room. And it was a very difficult moment because while I knew it's the process of how it happens, right, that no one prepares you for, that tells you about collective grief and how do we navigate that aspect of it, because it's one thing for me to grieve on my own before I arrived to South America, it's another thing to be in the same household with my mother, with my sisters, with my brother who only got to hold his hand. You know, and I did everything that I could with my Reiki skills to keep my father just present until my brother could say his goodbyes. And then now I'm becoming a medium, which means that I can speak to those who have transitioned and help with those regrets that we might have. And so these things just happen. They're rites of passage in our lives. And I've taken them as opportunities to love the world even more, as I feel that I'm loved by the universe, God, however we choose to call. So thank you for that. It was very meaningful. With that said, I'm very excited to say we have a very nice break planned for everyone until 3:45. We do have a very full afternoon. We have a panel and 2 keynote speakers. We really welcome everyone to come back to support as we have been supported during our sessions. For those who are getting interviews, who have scheduled interview day 1, raise your hand, show of hands. All right. Excellent. Somebody's already there. I'm going to be there doing the interviews. I'm on my way over there. So please check in with me and my team, and we'll give you specific time slots so that you can not have to wait the whole time, but we will be back in this room as a collective at 3:45 to continue our exciting afternoon. And I also wanted to take a quick second to shout out Aiden and Adam from the media team that I had yet to be able to tap into, but they are live streaming everything and making sure that you all look fantastic on screen so you'll be able to celebrate these videos in these moments when you're being recognized, celebrated, and connecting with the whole world at large. So thank you so much, team. See you everyone at 3:45. Enjoy your break.
Cool.
I love that you all cued in very easily. When the hand goes up, the mouth go shut. All right. Thank you for your patience as we are just wrapping up the interviews. I'm really excited to welcome us back for the afternoon sessions that we have. Coming up next, Dr. Brian is going to be talking to us a little bit about overcoming social barriers as a health professional. We know health professionals play an important role in enhancing the lives of those in their care. And today's speaker is going to initiate conversations about equitable housing opportunities and how to explore practical solutions that can support the housing needs of health professionals. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Brian, the co-owner of Path to Recovery.
Let's talk about stress, let's talk about life, let's talk about why I really married my wife. Let's deal with emotions and all my feelings, put it on the table so you can stop. I know it's kinda hard cause you're angry. It's 2021 and we ain't free. Don't know why I'm headed, I just wanna make it. My motives are pure, but they often debated. Let's talk about stuff we had to endure. Already blessed, but there's so much more. I love all my people, but we are not equal. It's time to remind, refocus, restore. Let's talk about Jesus making a choice to die for our sin and our color of skin. It's the way that I show and it's time to rejoice. For iHeart Radio, brand new voice.
All right. My name is Dr. Brian Long, and I am here to talk to you about overcoming social barriers as a health professional. First thing first, y'all see the picture up there? Y'all see that picture right there? That look like someone that has been through some struggles, someone that has been through some trial and tribulations. Can anyone tell me what that looked like with that picture right there? Tell me. What comes to mind when you see that picture? Mugshot. Anyone else? Somebody said, what? Driver's license. Well, that is me at 17 years old. I just turned 18, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. My name is Dr. Brian T. Long, and I have not always been Dr. Brian T. Long. I grew up in New York City. Anybody else from New York City? Wave your hands. I'm from the Bronx, New York. 233rd, 231st Street, White Plains. You know, when we get around our own peoples, we start throwing out our cities, our areas, what block you from? Oh, my cousin from over there. You know what I'm saying? We get excited. And so when I grew up in New York City, I grew up in a single parent home. And all this is going to tie into my main purpose of why I'm talking on today. Growing up in a single parent home, we did not understand some of the things that we were faced with growing up in New York City. And me and my brother, who I looked up to as a father figure, was one who gave me guidance. The problem was, because my mother was a single parent and always worked and always was in church. How many PK kids is in here? Anybody else? I know I'm not the only PK kid up in here. Church every Sunday, every Wednesday, every Friday, every Tuesday. I don't even know how many times we went to church, but we stayed in church. At one point, I stopped believing because I could not understand that how could somebody who said that they were a God could allow me to go through some of the tragedies that I was going through. I was experiencing so many losses. I've seen people die in front of me at a young age. I lost my father who was present, but he was not in my life because of circumstances between him and my mother. So growing up in a single parent home, my grandma raised us. She showed us what she could do while my mama worked extra. And while we was on the streets, I joined a gang at 9 years old. One of the biggest, baddest gangs that you hear of. You hear it all on Gangland and everything. And because at 9 years old, I wanted acceptance. I wanted to be loved. I wanted to be shown that I can be somebody. Even if it was somebody bad or negative, I wanted to feel like I had a purpose. And because of that, the gang reached out this hand to me. By the time I was 15 years old, my mama had said, let's move from New York City to North Carolina. And so in my mind, at 15 years old, I had already learned how to run the streets. So in my mind, I'm like, shoot, I'm going to North Carolina. They slow up there. I had something coming to me because they were far from slow. So when I came up into North Carolina when I was 15 years old, I said, I'm coming up here to set up shop. My mindset was so distorted because I did not know my purpose. I didn't have a true identity. All I knew was what I saw. We were talking about how our mind is so powerful, but see, the mind is a terrible thing to waste when you feed it with so much negativity. And because I seen so much negativity, I thought negativity was normal. The people that we serve, when they're surrounded around that negativity, to them, when you show them something brighter, it's like a whole new world, like the Little Mermaid. They're like, oh, shoot, that exists? You got malls? Come on, some of y'all know the patients that we have served. They've never even been to a mall, and it's down the street. So as time goes on, at 17 years old, I was facing 5 counts of armed robbery. I was facing 5 counts of armed robbery, 35 years, 17. As you can see, I'm not doing 35 years because I would still be gone. So as time goes on, I'm taking you down this journey for a reason. I'm sitting in that jail cell, no education, had to drop out of school because guess what? I got locked up. I'm sitting in there trying to believe in something greater than myself to help me to get out of this situation I'm in. Tell somebody he tried to get out of this situation. And as I tried to get out of this situation, I was trying to understand if this God is real, help me get out of this. And so I prayed, I said, if you are real, give me a second chance, and I promise you for the rest of my life, I'll go all over the world telling my life story. When I went to court, let's fast forward. Instead of giving me 35 years, I prayed for 3 years. They gave me 3 years and 9 months. Now, I wanted to go home. I don't know about y'all, but I was like, 3 years? Oh my goodness. But I was grateful that I got a second chance. So I did my time. But when I got out, the economy was not ready for me. Guess what? I was a young African-American man who had 5 counts of armed robbery. And the last time that they saw me, I was gangbanging and I was terrorizing the streets. But the person that I discovered who I was when I was incarcerated was somebody that loved people and wanted to show people a different direction. I have found God. I have found my purpose. I have found my identity. Why are you talking about this, Dr. Long? Because the patients that we serve, the people that we are trying to push into their next dimension, into their journey, they need to know who they are in order for them to heal. How can I heal if I don't know who I am? I must understand who I am, my purpose in life, and what it is that I desire to have. And so when I was inside and I was encouraging and counseling individuals who just beat somebody over the head, who just stole something from somebody, I was like, what is it that this is called? It's called therapy. So you mean to tell me, they used to call me preacher man, I'm crying. I'm sitting here saying, you just beat this man up, and behind the scenes you crying, man, preacher man, I didn't want to bust his head open, but I had to do it. And I realized that the reason why people respected me is because I could relate. I showed them my wounds, and my wounds that were healed helped them heal their wounds. You can go to the next slide. Because of my criminal background, education was very challenging. I had a GED. And when I came out, I lost my job that I once had when I was on work release. And as time goes on, they told me that I had to find employment or else I will go back into incarceration. And so I'm from the streets. I'm not going to go just work for anybody. I got a name to uphold. Tell somebody you got to be humbled sometimes. I had some humble pie, I'm trying to tell you. I was sitting in church one day, and then the Holy Spirit, God told me, said, go to Zaxby's. I had a suit on just like this. Go to Zaxby's. Tell them I said, I'm going to hire you. Tell them God said to hire you. I said, Zaxby's? What cook? I need to be a boss. So I said, okay, I'm working on this humbling thing, God. I'm working on it. I went in there, and when I went in there, I said, let me speak to the hiring manager. The hiring manager came out, he said, yes, how can I help you? I said,
This thing keeps
popping out.
I'm going to switch it with this one, which is this. Do you mind just unmuting it once? Yeah.
He said, hold up, you got 5 counts on robbery, you can't count the money. I caught that one. And so he gave me a second chance. And he said that even though you had a criminal record, I want to give you an opportunity. I humbled myself, worked myself from fry cook to shift leader to second man in charge of Zaxby's. As time goes on, doors open up for me to where I can go to a community college because I had to start somewhere. Because in school, I struggled with school. And most times when we're dealing with the people that we serve, they are ashamed to express and explain that they struggle with what you're telling them. So I'm a good learner by watching you. If I watch you, I can get that thing down packed. I'm still good at that. And so as time went on, as I was working at Mitchell Community College, they gave me a second chance to work there. Doors began to open up. The federal government began to start talking to me. And people from all across the nation started reaching out because they heard my story and how I was willing to give back. And so the government, because I could not become a federal employee, said, well, we'll pay your salary through this nonprofit organization called Appropriate Placement Options. So now I had an opportunity to tell my story, go into the jail cells, help individuals who were struggling to overcome the barriers that they were going through. And as time goes on, as I got my bachelor's degree, I tried to go to one of those mainstream schools, and I got rejection because of my criminal record. That made me devastated that I could not, even though I changed, even though I made strides to go forward, people were still discriminating against me because of something that I did when I was 17 years old. So as time goes on, I go to a private school. As time goes on, I get my master's degree. As time goes on, doors open up to where I get TV opportunities, A&E Network. As time goes on, I continue to travel telling my story. You can go to the next slide, please. But even though I'm in newspapers, even though you can research my name, even though that there were things that people, sheriff departments, and people who locked me up themselves personally was supporting me, housing was very difficult. Because I had a criminal record that was very violent. And even though I did not represent that person who I once was, they still would always tell me, so sorry to hear that. I love your story and I'm inspired by your story, but I cannot rent to you. And I would say, well, there's like 5 people here who sell drugs because I'm from the streets. I know they sell drugs. they got their baby mama right there. They live with her. I'm coming to you humbly. Give me a chance. And they would still turn me away, which forces me to settle even though I've changed, and puts me back into an environment that I don't want to be in. As time goes on, you can go to the next slide. Because I refuse to quit. I refuse to let people stop me. Doors open up for iHeartRadio to be on a radio station. Doors open up for me to be able to do great things. I've written over 9 books. As time goes on, PhD, several honorary doctoral degrees. And as time goes on, I've touched over 10,000 individuals across the nation telling my story because God had given me a second chance to help people understand that overcoming social barriers as a health professional takes you having the ability to first heal within. With all those accolades, with all those things that I've done and people's lives that I've touched, I found myself homeless for 6 months with kids, struggling. Because guess what? When you got a criminal record, even though you're doing good, even though you changed your life, when you lose your job and you lose income, it's not just easy just to get up there and say, can I get another job? They got to put you through the rigorous process just to tell you no. So today I'm here to represent those who are formerly incarcerated, those who have mental health issues. Because I struggle with OCD, PTSD, I struggle with ADHD, I struggle with so many different diagnoses, but I'm here to represent those who are voiceless, who want to be heard, who want a second chance, who want to tell people that if you give me an opportunity, I promise you that I can make an impact on the world for tomorrow. I started an organization called Mad Expressions, School of the Arts, to help young people stay off the streets and understand that they can express themselves through music, through the arts, through writing. If you just explore what's on the inside, I can only imagine what comes out on the outside. And as time goes on, as I conclude, I realized this one thing, that even though I'm in the mental health field, and even though I became a therapist, that the challenges that I face with licensures, with even trying to get a licensure in another state, the roadblocks that I get to relive the same thing that happened 20-something years ago, to prove that I'm a good person. These are the barriers that I must face so that I can help people understand that if you impart in me and I impart in someone else, guess what we have? A changed world. All it takes is one person to give one opportunity. I'm here today sharing with my passion. I'm a therapist. I love helping clients change. But my passion is this: speaking all across the world, telling my story, hoping that someone will get changed by my message. Thank you for listening. Thank you. I still have 5 minutes left. I'm used to preaching and everything. They be like, shoot, you can't give a preacher too much time. They be like, I'm done. You be like, you said that an hour ago. Nah, people like when I preach. They be like, shoot, when he come to preach, we in here. He said he gonna preach, and then we out of here in 20 minutes. He done. Life's too short. I've always been serious because life showed me to be serious. But it took people who I love to encourage me and remind me, life too short. Enjoy it. So I laugh and I have daddy jokes, but I laugh and I make people laugh. Thank you. What questions do you have?
Tell us a daddy joke.
That was a daddy joke. And my kids, I promise you, when you got teenagers, I got grandkids, but when you got teenagers, they be like, Dad, that was corny. I'm like, so? I laughed. What if I didn't feed you today? Would that be corny? Actually, that's not funny, Dad. You know, I got rights. You know, they can take your rights away if you don't feed me.
Where does your organization operate?
So Mad Expressions operates in North Carolina, and the way I developed it with my brother is that we go into the different schools. It's a 18-week process. Of course, it has to be funded, but those are the things that we do to kind of work with the young people, to kind of work with them through the music part as well as the therapeutic process. And then Path to Recovery, which is where I'm licensed as a that's how I make my money now, is located in Kentucky. It's in Louisville, Kentucky, and I do a lot of my work in Louisville, Kentucky. Those people that's from Kentucky, what's up? So he was like, yeah. I see you, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I just said, do you ever come back to New York?
New York, I have so much family in New York that I want to come back, but I have not had the opportunity. So yes, since I've been out, I have been to New York because I started to explore the music world, and then that kind of faded away. But definitely, I'm looking for opportunities. I just got a plug in. I'm looking for the opportunities to go anywhere. Anywhere. But yes, I look forward to coming back home to New York.
If you want to work with any of the school systems around the country, let me know, and we probably have contacts there that we can help you.
I'm telling you right now, you need my number?
Join on LinkedIn. I'll catch you after.
We'll talk. I'm sorry, we got to be professional sometimes. Well, I'll talk to you later. She even did it like this. She's like, yeah, let's go. I'm in leadership, so sometimes they be like, I don't know how to take you. You know, like when you're serious, it's like, I'm nervous, but when you're not serious, it's like, I don't know whether, should I laugh or not? So I'm like, just be yourself. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a mentor program that's not in the schools where you work with maybe a group of preteens or teens that maybe have a learning disability or the capability of getting somewhere to try to curve them from going down the same path you went to avoid some of those choices?
So before I became a therapist, yes, I was doing that real heavy in Statesville, North Carolina. I had the opportunity of doing that for about 10 years. But when I lost my job and I lost everything and was living out of my car, it was pretty much like I had to survive, either go back to the streets or make a decision. So I made a decision to go somewhere where I didn't know anyone. And they watched me for 6 years and was like, look, we want to give you a job. So no, I don't, but Mad Expressions has that component. The only problem is it has to be funded to operate. Because I would be willing to step away from being a therapist to do Mad Expressions to where I can go into the school systems across the world and mentor and show other people how to do the process. So, yes. Anybody else?
How did you actually find your home?
My home when I was homeless. What happened was when I was living out of my car for 6 months, and I don't know why I still choke, like ready to cry. I was living in my car for 6 months, and someone had gave me an opportunity to work for Goodwill Industries. It was the vice president, and so I just started looking online, like for private owners. And the private owner, I just called them up and said, "Hey, I'm interested." And I didn't know what I was walking into. They didn't know what they were walking into. And I try not to start out a conversation with, "Hey, you know, I got a criminal record. People gonna run." Yeah, I used to gang bang. Yeah, no. So that door opened once I talked to them and sold them my story. They were like, "You got this." I had no money. So.
How were you able to get your I guess you have a doctorate, right? A PhD?
Yes,
How did you get that and where?
So I have gotten my Christian leadership from Metropolitan Christian University, and then some of the one that I was telling you about, the PhD. I didn't never finish my PhD at Walden University. I made it to dissertation, to the part to where I needed to go ahead and do the last part. Like, I finished with everything, and I ran out of money. And this is before COVID. And once COVID hit and I ran out of money, it was like, and then I thought about starting it again. But someone was just like, Dr. Long, you have so many, you have a PhD and you have like 3-4 honorary doctorate degrees. It's not going to make you anybody different. So I just decided not to go back and finish that. The gentleman had his hand up.
I got 2 questions. One, thank you for sharing your story. When working with a patient client, what do you find is the hardest part in them changing and helping them create the change that they desire?
Believing in the process. A lot of times, and what was mentioned earlier was about the process of thinking. Let's think about this. What we think of ourselves not only stays in our brain, but goes into our hearts, and then now what's in our heart comes out physically. So when I talk to clients, I address mind, body, and soul. We have to have a spiritual component that we have to address. We have to address the physical component, and we have to address the mental component. If I don't believe in something higher than me, then therefore, guess what, I'm lacking. Even if I believe in the wall is a God, I have to believe in something spiritual. There has to be a spiritual component. And so I always try to help those that the struggle is believing in something as well as believing in self. And once I get through the barrier of recognizing, believing in self, they're able to they change. And then once they hear my story, they tell me, oh, you got me sold right then and there.
Right. So I love that. I love that. Beautifully said. The other thing, so I'm here with my 2 amazing business partners. Our company is a transformation company, so everything that you were saying is very resonant. I'm a recovered addict myself. And so I would love to have you on a podcast where we could talk about your story and do it to a public forum. So the question is, will you be on my podcast?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm about to get kicked off the stage. Anybody else before I get kicked off? I feel like I'm at the Apollo. They about to... Oh, sorry.
Except I do it with a smile, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Please give us a round of applause, Dr. Brian. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you all for staying present. We have 2 more really engaging opportunities to learn and grow with our colleagues here. I'm inviting my panelists up to the stage as I'm introducing. We have a panel discussion titled Youth Mental Health and What Schools Can Do About It. I invite our session moderator, Christina Borth, and well-known speakers, Dr. Joanne Elizabeth Westcott and Conrad Aquino, to come up to this stage as I introduce a little bit more about the session. What are the early signs and symptoms of mental health issues in youth? We know that the world has changed in the past 3 years, and it will continue to change at a more rapid rate than what we've ever expected before. So anyone who's into technology here, raise your hand. Okay. So the technological advances that we had from the year 1900 to the year 2000, which took about 100 years, are going to happen in the years between 2020 and 2026. And we're in 2023. So I want you to kind of think about that. 100 years squished into 6 years. This is what we're all experiencing in the moment of now. So this is a very relevant conversation. How do we, as educators, identify and address the issues our youth are having in the classroom, in their homes, and just what can we do to support students experiencing mental health difficulties? I let it go to our panelists. We're ready?
Well, I've been excited for this all day, all week, last few weeks. Our conversations have been amazing in prep, and I will say I'm really nervous as well, just to get in front of all of colleagues and speak on something that we're so passionate about. So I think I'll just introduce this really quick. And so I'm Christina. I often go by Stina Borth, and I'm a key maker. So I use that term because keymaker means I'm making the key to open the doors. And when that door is closed and you can't find a way through, you've got to find the way to make that keto and unlock it. And most of the work that I do in my company, Keymaker Youth Support Services, came out of my experience in education as an educator, specifically working with youth with unique abilities, and really getting frustrated with those blocks, those doors that we kept smashing into, and I don't have the patience to wait for the rest of the system to figure it out. So I often bring others in the community, that's parents or other providers, along with me in creating that. Conrad is a TEDx speaker, multi-award winning author, life coach, physician, and nurse with over 20 years of healthcare experience. He goes beyond seeing patients. He's driven by the bonds that he builds with those patients over the course of time, and that belief of treating the illness is only secondary to what he does. And then in the modern era, when the healthcare professionals are overwhelmed and focused on curing the disease, Dr. Conrad looks within the patient and sees a person with a story, and I love that. I love that about you. Dr. Joanne Westcott is a well-known innovator and an inspirational leader, passionate about healthcare equity, experienced author and expert in strategic leadership, very insightful in exploration into the publish of the psychological effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which I'm excited to talk about with you. And through her writings and speaking engagements, online resources, she offers guidance and support for those struggling with the profound challenges brought about by the COVID-19 crisis. So should we get started?
Sounds good.
So our first question that I am excited to speak about is, how can schools equip their teachers and staff to be better supported and support their youth mental health? And I'm going to just kick us off with, there's a lot we can do. And really, the biggest thing that comes to my mind is providing education, language, and instruction. And ideally through direct instruction, not just in the background or layered through the academics, but speaking about it directly and giving the word to what that feeling of that sensation is. How is it manifesting in their nervous system, in their bodies, and allowing them to grow their voice from even a young age. I think also we need to create a working and learning environment that houses healthy mental health for our educators, which majority of the time we don't have. Those prep periods are not prep periods. The breaks and the time in between classes, it does not allow for enough of processing and downloading of all of the instruction that's happening, everything that's coming in at the youth as well as the educators. And that ends up in creating unhealthy teacher models, if we want to use that, for our youth. Dr. Westcott or Conrad?
Well, I can go ahead. When we talk about the mental health of our youth, our children, our kids, the next generation of tomorrow, we talk about the schools and the systems and the type of education or curriculum they provide should include all of this, right? But one thing that we're missing is also the role of the caregivers as parents. Now, I'm a parent of 3, 17, 12, and 9, and we're also, you have to think about first, how do these kids learn these life skills? And coping with stress, the mental health, is part of the life skill. How do we learn how to tie our shoes, walk, run, pray, all of that, right? It comes first from us as the caregivers. We pass this on to them. The easiest way to do this is to push the onus to our schools. Hey, they're in school age, so you deal with that. But no, it should start with us first. And just like everyone has been talking about today, it has to start with us. Now, one of the questions that we want to ask, if it does start with us, how now do we know that we have the right tools and resources to provide to our kids when we ourselves, are having difficulty in trying to cope with the stresses that we have? We come home after work and we're just tired, we're exhausted, we don't want to do and deal with any of this, right? But still, now that is being seen by our children. And you might not be a parent, but you could be a caregiver, an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent. And this is easily seen by our children. And they learn from us. They learn from the caregivers. So the number one thing, just like what Dr. Brian is saying, first focus on yourself, okay? And if you are able to focus on yourself, then you can start giving to others. And it helps yourself, it helps your kids. And that's where we need to start first, right? And after you start doing that, then it starts to become a better place. And when the teachers come to you like, hey, there's something wrong with your child because he's not performing or he's not doing this, and then the parents are like, what's wrong with my child? He's the best child ever, or she's the best one ever. Like, what are you talking about? And so this is your problem. You deal with it. No, it's not like that. The teachers are here to help, right? We've identified an issue. We need to do this as a team. We're a team. We're not telling you that your kid is wrong. We're just saying that, hey, we need him to be successful. And in order to be successful, we need to come as a group, as part of a team, to be able to do that.
And in order to come together as a group and to be a team to do that, we can structure that out by having mental health training. Schools can provide regular mental health trainings, workshops, professional development programs for teachers and staff. The trainings can include topics such as recognizing signs of distress, listening and communication skills. Also, resource accessibility. Schools can ensure that teachers and staff have access to mental health resources, such as books, articles, and online access. Collaboration with mental health professionals, because let's face it, a lot of our instructors in school, they do not have the mental health training. So if they collaborate with the mental health professionals, schools can foster partnership with local mental health organizations, therapists, and counselors to give them structure. Support school culture. Schools can create a culture that promotes well-being by encouraging open communication, positive relationship, and self-care for teachers. Peer support groups. So we will need peer support groups for the teachers as well, so they can have breakout sessions. They can get together and talk about some of the exposures that they're seeing in the classrooms and how they themselves are impacted by seeing the children have these mental health crises, as well as discuss their experiences, their challenges, their strategies, and support the youth. Because you don't have these sessions where you can come together and have a discussion, such as what we're doing now, collaborating. We're putting our heads together and strategizing what is best, what we need to do. And then what I may know, someone else might not know, and vice versa. And when we come together as a team, we can do a lot more. As they say in my culture, it takes a village. Exactly. So while it's been challenging to address all the needs given limited resources, these steps can help create an environment where teachers can feel comfortable, because they're too going to be introduced to courses and a nuance of way of teaching, instead of just singling that child out to say they need to go to special ed or there's ADD, ADHD. It's not necessarily that. They're having some mental crises that need to be addressed.
And really, even to expand on that, is that even when we provide that, is that to expand it to that somebody comes in and we co-teach or we support that application. Because I think that there's a lot of people can receive, educators can receive, parents can receive, yep, this logically makes sense. We want to do this. But then putting it into action, there needs to be support and facilitation of that, to really perfect and make it so that they have those skills.
Exactly.
I mean, what I see all the time when parents and I meet is they get it. They understand, like, I'm following you, but then putting it into practice during a busy life. Or when you're in the classroom and you're managing all the students, and understanding that in the IEP meeting, but then actually being able to apply it, there's something that drops off. And that's where I think the action is needed. We need to start going in and supporting each other and saying, yes, we are family. We are part of the same team.
Exactly.
So that that knowledge can actually be seen in real life.
And that's right.
And the thing is, here's a greater question to ask ourselves, like, how now can we influence the educational system in a national level to make all this change? It will take time. It will take voices to be able to do that. So while we're waiting for all of that, we can start from ourselves, right?
And to add to that too, you said, what can we do? With the suicide on the top of the list, with all of the behaviors that we like to call it, that are acting out in the communities and the violence that we are seeing, I'm sure that the government wants a solution. It's going to be more than a solution and just take the guns or lock the person up. So they see that there's a need. Now, once we build the platform and we give them a structure, because they're going to want to see things laid out structurally, how effective this can be. When we give them that, and then we implement that, even if we do a pilot in maybe a school that will allow us to do that, and that becomes successful, then we can take that pilot program and then we can move that on once we have, again, the data.
And I have seen that in real life, where actually if given the opportunity and we're having a conversation, whether it's an IEP meeting or just an inquiry of a consult, as soon as I say, oh, I have something, here, what if we try this? Or I'll come in and I'll help you. They're receptive. Schools are receptive, parents are receptive. It's just that it seems so big, and it is. But every small step, when you bring it together, it makes a big difference, right? So we just have to have that determination and believe that we can continue to make those keys, open those doors.
And I totally agree with you, sorry.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you, because one of the things in my company with Delmarva Community Consulting Services, we work in the community, that we support the community in when they're having crises, was a disaster. So it sometimes starts with the small person. It starts with the little guy, to be able to be reachable and approachable so that the community will feel comfortable to come to you. And then, of course, we network and we connect with the bigger global industry to be able to provide the resources and the information that's needed, because as a little company, we can't do it by ourselves. But that is very, very true. And I know that for myself by having hands-on, providing mental health resources, providing being an advocate as to directing people where they can go. I've had so many to come in my website asking for help because they're doing it anonymously. They don't want to come in and say, hey, I need an appointment, I need to see a psychiatrist. They have a subtle way of doing that, of asking for help, and they don't always call the hotline. So my company is there for that. And I'm pleased to be able to say I've had a lot of support from the bigger mental health organizations to be able to supply what I need to be able to get it to the communities. And then as they go up the chain and they win your trust, is the biggest part of it, then it can be helped.
And as you were speaking, I was just thinking about how it really speaks to the need of normalizing mental health. Normalizing as mental health maintenance, everybody needs it. Everybody needs to learn this skill. It's a lifelong skill. It doesn't matter what the diagnosis is or the label, because you know what, the labels they do change as well. So let's get rid of those and just talk about, this is the experience, this is what works for me, or I don't know what can work for me or my child, and really work on that and start using that language and normalizing it. Like I talk about all the time with my clients about co-processing and co-regulating, and they go, Stina, what are you talking about? What the heck is that? It's because there's no language we don't talk about. We haven't normalized it. But if we do more of that in our professions, in our communities, then the parents can do it, the kids can do it.
Right, and we also have to start normalizing these conversations at
Yes.
home.
Exactly.
At home. So we need to start talking about this with our kids, starting to teach them this lifelong skill to be able to do that in the right way and not in a destructive way.
I totally agree with you on that. That is where the foundation starts, is at home. And now we have to incorporate your mental health, because if your mental is not healthy, then you cannot be productive. You become a liability in society. So a lot of the millennials, I'm sorry, I don't mean to label you, but a lot of the younger generations, I want to say, you know, they're really having a difficult time trying to grasp, where do I fit in, what do I do, and how do I do that, and then want to be independent and want to make independent decisions. So once again, I implore upon them, come to us, come to someone who has walked the walk, talk the talk, and we can advise you, we can talk to you. We don't want to try to control you, but we can prevent a lot of the mistakes that you will have by just making erratic choices and just sporadically spiraling out of control. It's not necessary. We too, as leaders, we deal with a lot of the mental health issues. We deal with it from the top. But as we come together and collaborate together as leaders and put our minds together globally, because what has happened to us from the pandemic, now that we're post-pandemic, it has affected every one of us, regardless of your gender, regardless of your culture, regardless of your belief. We all breathe the air that had the COVID. And so with that being said, we are here today from all parts of the world, from all different faiths and beliefs, to come together to try to find a better means for tomorrow. And that's what we have to do. And in order to do that, our biasness have to be put aside, because we want to wake up tomorrow and be able to live in a productive world. And let's face it, it takes the global economy to be able to produce and give us a satisfactory life. We're no longer living in a stone age where we're just isolated and it's just about me and about you and them. It's all of us. It takes all of us to do that. So with that being said.
And it starts with our kids, our education. I mean,
absolutely.
It does start at home, but it also, I think we have to recognize there's lots of hours that our youth are in the education system.
Yes. And your first behaviors you see is from the children when they are rearing, from young kids. That is the first behaviors you start to see. And if you don't structure that behavior and put it into some normalcy, that's when it spirals out of control. And, you know, parents are working, some are ignoring, not wanting to deal with the problem, or they don't know how to deal with it.
Right, and I like the dad response is, walk it off. You're going to be fine. And the mom response is, oh, you're fine, you're going to be fine. But we're not teaching them the right way to cope with those stresses.
It's absolutely
and
true.
It's possible that it's because we don't know either. We haven't done the work.
Right.
And a lot of times the opportunity wasn't given to our parents. They weren't given the education. They weren't given the access. And so now it's our job within the system, within the education system, and in our community to provide that. Because all it's going to do, if we just ignore that and say, well, it's on you, you're the adult, you figure it out, it's for the benefit of the child and for the youth or the young adult that we're working with. And then that's going to be the change. They're inheriting this world.
Yes.
So
That's right. And that is very true.
We want to give them those skills and empower them to make those decisions and be able to regulate and be able to navigate the stresses and coping.
That's very true. We get this one point out. It's at the tip of my tongue. When we went through the pandemic phase, we were all instructed to do what? Stay indoors and forced to live a sedentary lifestyle and to not be able to socialize. We were told everything possibly of what not to do. But not one time since we've been going through that pandemic and now post-pandemic, what do we do to recover? What measures, what steps do we put in place to get us back to some sort of normalcy in life? How do we get over the barriers, the stigmas that cause us to have issues? We know that the crime rate went up. Domestic problems went up on the rise. a lot of times the children, their outlet was to go to school to be able to get a meal, to be able to get away from some of the domestic issues that was occurring at home. But we were never instructed on what do you do to help your mental health when you're going through this. You lost your job because you didn't take the vaccine or you had COVID. So what do you do now that you don't have money and you don't have the resources to provide for your family and you no longer have your job? Nobody knew what to do. And you didn't have anybody that you can consult with because, once again, business was shut down. So now we're at a crucial time where we want to go back to what we call a normal life or what we did before, but let's face it, don't hide behind the mask. Let's address the mental health issue because it's there. It may not be as traumatizing for some, but the trauma is there.
Right. So, actionable step.
Yes.
Okay, so what can we do now to be able to help them? So, we're all here today because we are agents of change. So, the challenge for each and every one of us is to, start one extra step. I know we're already doing this, trying to help ourselves mentally, but take one more small extra step to get that going. Pick up another book, go to yoga, take like 15 minutes of meditation every day, something small. There you go. So yes, so if you leave here today from this conference, please, that's just one step. It helps you, it helps others, it helps the kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I think it would be to bring in the language to talk about that mind-body connection and how is that anxiety or that sadness, where is it manifesting in my body, and being able to normalize that in family conversations as well as the classroom. Because I think what a lot of what we've grown up with or what a lot of our kiddos experience is that it's just inferred, and that's not enough. We need to speak directly to it. We need to teach a lesson like we would teach reading. Step 1, here's the instructions. Now let's see if you understand the vocabulary and go through it. These are the things that you can use as tools and strategies to be able to regulate and connect with others.
Yes, and don't be afraid. That old saying that we had to go through to tell the men, suck it up. Suck it up. You're a man. You can handle it. Don't worry about that. It's a vulnerable side of the men, alpha males as well. Don't be afraid to just say, I have an issue, I have a problem, like this young man did here. He self-searched himself. He searched his heart, as these ladies talked about. And you do your soul searching and find out where you are and where your limitations are and the help that you need, and get the help that you need. Because if you are in a position where you're a parent or you're a leader in your organization, you need the help first. You need to have the structured tools to be able to be there for someone else. So you can't run a business, you can't be a parent, and you can't be a good citizen if you don't look in your heart and search yourself first, is find out your shortcomings and address that and acknowledge that. Because one of the things I can say out of all the achievements I've ever gained in my life, the most achievement that I can say I am proud of is I found myself. You know, I found myself, and I at the time with pandemic, I was in my doctoral studies, but I was a registered nurse, and I saw a lot. I saw a lot out there in the trenches, and my mental health today is healthy because I'm able to get it out. And I'm able to see myself helping someone else. I'm able to be an avenue for someone else that can cross them over the bridge. And just to be a resourceful person that if I can survive it and I can make it, you can too.
Mm-hmm. And you were a hub, and that is what we want our schools to be able to be a hub where there's resources and there's networking, and if the solution can't be met there in the school, at least they can send you and hold your hand and walk you to it.
Absolutely.
That's going to support our.
Absolutely. That's what we need now, is to hold hands. I know in some cultures, they have certain traditions that you don't hold or shake hands or make eye contact. And I was talking with one of the ladies here, and I was saying that in order to be able to help a lot of people now, we have to be able to accept the culture, understand the culture, because that's the first step to be able to break the barrier, to be able to help someone heal mentally. It's no more traditionally sitting on the psychiatric a sofa. You have to respect that culture, that person, understand where they're coming from, and then be able to win their trust to help them mentally.
So I think we're probably close to time. Is that Q&A a little bit?
Yeah, it's on. Thank you for the very nice discussion. I just love the whole day here, I must admit that. But there is something I have noticed. I don't coach the children. I more take care of the parents, if I put it that way, in career and life and leadership and in companies. And something that I'm raising now much more than I did before Corona, that is the wealth and financial situation. Because I learned that the hard way, that when I was coaching in career transition, and people coming, globalization, different countries, they have visa, they can only stay in the country for a certain while, they can't buy a house, particularly in my country in Europe, you don't get a loan in the bank, you have children, so you have to move a couple of times, and I know I coach people here in the United States, and they are kicked back to India or to Europe because of visa. This is also, these financial situations, and I think it is important because I found it very difficult to ask these questions as a coach. How can I ask that? How is your financing doing? Because then suddenly it's like, no, we have a problem, we can hardly pay the bills,
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, if you then have 3, 4 children, then, of course, the question is not only career coaching here, it's not leadership coaching, it's something much, much, much bigger. And this is where I say, okay, we need more support here. I know that the problems are bigger. And I just want to raise that because this is something I have trained very hard on myself to actually be brave, sort of, to ask these questions because they have arisen much more than before here.
Okay, so let me try to answer that. So yes, definitely, it is very important to ask those questions as these financial constraints do really cause stresses at home and eventually passes on to the children. There was a point in my life that I was jobless for 6 months. I didn't know how long that would last, but still, it did affect the situation, the family situation at home. And those are very valid questions that we need to ask every individual, every family, so that we know where these stresses are coming from. And unfortunately, we do have to pay bills, but still, we have kind of this measure of success through the dollar amount, the revenue that we make, right? The income that we make. And we need to start taking that out. And someone mentioned here earlier that the richest people in the world feel satisfied but unfulfilled. Mm-hmm. And, that's really something that we need to look into. How can we get them fulfilled instead of just being, temporarily happy?
Yeah. And I think it also speaks to, because those stressors come up, it's even more of a reason, like we know that's going to happen in life at some point, is to teach those emotional intelligence, the regulation skills, and then as well as what I've noticed that's been really helpful when educating young adults that have been through the pandemic or they were in high school and now they have these anxieties, is teaching soft skills. Skills that you can transfer from one career to another because they've already seen that with their parents. Oh gosh, this is so stressful. Dad was in this job, mom was in this job, this one career, and had to totally pivot. It's a concept that if they can understand that's okay, you'll figure it out. You can rework it. It's not the end of life. You'll survive. But building those skills up so that they understand there's options and they feel the power to be able to drive their own life.
When it comes to alleviating stress, we want to try to implement listening to music of your choice. Not headbanging is too much now, but listen to music, getting outside with nature, finding something that you like, whether it's art, painting, drawing. Find something that's relaxing. Just taking away the phone sometimes. Social media is hype. As my daughter would say, they are hype. And you can find everything on there that can just cause your stress to go even further up. just try not to, try to be away from your phone sometime and just try to hear yourself breathe and hear your heartbeat.
I think we have one more question over here.
Thank you. Everything you said is really hitting home for me, but I wanted to share with you that I really do support having the schools involved, and I've done a lot of talks within the schools. But what happens is everybody points the fingers at the schools, and I think there's so many stops along the way with our children that we're missing. I think we're not seeing enough, and no offense to anybody that's a pediatrician in here, but I think even doing those, going to the pediatrician, going to the dentist, having those conversations with those children, everybody should be made accountable for that, because you find sometimes our children, there's the children that love being at school because that's their safe haven, because their home life is a shambles. Then you have the other children that love being out of school because they're being bullied. So you have the two different types of students in the schools. And the one cannot wait till summer. The other one dreads the summer because they're left to be on their own. So I agree with you. I think maybe the schools should come together and find who they can pull in onto their team. And I see it as doctors. I see it as pediatricians. I see it as the dentists. I see it as your churches, and have one big team. And I've watched these teachers when I've gone in and spoken to their classes. They're exhausted. They need help. The kids need so much help, and they're not even teaching anymore. So I think when we talk to the schools, it's to have the discussion, who do you need on your team? How can we make that happen? Because I know long ago I used to point the finger and say, well, they should be doing this. They're the teachers. Well, they can't do everything. And then some of the parents aren't even equipped to do it because they're struggling. I grew up in a home where my dad drank my entire life, so there was no support there at all. So I think when we look at this whole school system, I love what you said. I just feel like let's think a little bit broader and have the school look at who can I bring in on my team into the school, and let's work together. Even the school nurse that you have there. A lot of these individuals, they don't work over the summer. If you talk to any colleges, they're working with these students throughout the school year. Those kids go home. If they're out of state, they're done. So they're left to their own demise in the summer, and that might be them, they're going back to where all that stress and trauma is. So we have to do better with allowing our therapists to be able to treat these students after school is over and across state lines. That's what's a big piece that's missing. So just for my 2 cents.
Well, and I think what's resonating through what you said was, it's mirroring that idea of school being the hub. Because I will tell you that's exactly what I learned as a special education teacher and case manager when I was in the school system, is that you become the connector. And in my work now, parents they go, when I ask, they go, hey, I need an ROI for anyone that you're working with. Is that, I need your physician, if somebody's doing medication management, who else is part of that support team? Because we all need to be talking, we all need to be consulting, and so that the hand and the foot knows what's happening, because otherwise we're not going to be making enough progress, we're going to be pulling in different directions. So I think that's exactly what you're sharing here is, yeah, we can't just point the finger at the school. No, we can't, but we can say that schools, your role is to be our hub, to be our connector. I think that is okay. And then just to change that mindset in our communities, and we can start it now. We can say, you know what, I'm meeting with this child. Who else can I talk to so that we can work together? And I can share my expertise and they can share theirs. And we can help that child so much more. And then it also lifts up those parents. And it takes a village. Exactly. It's too much for just the parents. It's too much for just the school. But if we come together, we can do it. And we can really make some significant and lasting change.
Dr. Ryan, I think, has a question.
Okay.
Well, a lot of people have mentioned today about the fact that the world is changing very quickly. And I imagine that's going to be doubly true for kids who are growing up post-pandemic. I was curious as to what you thought is going to be the most significant risk factor for youth mental health in the next few years as it goes.
The risk factors for the youth. The risk factors for the youth.
Risk factors for youth mental health, yeah.
The risk factor is key of what we're discussing now, not having the correct tools implemented in the school system. They need the mentorship there for the teachers to be able to help the children. So those risk factors are the barriers of what we're trying to prevent now by trying to set up some type of peer support, mentorship in the schools. If we start off with something small, to at least pilot that, because once again, mental health is like a taboo. But when we start off small with that and they see the productive outcome from what we're doing, then it can grow. Then we can implement it a little larger.
Yeah, and those risk factors that Dr. Joan is saying is no different than the risk factors we see now and the risk factors we saw before. Yeah. We weren't educated enough to be able to handle this. So we still need to be educated. So actionable steps is just 2 steps. First is take care of yourself. Number 2 is spread the word like a bad Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
This is true. But it is a compound effect when you take care first of yourself.
Yes.
Because you change and then everything around you changes.
That's exactly right. Because once you know that you're the flower that's in that garden, regardless of how many weeds are there, you will show out to be better than the weeds that are around you. And that's what we want to do.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much for this meaningful conversation. This is a topic that is really near and dear to my heart. It is how I became a mother, because one of my students was going through mental health crisis. She had been detained by this organization that I ended up working for. But in a long story, I'll tell it a little bit more in another day. You can see the pain of children, right? If you really take a moment to look in their eyes, you can see what they're going through. And my Natalie had all the answers. She knew exactly what she needed. She just had been telling the wrong adults, or adults who didn't yet have the capacity to show up for her. And so just knowing that it's okay if it's not us who becomes the person helping the young person, but bridging with whoever can really forge that connection, and knowing when to step in and when to lean back. So just thank you all panelists, because the work you're doing is tremendously significant and important. All right, we are at our last but very exciting keynote address for the day. I want to just shout everyone out for still being here, being present, and still connecting with the energy. It feels really, really good in here. We have Richard K. Williams, who will be joining us, is the co-founder and co-inventor of Hypersphere AI. He will enlighten us on the topic that we've been talking about throughout the day. Our session is Whole Organ Photobiomodulation, State-of-the-Art Non-Invasive Modality, Transforms Therapeutic Options in Modern Healthcare. We know that whole organ photobiomodulation, or by its acronym WOPP, is a non-invasive therapeutic modality that reshapes medical treatment possibilities. Please join me in welcoming Richard K. Williams to the stage.
Well, thank you for staying and all the way to the end. I know we have dinner coming after this, so I'll try not to take too long. What I'd like to talk about is a therapeutic technology, photobiomodulation. And in particular, we're taking a new approach to that and being able to treat whole organs in one session. Rather than scanning or moving a probe around, you're able to treat a patient in a very effective way. So, first of all, do we want to be healthy? Yeah. Well, don't get sick. The best way to recover from illness is not to get ill. And wellness is a way of life. And I think everybody in this room is definitely a believer in that. We all do whatever we have to do to be in the right frame of mind. And we also know people who are happy are more likely to stay healthy. And when they get sick, they're recover faster. And specifically, we've learned that cancer patients have a much higher survival rate if they have a good attitude when they go into the sessions. So it's very important. Of course, you have to live healthy, nutrition, exercise, vitamins, and so on. But now we're learning that's not the only way to help our body and help our health. Another one is light, and we're going to get to that. And I know people like sunlight, they like sun tanning, but this is quite different. So, unfortunately, sickness and pain is part of life. There's hundreds of different diseases, etiologies, and they manifest themselves in thousands of symptoms. And doctors are now left trying to figure out what is the cause, what is the underlying condition. And then with drugs, they're oftentimes left with very narrow solutions that I can give you a drug that fixes this problem, but it won't fix that problem. And so there's this very complex arena which doctors are now facing and trying to advise patients. Specifically, you have all the pathogens which seem to be growing, the list grows every year for infection, all kinds of accidents, organ dysfunction, some of which could be related to the very food we eat, and then chronic diseases, which are related to lifestyle and also coming from illnesses. So if you just take a look at a disease trajectory, this is a COVID-19 example, we found that the progression of the disease had a respiratory infection, then it caused an immune response, and then sometimes it caused hyperimmunity where the body over-responded, and then the late phase outcome differed dramatically. Some people just had a mild sore throat and it went away. They're virtually asymptomatic. Some mild cases, they started to get a little bit of fever, it went away. Others got seriously ill, and they recovered, but they were left with some chronic condition. And others had organ failure and didn't survive the entire infection. So what did we learn? Disease presentations depended not just on the disease, but strongly on the patient's comorbidities, their health condition. Okay, so that comes back to if we're healthy, we have a better chance of surviving something like this. But strangely, pharmacological modalities, drugs, and vaccines exhibited very different efficacies and many different side effects, something we didn't really expect. We're not used to it being that different. Invasive modalities, such as mechanical ventilation, as soon as somebody was put on a mechanical ventilator, our doctor said their survival rate dropped dramatically. So you want to stay away from any invasive modality as much as possible. And unfortunately, in today's world, the pathogens evolve faster than the scientists can find what they are or how to combat them. And especially single-strand RNA viruses, they're problematic because they build a platform for immunization, and as soon as they immunize you, the RNA component mutates, the proteins change, and it can't identify the virion anymore. Also, there's many genome-specific medicines, not just vaccines, and they also lose their efficacy as soon as there's any mutation. But worst of all, what we learned in the COVID crisis was when the hospitals were overrun, only the most serious ill patients got treated. Other people had to stay home. Basically, they said, we can do nothing, we can't bring you in, and even if we did bring you in, we might make you worse because we have no therapeutics for you. So they had to fend for themselves. So this begs the question of what do we do when we can't get help? So if you look at it, there's surgery, and anything that was invasive is very problematic. And then the pharmacology industry is, well, we can solve the problem, okay? But again, aside from the fact that the drugs and the therapeutics didn't work, they weren't able to even access the patients. So you were left kind of on your own. People used nutrition and vitamins and other means, Homeopathic means to try and reduce their a chance of becoming infected or to shorten the time of an infection. And then we introduced another area, which is a few companies, about 3 of us, promoted using non-ionizing radiation, that's red and infrared light primarily, to stimulate an immune response to help the body fight the contagion. So both the nutrition and the biophysical mechanism of light gives you a homeostatic, that is a pro-health effect on the body. But the light can also be truly therapeutic. However, the pharmaceutical industry has been fighting this as becoming a successful modality for, well, 30, 40 years. Okay, and fortunately, we are now starting to get the respect that we deserve and getting into a lot of peer-reviewed papers talking about all the different modalities that we are able to address. So this is a whole new field, and it's called photobiomodulation. So if you look at coming back to being healthy, homeostasis is basically where the body regulates multiple parameters like temperature, blood sugar versus insulin, and it regulates blood pressure, it regulates pro and anti-inflammatory cytokines, which is part of our immune system, sodium, calcium, potassium, the heart rate, the acidity, the water retention or edema. And when you get an injury or disease, the normal process is you go through a healing process. But people who have immunodepression, and some of them did coming into COVID, had no healing, and the outcomes were poor. Strangely, if you say, okay, I'm going to take some non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, because it's an inflammatory disease. It turns out that if you took NSAIDs, it took 3 times longer to recover than if you didn't. So that means that the pharmaceuticals were creating another problem by postponing or interfering with the inflammation process. And then the other extreme is where the virus outsmarted the body, you went into hyperimmunity and you had a cytokine storm, or worse yet, it kept coming and going and you get into an autoimmune condition where your body begins to regularly attack itself. And arthritis is an example of one of those types of diseases. So is inflammation bad? Well, when you get an infection or you get an injury, you get inflammation. So if it's bad, why do we have it? Well, it's part of our immune defense. It's also part of the healing process. And it's also a part of something called pyroptosis, which is essentially an inflammatory death of a cell so that the body can prevent a contagion from sequestering our cells and using them against us. So if you're going to invade my cell, I'm going to destroy it before you can use it against me. Okay? Unfortunately, when it does that, sometimes it releases the viral byproduct, and then it still causes a problem. But that's inflammation is part of that role. But it's also a natural part of healing. Inflammation starts with neutrophils, leukocytes trying to remove contagion. Then it starts handing off the work to proliferating new cells, contracting injuries, laying down collagen, and then turning around, growing new arteries, growing new nerves, cleaning up all the mess, the cellular debris from the entire construction project, and removing the type 3 collagen and putting down type 1 collagen until finally you return back to the health state. So this is the normal process, and inflammation is fundamentally part of it. So a little inflammation is good because that's where we were healed. Too little, no healing, no immunity. Frequent, autoimmune disease. Too much, dangerous or deadly. Hyperinflammation and this dreaded cytokine storm. How best to manage it? Limit the severity and limit the duration so that you can cause less damage to the organs. So one way to do that is through light. Now, if you look at light, if you look at the human physiology, not by the systems, but what they do, the musculoskeletal system is mobility, locomotion, and support. The visceral organs and all the endocrine organs, including the neuroendocrine organs, are part of the metabolism and immune system. But the circulatory system, even though it helps distribute immunity and carriers, it is primarily oxygen and nutrition. It is the supply chain. And then the nerves is sensing and cognition. But the sensing is not only sensing our environment, it's sensing our organs. It's determining, I have a problem in my lung, something has to be done about it. So there's very complex interactions here. So what actually controls these? What's common for all those elements? There's really only one element that's totally common, because the cells are different. They're differentiated. After they leave the stem cell phase, they become different. But what they don't change is the mitochondria. There's somewhere between 1,000 to 5,000 mitochondria in every cell. And in those mitochondria is a light-sensitive molecule, a chromophore they call it, called cytochrome C oxidase. And it, not your nucleus, is in charge of your life. You might think your nucleus is running you, but the mitochondria are actually running you. It controls your metabolism. It decides when a cell is scheduled to death, which is the apoptosis. It decides when a cell is injured, the necrosis. It decides when an inflammatory death should occur, which is the pyroptosis. It also confers innate ability with T cells, macrophages, cytokines. And it controls gene expression by releasing the nuclear transcription factors that control the protein synthesis. So 100,000 trillion mitochondria make you up. That's unbelievable by any standard. So one of the jobs is power. 3 million old career of mitochondria. Throughout history, humans depend on machines to survive. Our machine is a mitochondria. And here's an example. This is very interesting. It's basically a membrane inside your mitochondria, and it has the outer wall to the cell and the inner wall of the mitochondria. And on this is these proton pumps, and they act exactly like a hydrogen fuel cell. What they do is they separate the hydrogen from the electron, and they put them on different sides, they put them on different sides of the membrane, and when they build up enough voltage here, then the proton comes through and it generates ATP. And that ATP is the energy of life. So when you see a hydrogen fuel cell, you can think, okay, I have one of those in me, in every mitochondria. And so we are essentially a battery. And the more light it gets, the higher the membrane potential, the higher the ATP production rate, and the faster the metabolism. Oops, sorry. So, does it have enough energy? Well, here are the molecules of life: ATP, fat, alcohol, proteins. Okay? Heat doesn't have enough energy. So you can sit in the sauna all day, but you will not make new ATP because it doesn't produce enough energy. Anything over 3 electron volts, which is 400 nanometers, that's in the ultraviolet, that can cause damage to your DNA. So in between, you have red light, near infrared light, and the visible light. And of those, the red and the near infrared is what drives the mitochondria. And it has roughly 2 to 3 times as much energy as the ATP that it's generating. So basically, you can feed it light, and it makes energy. Not from sugar, but from light. So we think of photosynthesis only being done by plants, but this is direct conversion of light into energy to power you. But the amazing thing is, if you get sick, then what happens is you get an imbalance between the oxidants and the antioxidants, and you get into a disease state. Your body becomes slightly acidic, and the cells don't work well, and bacteria like to invade those weak sisters, those weak cells. So this is far away from homeostasis, where you have a balance of the two. So when you use light and hit the cells, you get an immune boost if you're sick, and it will increase the cytotoxic effects to kill the bacteria or the contagion. But if you're already in an oxidative state, if you're already infected, then it will reduce the amount of inflammatory cytokines. So this is not like a drug where it either increases or decreases the amount of inflammatory cells. It actually modulates it to the middle. And so pharmaceutical industry cannot achieve what Mother Nature already knows how to do. And I won't go through it, but it basically uses your T cells and your macrophages to create both types, and they constantly stay in balance. The other thing is that the ATP, along with nitric oxide and reactive oxide species, then control the nucleus, and that controls the proteins that are running your cell. So those are growth factors, repair factors, phagocytes. So everything is basically being modulated by the cytochrome C getting the light. And if you do a treatment, basically you find that within 10 minutes of the treatment, you get neuromodulation. That is the pain, you get an analgesic effect. You shut off the pain receptors the same way as analgesic does. But it's doing it by basically telling the nerves to ignore the signal coming in. Then, 20 minutes in, it starts releasing these reactive oxide species, and they act like a disinfectant. We call it an anti-infective. It's not necessarily antibiotic because it works against viruses. It also works against works against yeasts and molds. Okay, and then within 6 hours you get a spike in ATP. Now you've got all this energy. If you feel tired, you do the treatment on your liver, and 6 hours later you feel like the ever-ready bunny. You're ready to rock and roll. But it takes 24 to 36 hours for that to be turned into proteins. And so that's the real repair mechanism. So no reason to do light therapy on the same organ 2 days in a row. No reason. Because it won't even be done with the first treatment for a day to a day and a half. Then you keep doing it 1 to 3 weeks and you're done, and then you'll be back to homeostasis. So what are the benefits? Well, it's agnostic to the injury. It improves metabolism and circulation. It increases tissue and blood oxygen. It kills invading pathogens. It kills and replaces the weak and defective cells. It reduces or accelerates that inflammatory time so you get faster healing, and it removes the cellular debris. Finally, it combats hyperinflation and cytokine storms, and it upregulates or downregulates, depending on what your body needs, the immune response. So it is smarter than the doctors are, because they can't possibly know all the things that are happening. They're guessing what's happening in your various organs. So one challenge, though, is if you use a little laser probe, you can't possibly cover a whole organ. You might double treat one area, and you might miss another area. And areas that you didn't treat could reinfect the whole organ. So if you don't treat it all, then you don't know what the long-term prognosis is. So the solution is to cover the whole area at one time. And here's a device that has a programmable system. It has energy at different frequencies, and it covers up to 1,200 square centimeters. So you can do a one-touch session where it will run through a whole sequence of programs algorithmically, and it allows you to target specific tissues, specific organs, all hands-free, and you don't have to do anything. Basically, you put the pads on, the nurse goes into the next room, treats the next patient. She doesn't have to hang around. It's not like a probe where she has to sit there. And during the COVID era, this was a real problem because anything where the nurse had to sit with the patient was very problematic because there was almost guaranteed that they were going to be infected. So this way, we treated about 75 patients, and nobody got infected during the height of the ancestral surge in COVID, which was 2020. Consistency. Because it's covering the whole area, then it doesn't depend on the therapist. There's no missing spots. There's no overdosing. It's precisely controlled power, energy, and it's safe. It's eye safe. You can put it over your eyes and it won't hurt your eyes. In fact, it will help you with your vision. And here you can see examples for the face, across the chest, or across the back, covering all of the lungs. So there is no doubt that it wasn't treated. And we've had doctors in treating COPD, ARDS, COVID, all doing all these different therapies. The key is that it's got to penetrate. So the pads must bend to the body. If they're only an inch apart, doesn't work. It'll work on your skin, you'll still look pretty, but you'll still be sick because it will not get into your lungs. So you might look good, but you still feel lousy, which is not a good thing. And the funny thing is, because we have to put the light up very bright to get into the deep organs, that actually put too much dose in the top layer. That doesn't hurt it, it just doesn't help. So actually the efficacy is moved down into this subcutaneous layer, but it's still getting all the way down into the visceral organ. And this paper is being published in the European Medical Association journal. So you can contact us so we can give you all the links to all these papers. The other thing is that our body, like our ears, we can hear certain frequencies. Our cells can react to certain frequencies. And the nerves can work up to 3 kilohertz. It's amazing that you can hear 20 kilohertz because the fastest nerve in our body can only transmit at 3 kilohertz. So go figure that one out. That's pretty tricky. But basically, if you pulse it above 3 kilohertz, the nerve will just basically shut off and say, I give up. And then it doesn't transmit signal, which means the pain goes away. It's not that the cause of the pain is gone, it's just disconnected, which is the same thing that Tylenol does. But if you move down to a lower frequency, now you start to stimulate the vasodilation of the arteries. And even lower frequency, you can actually rebuild bone. And we have pictures of a dog whose bone was completely broken in half, and within a week it grew back. So it's really amazing. But it takes low frequency. If you did high frequency, nothing would happen. And then in between is a different category. That's the brain, because the brain is it's not a clock system, but it has natural frequencies. So if you're not treating it like tissue, but treating it like a processor, if you synchronize the light to certain wavelengths or certain pulse rates, like for example, 40 hertz, this is the frequency that's dominant when we're thinking. If you have somebody with brain fog, you treat them with 40 hertz, 1 or 2 sessions, their brain fog will be gone indefinitely. It won't come back. But some injuries are autoimmune, so they keep coming back. So those people will have to have repeated treatments. So all these are targets for photobiomodulation, but we don't really need to do that. We can take 2 or 3 pads and cover everybody in just a few sessions. And if you put these pads right down the central core, we call it the shell core, named after the guy who came up with this idea. It covers virtually all the major organs of the immune system, including part of the vagus nerve, the major lymph nodes, the thymus, the parathyroid, the stomach, spleen, and liver. You get a piece of all of them. The brain is different. You have to put them on different angles depending on which part of the brain you're trying to get. And the hardest one is the neuroendocrine system in the inside, which is the pituitary, hypothalamus, pineal core. So you have to generally do it through the face. And fortunately, we still are able to modulate it. A few case studies. So one was that if somebody gets an infection like SARS or COVID. It goes to the sinuses, then it transfers into the lungs. It doesn't like to stay in the sinuses because it can't amplify itself. So it gets in the lungs and it starts this cytokine storm, and then it causes endothelial inflammation of the entire circulatory system, but it also causes epithelial inflammation in all your organs, and then that starts to deregulate your neuroendocrine, causing organ dysfunction and central nervous system dysfunction. So you want to get it treated before it gets to that. If it does, now you're in a different category. Now you got long COVID. Now you need to treat the visceral organs with one set of programs and the neurological with another set of programs. You can't treat them uniformly anymore because they're not the same disease anymore. So this is very interesting, but we've treated 350 patients and 346 recovered within 3 days. So it's really no drugs. No drugs. So this is really outstanding result. And you can see if you take the 5 stages going, stage 6 would be where you go on to a hospitalization. So stage 5 would be the worst you could be before you have to go to the hospital. You can see the red bars kind of, they recover within 1 to 5 sessions, but the earlier stages, stage 1, stage 2, mild, you get 101-degree fever, you get it for 2 days, 3 days, 2 sessions, you're done, you're recovered. So this is really outstanding result. And you can see the lungs clear from a lot of glass ground opacity all the way down to essentially recovered. And here's a patient who, as soon as you take him off of oxygen, boom, his SpO2 drops. Put him back on it, okay, it's back. Okay, do a treatment, oh, went up to 100%. Okay, but it takes time to recover. So another treatment, then took him off, okay, came down to the limit, one more treatment, discharged from the hospital, no need for oxygen supplementation, never saw the patient again. You can't follow up on long COVID. But anyone that we ever treated early enough never got long COVID. And most of all, the C-reactive protein measures the inflammation. So here, somebody was getting sick, they took a whole bunch of drugs, they got it back down, then the drugs didn't work anymore. Then boom, 9. That's bad trouble for inflammation, because C-reactive protein is a direct measurement of inflammation in the body. One treatment down to 3.5 after this session, down to 0.65. So full recovery. This is out of a hospital in Taiwan. The other thing we do is treat the brain. We had a lot of people with long COVID had brain problems, brain fog, emotional problems. So we did transcranial treatment. And you can see before and after, this is the circulation. And you can see that basically it's a temperature or measure of the circulation. There's very poor circulation before the treatment, and afterwards, much greater in circulation. But this is the one that's most interesting. The connectivity across the hemispheres improved dramatically. And their depression and mood swings and malaise went away when this happened. So this is pretty profound. And this is only the beginning. We think there's many, many more things that can be done neurologically with this technology. Lastly, we had a patient who had stroke, and he was completely paralyzed. They were going to discharge him to a convalescent home, and he would never walk again. And instead, we started treating him, and by 14 days, he was walking with aid. By 22 days, he passed the sit test where you have to bend down without falling into the chair, which is not easy if you've had a stroke. And then was able to walk up and down steps. And by day 52, he could do the test where they make the leg move laterally, like on an abacus, to see if you can control the lateral movement. And he's able to do that. So he was discharged fully recovered. So, broad spectrum of uses. Start with skeletal and sports, Chiropractic, sprains, strains, tears, joint pain, myositis, arthritis, edema, stiffness, physical therapy and rehabilitation, and age-related mobility and muscle atrophy problems. And then it's also used by the Chinese swim team to win the Olympics in Rio. And they did it for stretching, warm-up, and what we call warm-downs, which is it's a kind of cool-down warm-up between two events so that they don't get all the way down to being cool again before they do the next event. Elasticity, flexibility, and also and then to do cramps and recovery. Visceral organs, cardiovascular disease, inflammatory disease. We talked about COVID-19, but we have also treat lupus, Lyme, inflammatory bowel disease, Crohn's, liver ailments. Infectious diseases, we've done a lot of H1N1 and other bird flus. Respiratory distress, cardio-obstructive pulmonary disorder and acute respiratory distress. And hormonal issues, very many hormonal issues, including those involved with menopause or involved with some kind of age-related effects. A new study starting on immunodepression and on the kidney. Neurological, Alzheimer's, dementia, we have a lot of success with that. MTBI concussion, one of our docs is a team doctor for the San Francisco 49ers. He's treated 200 MTBI cases with essentially all but one successfully recovered. Even long time after they got the injuries, he was able to remove the scar tissue and restore movement. Stroke, spinal cord injury. There, if the injury is too bad and the nerves are too far apart, they won't grow back together. If they're close, then they will. Neuropathies, long COVID, brain fog, neuroendocrine dysfunction, and new studies on depression, anxiety, Parkinson's, and neurogenesis. So I got to thank all the different doctors who provide all the independent data, because none of the data is taken by us. It's all taken by doctors. And they're from all over the world, from Dubai to Asia to across America. So anyway, I'd like to thank Heal and all of you for staying to listen to me.
Wonderful. That was wonderful. Thank you. There are so many things I want to say, but I have about 2 minutes to say it before I got to let you all go.
Sorry.
The first thing I want to say, there is never a need to apologize for existing, for taking up space, because this is a place to do it. So I want to say that to everyone. For me, no apologies, Ned, because what you did was you spoke to my heart. I'll just share this very briefly while you're still here standing next to me. My father, while he didn't pass away from Parkinson's, he was fighting Parkinson's for 11 years. And his Parkinson's is a direct consequence of being a political prisoner in South America. This is the 50th year anniversary of the dictatorship that shifted his life and our life. What you did was reminded me why I was a biochemist, just like him. And life intervened when I was 20 and I became a teacher. It was my purpose at that time to be like him. Everything that you are studying and you're doing is exactly what he was doing up until the last days that he was here. He was on ESPN in Chile because he talked about the need to oxygenate the body and the significance of that. So he had a whole radical treatment for COVID, but because he lived in South America and I wasn't there with him and I didn't have my PhD yet, there was just so many little factors that he couldn't get the spotlight he needed, right, to share his discoveries with the world. He's a doctor. And someone mentioned earlier today that some of the regrets that people have, I think it was Eric or Ryan when I was discussing, we were having our interview, the regrets that we have sometimes is not living our purpose, right? When we get to the end years or our transition, or passing on the wisdom that we learn on our journeys. And you just took me back to my passion and my love for biology. Like, I finally felt it after 20 years.
And all the institutions and companies whose has an interest in not having us communicate.
That's correct.
So this is beautiful when we can communicate.
So you helped heal me and my dad today. So thank you for that. Whew. When I say I feel like a profound connection to everything I have heard today, because I am exactly where I'm meant to be in my life. And I have said yes to this calling, yes to doing this work, yes, just like all of you have had to say yes. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, from everywhere that, whatever higher power you believe in, there is more than synergy going on here. There's synchronicity, there's divine timing, and we are all experiencing it collectively together. So thank you so much, Richard Williams. Thank you for Light MD for being here, for offering me a session as well, because I will need this. And I want to continue doing this role, yet also honoring the need that I have myself for self-care, right, as I'm doing everything that we're doing today. So thank you so much. Absolutely. And in closing, in my 55 seconds that I have left, I just want to congratulate all of you. I want to celebrate each and every one of you, because I truly see your hearts. I see your auras, and there's some of you I've yet to have a moment to chat with, but I know that we will have opportunity throughout the weeks. But I've been writing down in my notes, like who I know will be dream teams together. And while I can't shout everyone out now, I do hope that Mark G., Dr. Ryan, Richard Williams, Jeff, Dr. Westcott, and Dr. Natanya get together to form a phenomenal team. They're just going to figure it out, and I already know the other teams that are going to be working together, so one of my gifts is being a seer. Some of you may know what that means, and it's okay, we can talk about it another day. Yet I see so much potential in this room with the things that some of us are saying we need. The need is here, like the partners are here, the people to collaborate with are here. Thank you all for a great first day. Today was just day one of the first inaugural HEAL conferences, and we hope to have many, many more of these. So please let your colleagues know, please post about this. Let's get the word out, and let's all heal together. We'll be seeing everyone tomorrow morning. Please feel free to take pictures, connect, and self-care. Love you all.
Okay.